Alright, hello Twitch, hello YouTube. YouTube, hello James Arthur Ramsey, how you doing? I'll get the ads out of the way on Twitch, then get going. YouTube link is always so long to copy. There we go. Like always, click the link to make sure it works. Basics of links. Yes, it does. Just in time for bed. Hello, Tuvilo. And of course, I get my own ad on Twitch if I open in a browser where I'm not subbed. My secondary browser. Lovely. I get my own Twitch ads. And hello, Sadish. Good morning to you. I got my coffee. Hopefully we're good for today. My sleep schedule is completely messed up. I've been up since like 2 a.m. and it's 11 a.m. now. But I finished the Regicide Rumble maps. Went to the gym. Got my coffee. And we're all ready to go for some casting. Let's see, draft time. Native replay tool works surprisingly well. Replay should work great on YouTube. And hello, LL. Love those little cat in the box emotes. And I'm following the everyone else but Yo and Nicov in their title, so I'll do it too thing. I don't know why everyone puts like the $10,000 in the title. And hello, Martian Ham. Hello. I'll probably put the player names in the title while on YouTube while I'm casting the next set for Herod Lyrics, then I can tag them both, because they both have YouTube channels. I don't know if Nicov and Yo do. I guess Yo probably doesn't. Maybe Nicov does, but I've never seen it. Oh, you mean the native spectating tool? Yes, yes, yes. If we have Fortress again, I'll do that again. On my to-do list, look up maybe mod in-game the graphics a bit, or the spectating overlay in-game, just in case, because I think it's actually quite nice to be able to use that instead of going to Capture Age. So much nicer not needing to open yet another window while I'm streaming. Good morning, Ivan Rio. Good morning, good morning. And alright, draft time. Alright, so Crater will be the first game, and no Fortress. Whew. No Fortress, we can use Capture Age for everything. Speaking of which, why don't I get Capture Age started? I'll need to get my Medieval Masters logo back there, since I was doing the TC Tango the other day. There we go. These will be best of 7 sets. So game 1 here on Crater, then for Nicov, actually let me double check, make sure I got each player on the right side of the drafts there. Yep, I do, Nicov on the right. So we'll have Land Madness, Four Lakes, and Arabia for Nicov, then Northern Isles, Enclosed, and Arena for Yo. Yo going for the more closed maps, and Northern Isles, Nicov the more open maps. All very, very standard maps for Nicov. And Bohemians, the very first pick, I guess that's for Arena. Byzantines, the first ban. Byzantines are so good on such a wide variety of maps. Also, everyone, give me an update on how the audio sounds. Like I said, I've been trying to adjust the audio volume. I thought it was a bit quiet, just in general, the other day, so I've turned it up a bit. I also turned the game sound up slightly after I turned my voice up. Give me them XPs, hello. Synchrotron, you're getting that crown now. The YouTube chat crown that you get, I think just by spamming the chat. Someone's streaming Age of Empires saying, I play every day till I beat a pro. That might be a long time. You're starting from nothing. I don't know what consists a pro, though, in Age of Empires. Well, what level do you consider pro? So I think 2K is still, like, a far way away these days from being at a top level. Is top 100 there? I mean, probably not. There's a huge difference between, like, 100 and top 20. And then between top 20 and top 10. I don't know what pro... Audio sounds good. Wonderful. I don't know what pro actually means in Age of Empires. Oh, and earlier today, thank you, True Starry, for the follow. And I got, like I say, my coffee and my water so I can stay awake and stay hydrated, and it's time for me to start sipping on my coffee. Yeah, my coffee's at that good temperature where like it's not too hot, so I can drink it easily, but it's not cold yet. We're good with the coffee today. Just gotta remember to sip on it throughout the course of the first few games, not just drink it all at once. You guys ever do that? Like you drink your coffee all at once and then you use too much coffee at once? I do that all the time. And lobby time. Oh, Spaden's playing 1v1s. Spaden. Haven't seen Spaden playing in a long time 1v1s. I saw him playing the 2v2s, but I have a plan for next time we do cartographers. I have what I think is going to be a really good plan. As long as we can get like 5 or 6 weeks for the tournament, and not just the 3 weeks we crammed it into this time. I think I have an amazing plan for bracket system. Still gonna be single elim, but there'll be like a bit of a qualifier before it. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Streaming AoE every day until I beat Hera or he retires, whichever comes first. Well, if he retires, you can still have a goal of beating Doubt. Doubt will be here forever. And what do you think? Do you think Doubt will outlast Hera and Viper? I bet so. Alright, so there is the lobby. And we should be good to get started on Crater. Crater, I think, has been an amazing map. I've loved seeing the games on it. And let's see if we're going to see Crater. Armenians with the mule cart, definitely an option for Nicov. Huns are Huns. I don't really see like Romans or Khmer or even like Slavs or one of those all in Crater civs like we'd seen in the past. Berbers for camels maybe could be an option. Don't really have a great eco bonus though. Mongols were banned by Yo. That will outlast the game itself. You'll have a castle at 98% when it goes offline. Let's see, Yo. Ooh, where's Yo gonna use Teutons? That could be a Trush civ for Arena. Where is he gonna use Teutons? Or Jurchens? Okay, Jurchens for Yo. Where is he gonna use those? Maybe Jurchens for Crater? Looks like we are launching. And yes, ooh, no spec delay, lovely. Get right into it. And here we are. We will just update the scoreboard to put Yo's name to be a bit shorter so I can read it properly. Make sure I can see both my chats. Hello, Jace. And welcome everyone to the semifinals. This is our first semifinals, Nicov versus Yo. Later on we'll have the second set. That will be later today, featuring the players Hera versus Leary. So potentially even finals matchup in the semifinals. Well, that's just how the brackets worked out. And to the northwest, we will have Nicov indeed playing as the Armenians. And he'll be against Yo playing as the Inca. Okay, I don't think I've seen much in the way of American civs played on Crater. I feel like a couple years ago, in some different balance patches, we would have seen Aztec, Maya, Inca on this map all the time. But these days, this seems to be very much a scout map. So what is the advantage of the Armenians? They can do the mule cart, and the mule cart acts as kind of that Age of Empires 1 storage pit building, where you can take the ibex, the hunt, and drop off at the mule cart while also using it as a lumber camp to drop off the wood. You want a 4-3 series? I think we all do. And hello again, James. What is the highest percentage of unbuilt castle in a pro game? It has been. I have literally seen castles at the full HP, like 4,800 out of 4,800, and it just hasn't finished. That can happen. I have seen that before. I don't know how that internally is represented in the game state, but I have seen the HP filled and the castle isn't completed. I've seen that for a few other buildings too. Somewhere on my Twitter I have a screenshot of a building like that, like a siege workshop. But that most definitely has happened. It's a 99.96. I don't know what capture rate would call the percentage there, but I have seen full HP. So more houses for Nicov. You'll be using that mule cart and kind of getting a bit of a wall up towards it, or at least by the berries. You can't wall up on top of this rock terrain, but it can still be nice to have a bit of an enclosure by your TC and your berries to keep your farms a bit more safe. And all of his golds and stones will be forward on this map. Sometimes you can get lucky and have a back gold, but not this time. Yo himself, everything forward. And we see he's pushing in the deer while doing the lumber camp. And what is Nicov doing with his scout? He has not yet found Yo, just went around in a circle. And what I have seen the Armenians or Georgians do on this map is while they're taking the ibexes with the mule cart, they don't need to push them with the scout, so they can use that time to have their scout come forward and disrupt the ibex push for the other player. And it looks like that's what Nicov might want to do here if he discovers that Yo's in this area. Okay, you still have a number 3 crown. Synchrotron. Yeah, Nicov has seen the berries, he's seen a straggler tree, so he knows exactly where Yo... Are there any straggler trees elsewhere in the map? There are no other singleton stragglers. So, yeah, so I guess if you see the singleton straggler, you know it's the TC. And Red Cliffy, hello. And here Nicov just wants to disrupt the ibex push. Yeah, Teutons have been picked. Where Yo will play them, I don't know, but he has picked them. Kind of hard to disrupt the eagle push, because the eagle does beat the scout in the Dark Age, but Nicov will need to make sure he takes the hill with the scout. And there is Loom and Feudal Age on the way for Nicov. Yo still Dark Age. Hasn't done Loom, hasn't clicked up yet, just now doing the mill. Doing Loom, so he'll be going up on 20 pop. Part of me was wondering if he might try to FC Eagles, but up on 20 pop. What do I think about bringing the dock units from Battle of Greece into multiplayer tournament games? I mean, it might be fun to have some Battle for Greece multiplayer or tournament games, but I think I like that it's its own separate thing. That doesn't change AoE 2 all that much. I like my AoE 2 being AoE 2. Well, one day we'll also have to do some Galactic Battlegrounds games. That's a game that could use updated graphics or remastered graphics, but I'd love to see that. In if we like port that to DE somehow, because that has some really different and interesting unit compositions too. And from a strategy game perspective, I think it's really interesting that it has a very similar eco to AoE 2, but a very different military feel. I think it'd be cool to explore that game a bit. Why not kill the ibex? Scouts cannot attack ibexes. That's why. You can send a villager forward, but that's a lot of villager time. Scouts simply cannot attack these animals. That's always been part of the game, at least since AOC, and I think since AOK. Your scouts cannot attack them, so you can't lame or disrupt these animals with your scouts. So barracks going up here for Yo. Barracks and archery range for Nicov. Not gonna go scouts, gonna go archers. Interesting. Is it saying, yeah, Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds was made in the Genie engine for AoE 2. Microsoft and or Ensembles just licensed the engine to LucasArts and they made a Star Wars game in it. It's a fun game, but I feel like the graphics did not age anywhere nearly as well as AoE 2's graphics. which is a shame, because there are some really interesting and fun designs there. But alas, it is. I think AoE 2's graphics in the original game actually aged really well. One of those things where an example of a very late 2D game that aged well compared to some similarly timed early 3D games. And good afternoon. No less, how you doing? Bring my microphone slightly closer to me so I can sit with better posture in my chair. And what else is this Discord tag? Oop, right, good, that's it. Another invoice I can pay out, good, good. I'm working on paying all the invoices for cartographers. So, yep, now the skirms could kill the ibex. Yep, that's exactly what you said earlier. Skirms kill the ibex. 0 food left on it because a military unit killed it. And a bit of a disruption here, so Nicov just going pure skirm. Okay, well, that's the other thing I've seen on this map, pure skirms, and Incas will have cheaper skirms. And if you go pure skirm, then it's a very simple transition to Eagle Warriors. Spears added in will affect the scouts, and there's no real simple unit to add in to stop eagles. And you never know scouts can't lame? I wonder where I learned that. I probably learned that by reading Chris's book years ago. Back in like 2012, 2013. Skirm's coming forward, getting some javelins on the eagle. Taking out some of the other skirms. And fletching on the way. Fletching for Nicov. Alright. And Skirm sitting an eagle. Oh, and thank you, Palpable Poop, for the sub. Thank you. The sub, that'll count towards Partner Plus. What a name, thank you. We're almost at 400 subs. We're 8 sub points away from 400 sub points. So I do appreciate the support. When did Skirms get back in the meta? Oh, Skirms have been meta for a long time. Maybe it's particularly on this map. I don't know what players make, what goes through their minds when they choose Skirms versus Scouts. I know that I've seen Yo do some insane things with Skirms on Socotra. He'll be like Feudal Skirm versus Castle Age Eagles and win. Skirm's OP. And long... Oh! I was saying there's no simple unit to add in against Skirms, like there is Spears versus Scouts. But Nicov, he's gonna go Feudal Age Longswords as the Armenians. Let's go. Where's the second barracks? Just one barracks. He doesn't have any. He just clicked the Longsword upgrade because why not? Oh, let's go. He's gonna fall back and lose some of his Skirms to the fight. I don't know if this was his first choice or just an option because he feels like he's now losing the Skirm fight against Yo. He was very far forward. Now he's going to lose his gold control. He doesn't have that much gold for making longswords, and he's going to need armor for them, even against the Skirms, I think. But if he gets longswords, what other techs do the Armenians have in Feudal? Do they get Squires? Is that a Feudal Age tech now? I think Gambesons, I guess you won't need that against Skirms. Arson. Yeah, Incas have slingers, but only in the Castle Age. Now I'll have a tower on the wood line for Nicov. Extra damage for the militia line against skirmishers. That could be a thing. Or maybe just Skirms do less damage to militia, give them the Royal Heirs treatment. Somehow you're 10 minutes behind on the video. You can always put the player at like ×2 speed on YouTube and speed up. And then, yeah, tower on the wood line for both players. Berries is just taken for Yo, so that's one less spot in his base for him to have to defend now. And if Yo gets up to the next stage, he will, of course, be able to do slingers. But until then, it's going to be just the 4 longswords. Where are the longswords? Where are they? Oh, there is some of them. There are the longswords. A longsword back here. 1 or 2 longswords are not going to be enough against all those skirms, but they do at least have... Check the stats. 60 hit points and 2 pierce armor, so they will take only 1 damage. Skirms on a hill will do slight bonus damage. But okay, so Nicov cooking something here. He's just really far down in skirms, 12 to 24. And he's going to need the longswords to be viable. This is a horrible condemnation of the longsword line if feudal age skirmishers prove successful against them. Just scrubbed forward, I don't care how you ended up behind in the first place. That is something I've noticed about YouTube. It's sometimes you don't realize you're behind. And then it's awkward because you type in the chat and you're behind and you don't realize it. So maybe just something they can improve, like a better indication of when you're behind or not. So skirms hit the longswords. Longswords coming forward, pushing against the skirms. Let's check the longsword HP. I mean, enough skirms doing 1 damage to longswords will whittle down the HP of the longswords over time. They all go down. I guess they have more HP than the feudal eagles, but they're not that fast. 0.96 speed compared to 1.1. And Yo just falling back, taking out the longswords. Not a care in the world. Nicov not able to do much damage with them. But difference of a wheelbarrow would ease up by 3 Vils otherwise. A bit more idle time for Yo, and Nicov does have a kill. And he has managed to, with the longswords, kind of even up the skirm numbers now. 20 to 23. And I start wondering if they transition to the Castle Age. Is Skirm Longsword a viable composition against Eagle Skirm Slinger? Maybe. They're coming in one at a time. Well, that's the thing, though. As long as you're microing the Skirms back, the Longswords are going to just be stuck having to run forward after a much larger group of Skirms. And Nicov is the first one to click up. Even with the food-heavy Longswords, the first one up. What do they cost nowadays? That's going to be the upgrade cost, right? What do longswords cost? They gave them, like, supplies for free, right? They're cheaper now. Talking about the invoices from the garrison in the YouTube live UI? Or from the cartographers, you mean? Raids are removed because they die to skirms. Do they? Food heavy? Or am I saying they are fat? I am saying that they eat their protein and are muscular. But they probably could serve to spend more time on the track rather than the gym so that they're faster. So Nicov will be up first, still being pretty aggressive with his skirms. He's still lower in number. Wait a minute. Are Castle Age two-handed swordsmen to champions useful against Incas when they can go slingers? Let's see what Nicov can do. He will need to think Gambesons in the next armor if he wants to keep fighting elite skirms with the swordsman line. I've seen that enough to know that you do need those upgrades, so elite skirm, bodkin, squire is all clicked. And a monastery, or rather fortified church going up for Nicov. He'll get the relic immediately, and with warrior priest, he'll probably try to take the relics in the middle. Skirms counter everything. How did we get here? Micro, that's how we got here. Micro and high enough population limits that you have enough skirms that you can take the HP away from high HP units. I remember, think about that, knights with bloodlines, or even just knights without bloodlines, 100 hit points. But if you have a 75 pop limit, you're never going to have, like, a group of 50 skirms to two-shot knights and micro them back. I mean, think about that, 75 pop, players have already hit that if you're going on AOK campaign balance. So I don't know how skirms were ever really balanced at that point. Kind of weird how it turned out how 200 pop was the highest you could set in the original game, but even when you could have higher population limits through mods or when the HD edition came out, some people you saw a few like 250 or 300 pop BF lobbies, but 200 is really where stuff kind of settled over the years. Just kind of felt like that was the good amount of stuff you could control. That's like the limit of what actually fits on the map. I mean, maybe like some lag issues correspond to that in the late game too, but it's like that's the number of units that the maps fit. Was AoE2 ranked online pop 75? I don't know if back then they played 75 pop on the zone. I don't know what happened in the early 2000s. I think it very quickly went to 200 though. Curious how terrible a 500 pop limit would be. Hey, in the user patch you could go up to 1000 pop. Imagine that, like 1000 pop with Karambit Warriors. 16,000 of those things running around in one game. So lots of skirms everywhere. Mangonel now for Yo. Not even going to do an eagle transition, just going to stay skirm. And all the skirms coming forward. I don't remember ever seeing like any old or really old AoE2 tournaments that weren't on 200 pop. But I don't know what the culture was like. You'll have to ask Doubt or someone who was around even before Doubt. Maybe Chris if he ever streams again. So 6 relics. Yep, all 6 relics now for Nicov. He collected the ones in the middle and gets the extra relic from that fortified church. And the skirms will keep on skirmishing as that warrior priest debates a bit. Warrior priests could maybe run down mangonels. Before, yeah, Doubt didn't even start from the beginning of AoE 2. He was a couple years later. $1,000 pop for every 4 tournament. I don't think DE supports 1,000 pop. I think it only goes up to 500. It's not as extreme as the user patch was. You can do 500 pop 4v4 BF one day. Maybe just as a show match. And just to see, on like ludicrous size, just to see how awful it would be. I'll give it like a 45-minute treaty, like Game Ranger style. BF 500 pop, ludicrous size, no rush 40. That was always there. Doubt will always be here. Doubt has always been here. So still just skirm wars back and forth. Villager number is pretty similar. Armenians slightly better economy than the Incas. I guess those extra bits of efficiency they get from their lumber camp bonuses are nice. Oh, there's a gold out there. I never realized this map had an extra gold on it. I guess it has 1 extra gold then. Nicov had his meal cut out there mining it. Alright, well, mangonels and skirms from both players. Michi 4v4. Oh. Now you're getting there with the high pop limits. So slightly better eco for Yo. He has wheelbarrow, a couple more vills. Although he is accruing more idle time. Did have the TCs added in just a bit earlier. Nicov is doing his 3rd right now. And now it's a good mangonel war. The vills have to go repair, and this is where really being in tune with your mangonel micro matters. Having the hill for the mangonels can matter too. Mangonels going down for both players. Some nice hits, each clearing 2. Nicov with more mangonels still alive, 4 and 2 more on the way. Is he going double workshop or just... Oh yeah, Nikov's going double workshop mangonels. Yo only on 1 workshop. He doesn't have the production that Nicov has. Gonna knock down that outpost like he's playing William Wallace. And keep sending the mangonels forward. Not being so high level after all these years is more impressive than Viper and Hera win streaks. Yeah, that's what I would say. I feel like Hera has many years to go before he can come close to Viper's win streak. And Doubt's still being, you know, top 10. He's been top 10 ever since he basically started playing. Hill gives you a 25% damage bonus and a 25% damage reduction when you get hit. So yeah, being on the hill does give you an advantage. So Castle War, or Castle Race. Nicov, does he see the castle from Yo? Not yet. Yo will see the castle from Nicov and be aware that it's there. So right now what Yo wants to do is just kind of tie Nicov up in this mangonel war and make sure that Nicov doesn't notice this castle. Oh, Nicov sending the entire village to raise the castle. He's not letting this be denied. He's got 24 vills there. A couple of walls going up. Just, I feel like that maybe hinders his own micro a bit too in the mangonel war, but nevertheless, he'll get the castle up. Yo will get the castle up. Eagle's on the way for Yo, and now the question is, do we see workshops and rams? Do we see petards? The Inca castle looks so much smaller than the Armenian castle. Look at that. Like this is not, these are not the same sized building. It's like this one is maybe a bit too tall in the back. This one is just a bit too short. Oh, I gotta say, this one feels much more secure, even with the rock jutting out of it. Mango Skirm versus Scorpion CA? I feel like Mango Skirm should win that. But then it's more about the mobility and raiding if you go CA. Oh, nice tower up there for Nicov, kind of stopping the Skirms from being able to raid the side of the woodline. Apparently Georgians are taller than Incas? Well, this is Armenians. I'd imagine, though, there are similarities between Armenia and Georgia, though, considering they're right next to each other. Hera play today? Yes, he will be in the next set. Hera versus Leary. Mangonels take out the range. Isn't Hera's streak longer than Viper's now? I mean, Viper basically won everything for like 10 years. Hera's been on top for like 2. I don't think it's really fair to measure like S-tier tournament comparisons, because that wasn't a thing. That was just a thing a couple years ago. Wikipedia was a thing, and then they just like gave rankings to tournaments, kind of arbitrarily. And you've seen Hera losing A-tier tournaments too, so it's not like he has a like completely unbeaten tournament streak. It's just they classify some as S-tier now. Longswords will take out the skirms. And okay, we have a forward castle drop from Yo. Forward from castle from Yo, that will go up. But also 2 workshops there, it could just be rammed down quickly. We'll hit one of Nikov's golds. Nicov going for another TC. Yeah, Viper with the HD. Viper had some crazy HD videos. So Imperial Age for Yo. Okay, Nicov feels like he's taking a bit of a KD lead, has the larger army now, getting composite bowmen out. But now we'll have to deal with Yo's being imp. Oh, and the game is paused. Game is paused. I have a pause from Yo. Okay, brief pause from Yo. Remember Viper joined Deathmatch Tournament with next to 0 experience and winning just because he's Viper? Yeah, there were Deathmatch tournaments back in the day too, and Viper would win them. Viper would win against all the DM players. Sorry, go. Yes, alright. Brief pause. Pause. Finished. And what does the map control look like now for Yo? He still kind of has a gold access, but it is right next to Nikov's castle. As oh gosh, the pause has made everything slow down. Oh, thanks DE Capture Age combo with the pause. Yeah, Nilly was a good DM player for a while. Shame we don't really have DM events. And DM's a lot of fun to play. As long as you get like a good game of DM, sometimes they're over really fast. Okay, the Mangonels microing on the hill. Hill's a nice advantage. Ooh, nice turnaround there for Nicov. Yo's trying to bring his skirms back. Mangonel hits the other Mangonel. Mangonels go for the range, and Yo definitely is in trouble. He will be imp first, but then Nicov will be up to imp 2. They both have castles on each other's faces. I'm still waiting for Nicov just to do a ram push on this castle. But he's lost a lot of farming space. His imp TC is kind of exposed, but at least it doesn't have a castle on it. Ram coming forward for Yo. Wants to go maybe for the fortified church. Yo finding gold in the middle of the map. In that no man's land. Just claiming it so he can start getting some trebs out. And no one went for petards over here, so we'll just be pure trebs from Yo. Don't think he'll have a hill on which to deploy them though. They're upset when they killed DM. I feel like a DM ladder would be a lot more useful than an Empire Wars ladder, honestly. Because Empire Wars is kind of not a thing unless people are playing the Red Bulls. And I do wish Red Bull would go to a 9-bill start. I think it'd be a much more legit tournament then. As Nicov Mangonels his own villager. Okay, skirms go down. Mangonels kill the Vils. That Mangonel's gonna go down to skirms. Now we have Imperial Age skirms with Bracer and Chemistry. Really need Onager to deal with them. Castle Age Mangonels won't cut it anymore. That's gonna stall out Nikov's push a bit. And at the front, Nicov gonna lose that castle as the Trebs get deployed from Yo. At the rear, Nicov has lost all of his relics thanks to Yo's forward castle. Nicov not going for rams in these workshops, and still has not done anything to knock down that castle. The Treb now, one Treb from Yo is just completely obliterated 3 or 4 TCs of Nicov. And he's lost a lot of his space for farms. Right now, Handcart on the way, trying to go Composite Bowman, but Composite Bowman is basically against pure skirms, and right now Nicov does not have a counter to the skirms. Handcart for Yo as well. Nicov doing armor for the Swordsman line. Might think about going back into Swordsman? You can queue Random Map and Empire Wars at the same time. That you can do. Or can you? I thought you could. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I think you can. Handcart denied. Oh, is a Handcart TC denied? Who didn't get it? Yo got it. Nicov didn't get it? Oh no, Nikov's Handcart was denied. Even when he remembers the eco upgrades, he can't get the eco upgrades. So Trebs here from Yo, a bit out of position. Not every day you see Trebs die to skirmishers, but there's at least one going down, and potentially a second if the Composite Bowman attack. Nicov has to deal with the skirms in his own eco, though. And definitely rough not having those relics anymore. Oh, I would love if you could actually just, pick specific maps to queue for. Or not queue for, instead of having like the random ban pick system like they have, but one day maybe they'll redo that. So Gambesons, Arson, Nicov, plate mail armor. He will be going the full longsword line. He needs two-handed swordsman. He doesn't have much food left. He's lost so many farms. I don't know how he'd ever afford to make swordsmen. In the back, he still has a much better KD. He's cleaning up a lot of Yo's skirms. Yo continuing to take a score lead, a bit farther ahead in economy. And counter-trebbing this forward castle now. Monk coming forward for relics. Yeah, the DM market. That's a good old classic one. The market timing for DM is always a tricky thing. So there's finally the ram from Nicov. Skirms will take out one Treb, the ram will take out another, and that'll slow down this push. Yo has a few Vils to repair, but maybe the ram could destroy the Treb, then go for the castle. Maybe another ram could come out of that workshop, and it feels like this castle should go down. With not enough repairs, the ram there too. I think the ram is on level ground. And another Treb shot comes in, and down it goes. Vils just getting to attack the ram so they have something to do, but a wonderful destruction animation on the castle too as the ram is forced away. And Nicov just adding in more TCs to control the wood on the outside. Yo though continuing to push. Yo has managed to grab 3 relics now, and Nicov has gone from having 6 relics to having 0 with 3 on the ground. And he needs to pick them up before Yo gets any more. So Yo adding in infantry upgrades too. Nikov's done the upgrades, but really hasn't been making too many infantry. A few longswords out. But he's probably going to need two-handed swordsman now. At least he has 6 armor, so he'll take 1 damage, but that's 1 damage from a lot of skirms. At this point, two-handed swordsman is more just an HP upgrade than anything. The skirm war. You queue for certain maps, only Arabian Arena would ever be played. And if that's what people want to play, I think that's a pretty big improvement. I miss the Voobly days when I could actually play Arena. Now it's just an endless queue of Alt F4s if you try to play it. So Trebs knocked down by the longswords, and thank you, Gredry, for the follow. Longsword's at least effective at destroying Trebs, and, well, does Yo have an answer to the longswords right now? If Nicov can pump them out, he can deal with the Elite Eagles, as Yo is trying to go Elite Eagle, do the upgrades for them. This is PKAE2, the Skirmore. Gotta love the Skirmore. Nicov gonna do another castle in the back, try to get more Composite Bowmen out. Composite Bowmen should be great against the Eagles. Now the two-handed swordsmen are out. They have 65 hit points, so 5 more than the longswords. Makes them a bit tankier against the skirms. And see, Elite Eagles only 60 hit points, so they'll die to skirms even faster than the longswords, or than the two-handed swordsmen will. What does AoE2 come to when we're talking about how effective skirmishers are against eagles and two-handed swordsmen? And Treb going for the TC. And a forward castle from Yo. Feels like Nicov is still stalling out this push, but Yo has evened up the KD a bit and is now super far ahead in resources collected, and has a bit more map control. What are those relics doing in the middle of nowhere? 1-1 on the relics, but Yo able to pick up 2 more. I love post-imp trash wars. I do too. I like them when they involve more units than just skirms. So castle forward for Yo, but Nicov already trebbing it. I mean, Armenians could also think about adding in Cav. What's their Cav look like? What's their Cav? They missed the final armor upgrade. They missed Hussar. I guess they don't have the best light Cav. I wonder if like light Cav without armor would actually be useful here, because they have bloodlines at least. But Nicov is just going to call the GG, and Yo will take that. Oh, the scoreboard should say best of 7. And Yo will go up 1-0. So, endless skirm war. Incas have the cheaper skirms, so they do kind of prevail there. And I wonder if Nicov just kind of, he opened skirm in feudal, and that led into the skirm war. Even with all the extra relic gold. I wonder if he has a chance to just go for a different opening rather than skirm. Try to go maybe some type of scout or even just men-at-arms swordsman opening. Just kind of force a different unit composition rather than skirm versus skirm, because that's something that the Inca probably just do a bit better because of their discount. You can tell that over time, especially in feudal. Nicov tried to make that swordsman transition, added in the longswords, but they weren't all that effective against the skirms. Yo had enough numbers out by that point with how cheap they were. Just what if it's a house but higher? I mean, to be fair, like the Imperial Age Inca houses look more advanced than their castles do. But yeah, it does give you that house vibes, doesn't it? With the roof. And by the end, Yo, significantly more villagers. Alright, and let's give Yo a point on the scoreboard. And very last pick Incas against a very high picked Armenians from Nicov, so good Civ win from Yo to start things off. And already in the next lobby, still says Crater, haven't picked the next map yet. As he said, he must go for Rams to counter that. Yeah, it felt weird that he had 2 workshops right there. It feels like if he could somehow immediately queue up 2 Rams, he'd take out the castle, and then probably stop all the pressure that was on his base. As he was going to Imp, losing all that farming eco definitely hurt him. Of course, it's hard to just actually get a good feel for the player's ecos though, and if he could have afforded the Rams at that point, from spectating. Yeah, more invoices pouring into my DMs. Lovely. Can make more payments tonight. And hello, Tiger Lord. Main forces with my info replaced, I hope not. Not a single Kamiyuk. Well, that's also kind of the counter to the Rams, right? If you can go Kamiyuks at the castle. The Inca do have a good Ram counter with Kamiyuks. And hello, Radu. So as always, you do one thing, you counter with another thing. So there's so many options, which is what makes the game fun. And the map shall be Northern Isles, okay. So Nika picking one of Yo's home maps. No spectator delay, I'll get started right away. And here we are, we'll have Nicov to the west as the Red Vikings, and Yo to the east as the Blue Berber, or the Blue Bengalis. Oh, sorry, I thought he said Berbers for a second there, but Bengalis. You give T West some glasses. The Bengalis, all right. So healing galleys, good monk rush if they want to go for a landing. The Warriors just Nicov could maybe go longboats and dominate the water with longboats, even without longboats, just with the cheaper galleys. So will there be some landing in play? That's the question. So each player starts with the transport ship. He'll get some scouting. I have a bunch of ibexes in the back here for Yo. Putting up a lumber camp on the wood line. Some interspersed snow and non-snow trees here. Some cosmetic differences there, mixed together. Nicov will just scatter on the back of Yo's base. No player going for a dock yet. But I think that this was originally an Empire Wars map, but on the on the normal start, not the 9-bill start, the normal start, you do have a while before you actually do build the dock. Oop, ooh, Ryback's running around. How good is Yo at water maps? I mean, Yo is he's played water maps for years. I mean, I feel like I've watched Yo play water maps for over 10 years. So I wouldn't really say they're his specialty. It would be the type of map that, like, 10 years ago in 2015, someone like Viper or Jordan would probably pick the water maps against Yo to try to use their micro against him. Not really the type of thing I'd expect Nicov just suddenly to have so much significantly better water micro than Yo that he'd win, like, automatically. And I expect Yo to be a bit more of a macro player. Maybe we go for some landings, some sneaks. And we also do see that by virtue of his going for the back dock. So back dock, longer distance where your fish don't get picked off right away. 9-bill start in cartographers feels so perfect. I really do like the 9-bill start, honestly. It's a pain for map scripting, but I think it works out very nicely. So we'll shoot the ibex. And it's just a good old Ibex push. I wonder, now you got me thinking, in DEs, I guess these are just the DE maps. I wonder if there's room for chickens on a water map. Because then you're forced to mill them instead of pushing the Ibexes in, and that would definitely change your build orders quite a bit. I wonder how that would affect things. Maybe make landings more effective in the Dark Age if you're gonna like drush and disrupt the chickens. I don't know, maybe it could be a cool idea. I play for 1 minute, don't even notice that changes anything in balance or build order. I definitely feel that when I play the 9-vil starts, but it's not like Age of Empires where, I mean, it's not like Empire Wars where I feel like it's a different game. It still feels like it's a normal game of AoE 2. Let's see, more DMs. Sorry, confirming our bases. He's checking the Regicide Rumble maps. Yeah, would people mill chickens or make more fishing ships? That's a good question. Because you still need to get up in time, right? And are the boars and sheep enough to click up fast? What if we didn't put any boars? What if it was, or extra sheep? What if it was just like you start with 2 sheep and then you have chickens and you gotta mill the chickens? Everyone would absolutely hate me for that. Yeah, I think that's a good point too. Like Empire Wars is so different that you need a lot of experience to figure out how to start. Whereas the 9-vil start at least is similar to enough to the 3-vil start. Like we're running the low elo Carto tournament, and I think like even the low elo leagues have adapted to it pretty well. Let's maybe a survey point for them as they finish. How well the lower elo leagues think the 9-vil start worked for them, and how hard was it to adapt? Did Nicov fully wall this? Did Nicov just wall and leave a hole here? Like there's, hold on, I gotta check this. Selected 2. There's a hole behind this palisade, isn't there? Now, I don't think Yo's gonna land, and this might not ever matter, but Nicov, you left the hole there. Okay, well, never mind. Yo will land. He'll land the other side. I need to not use blue on the water maps. It makes it hard to see the players camouflaging with the water. I was thinking Yo would just go straight forward, but no, Yo landing around the back. And this is a Feudal Age landing now, getting the barracks up. And Nicov loses the scout, Dark versus Feudal Age. You love yourself. That's right, if only this were a chicken funnel, then it would make sense. So Nicov successfully gonna wall up in the back. Walls this Vil in to save him. Low HP scout, but even lower HP Vil. And Yo had transported and done a forward dock, and with the forward dock he can go for fire galleys to disrupt the fish. So Yo came to play on this map. He had a plan. He had a great plan. Use the transport to scout the dock location, then go for a landing, forward dock to go fires, and that works out great against the Vikings, who themselves do not have fire galleys. So that's generally how water works, right? You have an initial advantage with fire galleys if you're close to each other. Otherwise, in late Feudal Age, the galley numbers, especially with fletching, overwhelm you. But if you can do a forward dock, you can negate that distance that the Vikings have, and instead do your fires right on their face. And well-executed landing. Nicov will run that Vil back. And this map does give you two or three golds. Yep, 3 golds. And the 2 main golds you have, the 7 tile golds, here, at least for Nicov, are split up. And he has stone on the other side of his island. So tricky thing here is that you cannot actually wall directly to the coast. So there is a tile of wall terrain here, so Nicov can't just go from the house to the shoreline. And there's Yo running through that hole. Oh yes, there's a hole there. Nicov walled up everywhere else. Still don't know if that'll matter. Yo landed the backside, but here come the archers. They will disrupt the berries at least. Maybe 2 sets of chickens instead of boars. Yeah, exactly, Slade. Something like that. Just give you some weird Dark Age mechanics on a water map. And did Nicov overchop here? No, there's a tree there by the market. And needs to avoid overchopping this wood line. 35 wood on that tree. He will pull back now. Archer is still raiding the Vils. And meanwhile, on the front, he is fishing, but he had a second dock, trying to sneak away from the fires, but Yo will find those fish. And both players up to the castle age. Yo about 90 seconds slower, though. Nicov had a fishing ship and running all the way around the map. Yo's chasing that down. And the fishing eco mightily disrupted. Yo ahead and resources collected. And remember, his fire galleys do heal over time, so if Nicov fights and doesn't destroy them, then they heal back up. Vil gonna be whacking his way through that palisade. Low HP scout, so can't really fight Vils. But archers can disrupt the woodline. And now that Nicov is up, he will add in immediately a second TC. And he'll do a workshop, and as the Vikings, will have that free wheelbarrow and handcart combination. The town center going up for Nicov. And that'll be 2 TCs for Vil production for Nicov now. Scorpion coming down. Ooh, get the scout. So wall down just in time for the Scorpion to defend it, and Nicov will look to re-wall that, sending a Vil over. Yo up to the castle age, and still has his Vil forward, full HP. So can look to do a workshop himself, and we'll do a monastery, and war galley on the way for Yo. One thing he could do is just the relic heist. He could send the monk to grab the relic and transport back. On the water now, Nicov will have the option for longboats, and longboats he shall do. One already in the back. Longboats will be great against fires and still good against galleys. So usually you can just dominate the water with longboats in the castle age as the Vikings. So Yo's fishing days may be numbered, but his aggression on land still is there and has given him himself, well, I would say a villager lead, were he not against the Vikings, and that free wheelbarrow and handcart make up for the 5 eco unit difference. 5-0 eco KD so far. I have a monastery going up for Yo. Double monasteries. And Sanctity on the way. Another house going up for him too. As the fire will take out the dock, and longboats are on the way. So once Nicov gets longboats, this could be where he gets to the part of the game that shows why he picked Northern Isles as the map. He might have just looked at the civs and said, hey, I have a huge advantage as Vikings with the longboats. Let's go, even though it's Yo's map. I should win with the longboats. And that was Yo's landing, his attempt to, 1, take out the fish, and 2, disrupt as much of the eco as he could before the longboats get there. And 3, have a forward Vil for pressure so he doesn't need to transport now in the castle age with the longboats out and about. You prefer a mango first? I feel like a mango first is what people would have done 10 years ago. That always would have been a mangonel. But nowadays, people have gotten so good at the Scorpion micro and so good at dodging mangonels that Scorpions just become the play. So forward workshop for Yo, and this is the type of thing you kind of expect from him on the islands maps. YOLO monk rush. Vikings themselves not that great at stopping the monk rush. Look at their stable. They don't have husbandry for their light calf, so they're slower when it comes to picking off the monks. And their own monk tech tree, they don't have redemption, and they don't have sanctity, so no good way of converting the mangonels. They do have heresy and atonement if they want to get into a monk war. But against the siege, their monks are not all that good. And Bengalis have armor on the monks. They'll have all the monk tech trees you could want, other than potentially heresy. Otherwise, all the monk tech trees available in the game they have. Yep, and Redemption is done, and he's going to be converting that Scorpion, and could even go try to convert the Workshop to apply some pressure to it. And there he goes. We'll stand outside the range of the TC, and get the conversion on the Workshop. Scorpion will come over. He can no longer insta-convert by swapping, but you can still swap to go for a conversion. All that Pierce Armor on the Monk will help against the Scorpion. There's the conversion. Ooh, dodges the mangonel. Dance moves on that Monk. Scorpion goes down, but that's a nice conversion. Takes a siege weapon off the field. And now, how did the hole end up on that side with the wall there? Maybe that's when the re-wall happened? I don't know. I guess it must have been turned by a tile, and that's where the breakthrough happened. Anyway, the mangonel going to clear up this wall a bit, make it a bit easier for Yo to move back and forth in micro. Nicov doesn't want to venture too far away from the town center, especially with Redemption. He can't face monks with only one mangonel. And in the back, there's a market going up for Nicov. There's a lot of gold he was floating, and immediately he buys some food. Wait, why did Nicov do a second market? Oh wait, no, never mind, because his first market got converted. Okay, that's why he did it. First market got converted. I looked at the architecture, then I had to really look at it to get the color. And this is where the TC has to be the defense against the monks. It protects the monks, or it forces the monks to be so far away that they can't convert the mangonel. So conversion on the workshop now. Squire's on the way for Yo. This will be 2 mangonels for pressuring the TC. That's a risky farm, kind of forward. And Nicov gonna go for those Viking light cav. No bloodlines, no husbandry. You see the light cav upgrade and maybe the attack upgrades. Not like the Monopoly from having only one marketplace. Wants a conversion of the mangonel. And delete after the dodge. Monks will just heal themselves up. Waste of a mangonel there for Nicov. I mean, the one thing you could do is go double mangonel and try to get a double hit on monks. Kill them in one volley. That's about your only option there if you're going mangonel defense against the monks. Yeah, pikemen now to deal with the light cav. And he can stay far enough inland that the longboats don't do damage. And ooh, that mangonel escaping 1 HP. Yo still has the Vil there to repair. Might want to use 1 monk just to convert the hut, give himself a bit more room to micro the mangonels. The worst thing that can happen is you accidentally right-click the hut, and then you lose the mangonel. And without Sanctity as the Vikings, Nicov has to be extra careful that he doesn't tank a mangonel shot. And meanwhile at home, let's just take a quick look at Yo's eco. He is booming. 3 TC booming. Nothing threatening him. And those walls he didn't even need. He's mining stone, so he might be in a position to transport more Vils and go for a castle eventually. If he sees that he's tying up the longboats over here, thinking about sniping off some monks from Nicov, then maybe he has an option to dock another part of the map and transport more Vils for a castle. Or even just transport to the middle and go for a castle there. As Nicov repairing the TC, but that'll go down pretty soon. And Nikov's plan to dominate the water with longboats may have worked, but at the cost of getting landed and thwarted on the mainland. I wonder if maybe the reaction should have been feudal age scouts or archers from Nicov, and just do whatever he could to pick off the forward Vil to make sure it doesn't get to the monk rush stages. Because the monk rush is really what the Vikings struggle against. And Yo doing a great job with the landing on this map. 1 conversion there. 2 conversions, okay, good conversion luck. And here comes the light cav. Light cav probably will pick off all the mangonels. Pikemen are there. And they will kill some light cav. Monks want conversions. Mangonel is trying to get some hits. Light cav to pick off the mangonel, but Nicov will call the GG. Yo is victorious, and he goes up 2-0, winning on Northern Isles. So, everything worked out according to plan for Yo. First, he docks in the back to have safe fish. Then he transports for a forward dock to disrupt Nikov's fish with fires against the Vikings who don't have their fires, close the distance to stop the galleys, goes for the range and the landing, keeps the Vil alive to go for the monk rush, and once he loses the water to the longboats, doesn't matter because he already has the pressure on the land. So everything worked out perfectly for Yo there. Bengalis for the monk rush, turning the water map into the clan map. 17-6 KD, 5-2 conversions, but it's more just the presence of the monks that the Vikings can't really deal with. Better eco for Yo without all the disruption. Faster castle time for Nicov. He could use it to get the water, but didn't clear the Vil on land. GG for Yo. And hello, Lily. Yes, Hera Leary later. And that'll be set number 2 today. 2-0 for Yo. Winning his home map, Nicov elected to play one of Yo's maps. Let's see if he plays one of his own home maps now. And looks like Arabia will be the map they have selected in the lobby. Yo, top 3 lately with Hera and Leary. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely Hera 1, Leary 2, and Yo Viper 3, 4 in some order. But 5 through 8's a bit more up for grabs. Kato's always there. Sebastian's been playing well. Hart's been playing pretty well. ACCM and Vinch also competing there. And you can never count out Doubt. Yesterday's Larry Masterpiece was 10 out of 10 peak performance. That's true, cringeworthy name. That Treb... Castle Treb? Oh, that was a thing of beauty. They were the massive ad. I'm sorry. You can watch on YouTube for no ads. Alright, so here we have game number 3. We'll have Nicov playing as the red Vietnamese to the south, and Yo as the blue Jurchens to the northeast. The Jurchens. We saw an attempted Fire Lancer Phosphoro Masterpiece yesterday, Hera against MBL. It didn't work out. Will this work? Hello, Solified. Thank you for the raid. We're here seeing what Yo is going to pull out of his hat with the Jurchens. We see Grenadiers. FC Grenadier could be fun. They probably died of Vietnamese archers, though. I would think Fire Lancers died of archers, but these days I think Fire Lancers might kill everything. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. And welcome to the Medieval Masters Semifinals. We have Yo with a 2-0 lead over Nicov, and looming on deck is the matchup between Hera and Leary. And hello Platypus TV, and Vaza, and Mr. Chuckles, and everyone from the raid, welcome. So, okay, Yo. Defending against Nikov's very forward scout. Nicov maybe trying to lame as the Vietnamese. But Yo there, he's not gonna let that happen. And ooh, it is the chicken version of Arabia, and low numbers of chickens. Look at this. You can spawn between, or anywhere from 6 to 8 chickens, and we have the lowest number, 6 chickens. Well, thanks for the raid, Solified. Have a wonderful commitment. I don't even know what's the proper greeting for that, or not a greeting, but so long for someone who has a commitment. Kentucky, enjoy your activity. Enjoy your commitment. You be committed. I was gonna say I love the peach blossom trees. Definitely, it's like these trees. Whoever made them, they get an A, and whoever made those Asian pine trees, they get it. They get an F. You did your homework properly on these trees. There's a few varieties of them. They look nice. Maybe the color palette still feels maybe slightly off from the other trees, but at least they fit. I said commitment like Ali G. I don't know who Ali G is. Oh, look at all the pigs. 10 pigs. So Nicov, as the Vietnamese, did some pig laming. We saw a scout over there hoovering near the boar, but also took the pigs. Also, no, he's not going for the chickens. He's going for the berries instead. With only not even 400 food on the chickens, I guess it's not worth milling them. Ali G. Who is this Ali G? This Ali G person of whom you speak. Oh, it's the Borat guy character. Okay. Okay, long distance chicken hunting from Yo as the Jurchins. They do not decay as the Jurchins, although, to be fair, chickens decay at a very slow rate anyway. You're sending 2 Vils out to hunt them. That's not going to matter too much. He's a campaign hero. I haven't played campaigns in a while. Movie from the 2000. That's why I need a chat. Chat helps me stay cultured. Yeah, the mod didn't make the trees smaller. I had to go and play around with the trees and the mod files. Because I don't make the, there's bamboo here. I don't make the bamboo smaller in my own mod. I have a mod called Small Trees Normal Bamboo. Where the bamboo and the bushes, I don't make them small because then they become ultra small. And hard to click. But I had to play around. I grabbed the stump and the felled tree graphics of the Bobab trees and added them in too, so those aren't huge anymore. So up to feudal, and I still have no idea what to expect from the Jurchins. I'd love to analyze the Civ matchup, but this is just completely new territory for me. I'd imagine they go scouts because they do have 20% faster attacking mounted units, which includes their scouts. But other than that, what the follow-up is other than potential Fire Lancers, I don't know. If you look at their tech tree, where's their archers? They don't have Arbs, and they don't have Thumb Ring, and they don't have Parthian tactics. At least they do have Heavy Cav Archer, but probably not going to go for a range, or at least wouldn't want to. Could go Skirms, I guess. And yeah, it was immediately a stable, and Yo having trouble clicking the palisades near that stone mine. Look at the stable up, though. Is this best of 7? Yes, indeed, best of 7. Mod with small trees and shadows, or the identical pine trees. I know a lot of people use that one. I still do like the cubes. I think they're really cute. I could never play with them myself, but I do like them. So still long distance chicken taking from Yo. It's like Orlin with LOTR all over again over the Star Wars he never watched. There were definitely movies out there that I've never watched. But I did kind of expand on that. I did at least finally watch Jurassic Park a while ago. Oh, there it is. There's the Asian pine tree, the ugliest tree in the game. What is this? Look away, look away. Oh, they're everywhere now. No. Anyway, so scouts from Yo. Nicov just full walling, doing some scouts himself. His scouts, compared to the Jurchins scouts, the Jurchins will have bloodlines, they will have husbandry, and they will have steppe lancers. So no knights from the Jurchins. The Vietnamese themselves will have knights, and they will have elephants. But elephants could even be an option here. I don't know. I've never actually seen elephants versus steppe lancers. I don't know how much of an option the steppe lancers have to out-micro the elephants. Maybe that actually could work for the steppies. The phosphor building mod is cute. I could never play with that, but I can appreciate how cute it is. I could imagine if there was like slightly textured and at least like raised a bit. Only psychopaths play with this mod. We're all psychopaths on the inside. It's like that time back in college. I asked the IT department if we could use the colored printer, and they said we had to be reasonable. And then our professor was like, we wouldn't be mathematicians if we were reasonable. And then that evening, I used the colored printer. And I printed several hundred pages from the colored printer of diagrams in color. And shadows for clickability could be interesting. I did have the clickable felled trees mod where I tried to clean up some of the leaves in the graphics and make them easier to click. Keep them all inside their own bounding box at least. So Nicov gets in, picks a villager. Picks a villager, going to delay the range for now. 3 scouts hoovering around. So 3 scouts to 5. Yo investing a bit more into the scouts. I'll slow down his castle age just a bit more than Nicov will. And it feels like Nicov going to add in a range and just be content to go to the castle age. So steppe lancers will attack faster with the Jurchins. That could be interesting. Installed a mod of villagers screaming when attacked. It's so loud that you'd rather use Town Bell than hear that sound. Town Bell. It could definitely be used for some nightmarish sounds, but we never ring it. We never ring it, at least. A spear coming around. Could maybe poke the scouts. Ooh, quick wall there to redirect the scouts. Yo could just trap the scouts by walling them in there now. Actually, that could have been a thing. Like, you wall them in, and you put the scout through the spear through their TC to get over here faster. And then you just try to trap the scouts with your spears. Scouts will go for vills. Scouts are low on HP. One scout goes down. Nicov not able to get any vills. And he gets poked by the spear. Nicov stops microing and will lose all 3 scouts. Alright. So, Yo not able to find damage, but he's able to defend himself. No more scouts for Nicov as he goes for an archer transition. Very compactly walled is Nicov. Slightly ahead in res collected. Taking advantage of those cheaper Vietnamese eco upgrades, there is no horse collar for Yo, but Nicov has had it. A Wilhelm scream for villagers. That would be something else. So blacksmith going up for Nicov. Scouts will be hitting the house. Spears come over. Archers will try to fend the spears away. Funny mods make the game more lively. Isn't there like a T90 voice mod where he did all the sounds? And then there was a problem because it kept turning itself back on for him, even when he'd unsubscribed to it. And be able to. So Castle Age on the way. And Nicov first to click up. Yo, almost there. Nicov did manage to add in wheelbarrow. So if you can use quick and early wheelbarrow paying off for him. 5 archers, delete some palisades. He's going to try to move forward. Or will he? Yes, he will. More archers on the way behind this. Yo forward with an archer, so he has done a range transition himself, going scouts plus archers, not just scouts plus skirms. And he will be almost fully walled. Ooh, look at this. Where that villager chopping a tree instead of building a wall? He needs to finish the 1 tile of walls he has here and there. Red Phosphoro. Not for the buildings mod, that's what stands out to you, not the build orders. The buildings mods. So some chickens still outside. Archer. 1 archer from Yo. Gonna try to buy himself some time so we can re-wall this. That should be walled. I think that tree and the house are adjacent to each other. He's gonna pull the Vil back in time. Just as the archers hit castle, crossbow, and bodkin on the way. I draw the game on a piece of paper and do cutouts. Alright, so scouts here from Yo, gonna find the archers and pick them off right before they become crossbows, a few archers going down. So nice timing on that attack. Nicov manages to micro away and save some of them though. Yo will try to save the scout on 4 HP. Not able to bring the bear into the fight. But he's up himself, fletching and Castle Age on the way, and he's swapping over to skirms. He will be swapping over to double range skirms. Rock, paper, scissors, am I right? I mean, AoE 2, right? It's like... What, it's like spearmen, knights, crossbows? That's kind of like rock, paper, scissors. Add in monks and mangonels, then it's like rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. So skirms keep the cav archer away. And okay, Yo going for a TC, but Nicov right there with the crossbows. He had scattered that gold in the wood line and been prepared for Yo to head there with a TC. Yo has a large enough village out there that he'll be able to raise the TC, but still going to take some damage from the crossbows. Be a bit annoying. Actually, never mind. Nicov coming over with the Cav Archers, and now maybe this TC gets denied. Another Cav Archer on the way, and Yo has to run. He committed a lot to that TC. Can't delete it now. Vills start to be picked off. And this is a good spot for Nicov to attack. Does the advantage differ if the hill is small or big? Nope. A hill is a hill, no matter how tall. It's 25%, regardless of how high up on the hill you are. That's a leather archer armor on the way. And university going up for Nicov. Gravity has diminishing returns. Hello, Influenza. Always lovely to see Influenza around. He's a man with good opinions about AoE too. Having Vietnamese means Nicov will get his eco upgrades on time for a change? Maybe. He is doing them all now. He does have handcart. So it goes from Vikings to Vietnamese, the two wheelbarrow handcart early civs. Crossbow goes down. And Mangonel pressure going to be breaking through the stable. Ballistics on the way for Nicov, and he does have a good mass of Vietnamese Cav Archers now. What does Yo do against this with the Jurchens? I don't know. He's going to finish his second TC. But Nicov with a really nice eco lead, handcart, and 3 villagers. Bloodline's on the way. He's going to stay 1 TC and push. There's going to be a 1 TC with a great economy. We'll need a way to deal with skirms, the nemesis of everything in AoE 2, the skirmisher. If you're on a cliff, you still deal the 25% extra damage, but still take 100%. Yep, the cliff is like a one-sided hill. You'll deal bonus damage, but there's no reduction if you're up cliff, I guess, and get hit. So here we have a rocket cart for Yo. Gets hit on the mangonels, but doesn't quite destroy them. Forward Repairville there for Nicov. And gold is on that hill forward as Yo's adding in ballistics. At least Yo has a TC on the back gold. Cav Archers can start to hoover in, as Yo will do his own Cav Archers. And that's the answer to Cav Archers, your own Cav Archers. Nicov trying to micro some crossbows, he'll likely lose them to the skirms. But now Yo's in the tricky position where the skirms are kind of on the opposite side of the mangonels from his eco. And he might need to delete some walls to get them back, but that always requires just the annoyance of deleting the walls. Mangonel hitting the other mangonel. Ooh, some dodges. Rocket cart goes down. Slows down the villager work rate when they lose HP, so you have to heal them up. That's one of those things that, I probably wouldn't want to see that in the normal game, but could be interesting for some type of community game. Always fun to experiment with stuff like that. Ooh, nice mangonel shot from Nicov on the skirms. And Nicov still with that Vil lead with wheelbarrow and handcart. Yo still doesn't even have horse collar. I think these mangonels might be downhill from the range, not sure though. That's another thing Capture Age could maybe tell, the elevation for us. Or maybe I select 2 units and it tells us which is which. Oh, I can't select a unit and a building. I can select 2 units though. That's the things we learn. And the Rangeley Mangonel down. Is horse collar really that necessary? Well, it depends on your unit composition. If you're going very heavy for a food unit, then you really do want it because you're making a lot of farms. If you're not making as many farms, maybe going for an archer unit, then it's not as necessary. That's the thing about every Age of Empires question. The answer always is, it depends. A bit of a hole in that wood line now, but Cav Archers will come over, clean this up. Nicov still has a good eco lead. And yeah, 3k res collected ahead. Sooner or later, that'll manifest itself in an actual army number lead. But right now, Yo just going for the cheap skirms. And since they counter Nikov's gold unit, Nicov hasn't really been able to push in. But as soon as Nicov has the comfort to make a swap, then he can probably make a good push. Can't be that necessary if Phosphor never gets it? That's true. I mean, there are different playstyles where different upgrades are more necessary than others. So a rocket cart here for Yo. As Vil looks maybe to repair the mangonels. And skirms will hit the bear. Outpost, ooh, Vil will go down. While the horses still run around. First dead Vil, first dead Vil. Indeed, 4-1 Eco KD. And I'm always impressed by how aggressive the players have been with their armies, and it's only 4-1 Eco KD. Players are so good at keeping their Vils alive. So Elite Skirm on the way for Nicov. So both players going Cav Archer, Skirm, and Mangonel / Rocket Cart. Couple of nice Mangonel hits there from Nicov. Yo not quite paying attention. Yo loses all of his Cav Archers. And didn't have his Rocket Cart there when Nicov had the Mangonels. So Outpost not going to go up for Nicov. We'll pick some Step Lancers though. So Yo trying to add Step Lancers. Don't think they do much against the range units though. Vietnamese Cav Archers continuing to prove scary. A castle from Nicov go forward or not? He does have stone for a castle. All depends on whether he feels like he has the map control. If he takes out 2 rocket carts, then might as well go for it, right? And he will take both of them out. 3rd rocket cart on the way. Not going to engage with the skirms though. And with all the rocket carts, probably just have to go at home. What, 3 TCs for Nicov. I mean, a great spot for it even would be on this hill, right? Because that protects his gold and still lets him pressure. Yo puts this TC in Treb range when he gets Imp, controls the middle of the map. I love this hill as a castle spot. And he has the mangonels that he probably can get there. He has the stone now. And yeah, there he goes, right on that hill. So castle leading to Imp most likely. And he gets the castle, by the time he gets it up, he'll be close to Imp. He's up by 20 Vils. Should have a much better Imp timing, even if Yo were to use the market like a madman. Now he just needs to make sure it doesn't get 1 hit by the rocket cart. And I think he avoided that. I mean, those rocket carts feel super fragile to the Cav Archers, but then again, Nikov's taking some good hits from uphill. I guess less HP from the Mangonel, and the same Pierce Armor means Cav Archers are just more effective. Fewer arrows to destroy. Ooh, that was a good Mangonel shot. You could tell Yo needed to sidestep but didn't. Rocket cart coming forward. But gets picked off. Those Cav Archers have been great at picking off the rocket carts. That's why you see Scorpions against Cav Archers. 1 more Pierce Armor cuts the damage in half. 6 versus 7 Pierce Armor against 8 attack makes an absolutely huge difference. And there's the castle. And if Nicov wants to, he can go into Rattan Archers now instead of Cav Archers. What did the Jurchens do now? I still don't know. Nicov clicks Imp and has food to go Imp again afterwards. Husbandry on the way. There was a time Vietnamese didn't get that, but they've had Husbandry for a while now. The University on the way. And a couple of Cav Archers from Yo running around, but Nicov will chase, or Nicov will write a message to Nilly about the pathfinding. Now he'll chase. The Wheelbarrow Imperial Age on the way. These Cav Archers gonna do a lot of damage from how far into the eco they got. I'll pick up a Vill or 2. And down they go. Down they go. And hello, Chicho. How you doing? I've been pretty well. So range is going up for Yo, trying to go, what, more skirms? He's up to Imp too, but around a minute slower. And doesn't have a castle for his own tribs. Do the Jurchens have bombard cannons? Siege, yes they do, yes they do. Mangonel working on the TC. Ooh, this is where Nicov needs to be slightly to the side so he's on the hill. But he's going to work on collecting the relics now. Has 2 already, 3rd on the way. And Yo is going to be doing his own castle at home. I might want to see that castle slightly more forward so it has the hill. Here Nicov can immediately start trebbing it from his own hill. Is there siege engineers? Yes, and it's super cheap. So, ooh, maybe, because it's available in age early, right? In the castle age. And it's much cheaper. So it's something you could do on your way up to Imp even before engaging in the Treb War. That could be an interesting idea. Mangonel coming forward. And hitting the TC. Is this the only match today? Nope, we have Hera versus Lyria afterwards. And as Nicov hits Imp, Yo calls the GG. I still don't know what Yo had planned to do with the Jurchens, but whatever it was, it didn't work out. Nicov, right from the start of the game, forward with the scout, we saw him with all those pigs he managed to lame. Stayed ever so slightly ahead of Yo the entire game, turned that slight lead into a larger lead over time. And just a very, very meta game of Age of Empires played by Nicov. He won and gets himself on the scoreboard now. Much better eco by the end, and he will prolong this set. 130 to 98 Vils. And that puts him on the scoreboard. Winning Arabia, Yo will pick the next map. And that's against the Jurchens. Nicov wins with the Vietnamese. Same slot in the draft for both of them. And don't have the lobby up yet. And again, as Timundo had just asked in the YouTube chat, remember we do have Hera versus Lyria as our second set today in the other semifinals. Yes, indeed. Semifinals today, then third place and finals tomorrow. Orlu understands the joke I sent him in our DMs now. Oh boy, Orlu. So thank you again, Solified, for the raid during that set, or during that game. And here we are. Next game launching, it'll be 4 Lakes. And where is Capture Age? Reopen this. Here we go. So, snowy version of Capture Age. Get your sunglasses out, as we'll have Nicov playing to the northwest as the Red Huns, and Yo playing to the southeast as the Blue Wu. What do the Huns do against Jin swordsmen? I have no idea. I guess it has to be knights. Then monks come, and then the Huns die. I've seen Japanese cav archers attempted before, and that doesn't work. I don't think the Hun cav archers will fare much better. Again, the Jin swordsmen, what the Wu make from their barracks in the Castle Age. I'll see that here. Where is it? Do we see that on the infantry line? It doesn't even show it in Capture Age. They have the Jin swordsmen. There we go. They are essentially the Huskarl. They have a ton of pierce armor. And they're like the Eagle Warrior. They have the Shock Infantry armor class, the same armor class that the Eagle Warriors have, that infantry have to get all their attack bonus against them. But I don't think Hun longswords are going to be the play for Nicov. Could they? They don't have gambesons. So yeah, I don't think Hun longswords to counter them are going to be on the table. Huns can amass cav archers faster, that's true. And I mean, we did spend game 1 talking about how effective skirms are against longswords and eagles once they're amassed. So maybe there is a play where Nicov gets enough cav archers that he can deal with the Jin swordsmen. Well, that's still going to be rough. Again, this version of 4 Lakes has a ton of fish in the lakes compared to the versions across we see in other tournaments. Usually around 16, here exactly 16 deep fish in each of these lakes. We use 8 fish in the versions for TTL and Hidden Cup, and probably some other tournaments too. Huns at least have good... Yeah, this way, Huns do have faster working stables, right? And they will have full upgrades for the Castle Age Knights. I mean, so maybe some type of devotion monk plus knight play could work. I did see Yo successfully defend a Jin swordsman once as Koreans with a guard tower plus monk, but that was a different situation where it was an islands map with a landing, and just on a straight land map you can probably get a bit more force in your push. AOK was always 200 pop in ranked as a standard. Hello, Budphone. Been playing since 1999. Nice. You must be behind in the YouTube video. Watching from the beginning. That's the thing about YouTube videos, since you can rewind in the players, people are going to be at different states in the video when they chat. And maybe Budphone in another hour or so, he'll be watching another 90 minutes and be like, oh, T-West has responded to my comment finally. Is Wu the OP new civ? I don't know. Well, the Khitans were the OP new civ. And hello, Pipa. How you doing? Or Piper, however I say that. I'm not sure if it's a short or a long I, but hello. You're in the chat all the time. Oh, and Jim, yeah, the chat can check the chat status of other viewers by asking them in the chat. Yeah, so the Khitans were the OP new civ with the pastures that they had, but the Wu have been amazing on hybrid maps with the Jin swordsmen. And what is the... Otherwise, they also do have 65 food every time they build a dock, and when they build a barracks. So they're great for doing that men-at-arms plus dock fish boom on the hybrid maps. And even if they want to send a Vilfor for a dock, they'll still get extra food from building the dock. The Lumen Feudal Age on the way. Okay, yeah, Budphone watched from the beginning. Oh yeah, and their infantry heals, right? Their infantry heals, so that men-at-arms opening is still great because of the healing. The first pronunciation, okay, so a short I. full castle flood of knights in CA that trades military for vills aggressively. That's the thing, the Gen swordsmen are in your base so quickly that it's hard to do that full flood. They also have redemption for their monks. And looking at the map for Nicov, this is an awful map in terms of the gold. His woodline's in the back, and you can wall that up and be safe, but those golds are going to be hard to deal with. He loses control of the golds, and then he just probably loses the game. He has an extra gold over here, and an extra gold down here. Maybe that could be useful if he sneaks to them. And I'm sure Yo will be aware of those too. Yep, he's scattered all the golds, and he'll have a forward vill to do a dock on this lake. Nicov is up 2 vills faster, and he will go scouts, and he does have a second dock on another pond. Interesting, I wonder how many fishing ships he invests in here. If this is just a don't fight over the water, lose it, but do your fish on another pond situation, maybe that could work. He's doing an outpost just to try to get more vision of this pond. Spending some stone there. So he has both ponds docked, and Yo I don't think has scouted that. No, he hasn't scouted the dock on the northern pond. He will be here with some militia. This is where you have to be careful on the map, since you're going so heavily onto wood. You don't have as many vills under the TC, and, I mean, militia could try just to dive, especially once they get men-at-arms and get a bit more HP. So Nicov just going to wall up right to the corners of the TC. They still could dive underneath, but then there's some quick wall potential. And Nicov going to outpost his golds to try to get more vision there. At the same time, well, oh, look, a bit more food from that dock. Nicov still none the wiser as to the presence of that forward dock. And out of the darkness, some fire galleys will spring onto his fishing ships. He's adding more fish here, which is a big risk. And now that Vill's going to do a forward archery range, so Yo going YOLO forward. T90. T90's casted on his channel. The final is tomorrow. Although maybe some people would say Hera Leary, which is our second set today, might be the real final. So men-at-arms breaking through. Fire galley here for Nicov. He's still making more fishing ships. And that's a risk on this pond. He needs the fish on the other pond. And not doing a fire yet. His Vill will die as the fire comes from the back. Now he doesn't have a repair Vill, so Yo will probably win this pond easily. He has to garrison the fishing ship. And Nicov not even going to bother going for fires here. Yo will get a second fire. And Nicov will just stay inside the dock. Well, with the fishing ship inside the dock, he'll at least maybe debate Yo and not show him how invested he is on the water. There is indeed a tree behind that palisade, so Yo won't break in by attacking it. Nikov's repairing it, though. Palisade doesn't matter for either player, but might as well keep it up if you're Nicov. On the other side, some scouts getting in, and they will hit a Vill on the gold. Nicov has been going scouts. Does have a couple of them forward, but trades one scout for a Vill. A spear defense from Yo. Nicov not running the scouts. Ooh, okay, takes a poke. That's something I noticed when I watch Hera. Even if his scouts pause for a second, they never pause long enough for spears to catch up. He's always moving them. And that's what I felt the few times I've played against him, too. You feel like you're almost there, you're going to get the poke on the scouts, but nope, he runs them away. So Archer coming forward over the wood line, shooting at the Vills. After a wall behind the palisades. 2 archers there. No fletching yet, and Nicov just going to defend with his own archers. I'll force that away for now. And Nikov's still fishing on this pond for a while, despite the fires. We'll lose all the fish by the time he gets 2 fires of his own out. Well, then could maybe try to fight, but still has to deal with the Repairville. On the north, Scout will see the docking over here. With 2 docks and outposts all over, Nicov will be aware if Yo tries to do a dock here, so he will not be caught off guard. He could easily react. But tower on the gold, range forward, and Nicov so far doing, I think, a really good job defending with what little map he has. What is my elo? Last I was playing actively, I was around 1900. I haven't played in a while, though, so I need to become accustomed to the new civs, just to play against them. Speaking to Future Twest, you've played for 26 years. You were quite well known on AoE 3. Ah, okay. I didn't play much AoE 3. But I always felt AoE 3 was kind of an interesting concept. And why is T90 is the best of the casters? I think so. I've never actually played against Mem, so I don't know how we'd compare. And of course, 1v1 Elo doesn't measure everything, right? Like, Mem has definitely played a lot more, like, 4v4 Black Forest than I have. And okay, Yo going for the dock, and Nicov will spot that, and he's sending a Vill over to fight. Yo is not walled in his villager, and Nicov will get the first hit, the first stab on the villager, and we'll try to keep the Vill away from the dock. We'll do a gate, nice gate from Nicov, that'll trap the Vill against the fire. Yo won't get the forward dock up, and Nicov will keep the pond secure. Nicely done from Nicov, but Yo up to the Castle Age. Nicov still feudal with the Huns. And oh no, Nicov in desperation throwing up a market. That fishing economy being disrupted definitely put him behind. Yo, looking at the res collected, pretty similar to Nicov, but Nicov has been spending resources on the scouts. Spending on the archers. And now it's Jin Swordsman time. Double barracks Jin Swordsman for Yo. How do you fight that in the feudal age? I don't think you can. Double stable... Triple stable for Nicov, and he's just gonna try to go click up to the Castle Age and then go triple stable knights. He will wall fully. Have to avoid over chopping. As the men-at-arms come in, but there are archers there to defend and stop this. And at least there's a tower up for Nicov. 5 stone left, so no more defensive towers. And these Jin swordsmen will have 6 pierce armor. They will laugh in the face of those archers if they try to attack. And, I mean, 20 HP per minute they'll heal. They might even out-heal the archers. And, well, are we going to see a forward workshop? Oh, the forward workshop already is there. Battering rams for Yo. And he will just batter his way on in. Bloodlines for Nicov. He's going to try to do maybe the blacksmith upgrades on his way up. Does he have the fishing eco? He has reclaimed his pond. Does Hera cast? I did cast a couple games with Hera when he did the Champions Invitational. Is that like 1 or 2 years ago at this point? Oh no, Jin Swordsman in the Ram. Ram going forward for the stables. And okay, 4th and 5th stable. Nicov saying, okay, this stable will go down. I'll just try to stabilize behind it. 2 more stables. And Nicov, his only option is to get out as many knights as he can pump in a short time, and he's not even going to get there. There's a GG. And with the Wu, Yo takes a 3-1 lead. Wu have been OP on hybrid maps. The Jin Swordsman, there's just no counter to it. I feel like every time I've seen it, it's worked, other than that one time Yo defended it on Northern Isles. But then that's also guard towers with the Koreans, which are good defense, so... The Wu have been OP. I think the key, though, is just Nicov not scouting this dock and not fighting on the pond. He lost his repair villa for free and then lost like 5 or 6 fishing ships there. If he keeps those fish alive, then, I mean, he maybe gets up to the Castle Age competitively with Yo and then can go for knights. But if you're a feudal against this unit, nothing you can do. Yeah, he didn't stabilize. No, he didn't. And that's 3-1 for Yo, puts him 1 win away from the finals, as Nicov will lose 4 lakes and have 1 home map left. I would like to see Arena, and that could be Bohemians Portuguese on Arena. Huns picked well before the Wu. I wonder why players aren't going for Wu on hybrid maps the way I'd anticipate them. They've been amazing from everything I've seen. I think they'd be a very early pick. Hera versus Lyri soon. Or, you know, maybe not soon if Nicov can pull a comeback. Hera versus Yo, or Hera versus Lyri, depends on the brackets. Yeah, Jin swordsmen are very OP. And I've been told it's indeed like Jian with like an N sound, not Jian with an on sound. Still relying on chat to teach me the pronunciations. Yeah, we'll have home advantage for the Lingguan Cup. Hera will be jet lagged. I mean, Hera for the garrison, Hera was sick. Like he didn't get his bag in time, so he didn't have clothes for a couple days. Like everything possibly wrong that could have gone wrong did go wrong for Hera, and he still managed to win. So I don't know if jet lag's enough. Archer gets full attacks, and not in the Castle Age. In the Castle Age, the Gen Swordsmen still take 1 damage. Maybe an Imp, but it's more that Castle Age and the timing you get from the Gen Swordsman. Alright, and it will be Arena. Bohemians against Teutons. Yo, going for the Teutons, and he might be tower rushing. This is 1,080 hit points, and it is chickens. Will we see funnels? Will we see funnels? All perfect spot for a funnel there for Yo by the stone. You just do like a diagonal gate there, then a couple more palisades to the wall, and then even a straggler you can use to go to the TC. I hope Yo funnels. Elephants, so much extra food from the elephants on Arena too. Alright, this is funnel time. Also, I made the lush bamboo small and I left the bamboo normal, and I think these blend together really well now. Much better than when they're both large or both small. Is the same vowel as in dress. Oh yeah, I was told Jian rhymes with pen. And I think I do still pronounce the I as part of another syllable, like not Jen, but Jian, so it's 2 syllables with the emphasis on the N. But I could still use some maybe corrections there. Anyway, so stone and gold for he's doing it. He's going for the funnel. He will be funneling. I would have done diagonal gate because I think it's easier to push the chickens with the diagonal, but he'll just go double gate funnel there. Let's go. Let's go, Yo, with the funnel. Came to funnel chickens in lower boar and you're all out of boar? Well, that's true. There are elephants, no boar. And it's funnel time. Oh, already a chicken walking around the funnel. Look at it go. Look at it go. Oh, is that a second chicken? Oh, he doesn't know how to walk around the funnel. He's going both ways. Oh, pushing him. Nicov gonna funnel? Oh, his chickens are by the wall too. He'd have a nice funnel. Is Nicov gonna have any fun with funnels? I don't know. He might just mill them. Yo playing. Yo playing like he's gonna make it to the finals with the funnel. Jen to use English letters. Jen. Well, this is like one long syllable then. So he's trying to use the funnel, but he can't quite get the chickens to run across. This is why I think the diagonal gates are much easier to use for the funnels. Because then the one tile chicken push. Like here they don't go one tile. You can't push it directly into the gate. You got to get it to the corner and then push it around. Okay, one chicken's walking though. When they take their individual walk, sometimes they go more than a tile. Gonna make him a funnel he can't refuse. You gotta get all your funnel puns in the chat. Okay, right there, push it across the corner, Yo. Oh, he did it. Yes, there it goes. There's the chicken. I'm gonna have to make a video about the funnels and how players use them correctly or incorrectly. And maybe I'll just shoot a couple of Rex to Phosphoro to get his advice. Yeah. I'll do the good old save and load to create a restore state myself and show how to do it. Jian is sword in Chinese. Oh, so they are literally the swordsmen. Oh, that is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Yo, scout right here. Scout there. Okay, yeah, you got it. Right there. It's gonna push. Goes across. There it goes. More specifically, it's a straight double-edged sword. So, specific type of sword. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. The double swordsman. Yeah, we need the dual wielding swordsman at some point. I guess that's what the karambits are, right? They have 2 knives. Oh, okay, the chickens. Yo, oh, this is beautiful. Oh, the chickens walking their way under the TC. Oh, perfect. Yo definitely gets a twist point for this. So the swordsman squared. I'll have to make a video. Now you can delete everything now the chicken's walking, but... Or is it walking? Might not be walking. I'll have to, like, pro players use Phosphoro's funnel. Naming a unit swordsman still makes more sense than putting the 3 kingdoms in AoE2. David, you are savage. Do I feel like it should be patched? I have no idea, but honestly, I'm just enjoying it. I mean, if you think about it, like deer pushing and boar luring were never intended in the first place. And so, I mean, chicken funnels, personally, I'm okay with it. I don't know if they patch it, but I'm glad it at least has existed. It's just, I feel like the funnel is just AoE 2 fighting back against all the changes they've tried to make to it. And give us some classic AoE 2. Burrowing was intended? Now, burrowing was just a result of a bug. When Scripter fixed some completely seemingly unrelated bug once, it broke burrowing. So there were some bugs where towers didn't hit units correctly because it was needed for burrowing to work. You can hear if you look in the original game's audio files, there are some unused audio clips from the William Wallace campaign where some voice actor before the real voice acting attempts to tell you how to hunt the boar. Yo, you push the chicken diagonally, not into the gate. You gotta push it diagonally. That chicken's been annoying him the entire time. He's just gonna try to push it in long distance, take it with Vils. Good enough. If you're going overboard at the last chicken. Well, he's still up first, so he can still scout the middle. If you look at the relics, there are 1, 2, 3 right between the players, another in the middle of the map, and then another off to the side. So very balanced relics. Lots of chickens scattered throughout the middle. 8 to 9 TCs in Castle Age with armies of 80 to 100 skirms. Well, the skirm armies haven't changed, that's for sure. We got them scouting. That's arena, you don't gotta scout. Have a stable opening for Nicov. I'm surprised Yo didn't trush with the Teutons. Maybe he's gonna monk rush? Yeah, with 4 on gold, this feels like a monk rush with the Teutons. They will have that innate conversion resistance, so that will maybe make it difficult if Nicov wants to go monks in defense. You like Teutons in this Civ matchup. Oh, Bohemians are usually one of the very first picks on Arena. We see lots of Bohemians-Burgundians matchups on both Arena and Fortress. Teutons could be picked for the trushing, but if they're not trushing, I don't know exactly what they're going to do. Would have loved if Yo had trushed and Nicov had drushed. I have seen that a couple of times, but Yo not going for the trush. Lots of tigers in the middle on this map too, so that is a bit discouraging for the trush, but also discouraging for the monk rush. Imagine Phosphoro finding a way to become 2k6 plus with unorthodox tactics and terrorizing pros in tournaments. I don't know how great, like, the very specialized Phosphoro builds do in tournaments when we have lots of hybrid maps and Civ drafting. But he definitely can take games from Slam or other, like, really high-level players. They're obviously for Elite Teutonic Knight, yes. Okay, Vill's gonna wall themselves in with houses, make sure the scouts don't get to them, and then they can delete palisades or house foundations and go for monasteries. And honestly, not even build the houses there, just leave the Vills idle, and you can do the monasteries. So there is a delete and 1 monastery. And Nicov can keep the scout here and just prevent another monastery. Although Yo can try to do it over a diagonal where the scout isn't. Although I think Nicov needs to keep the scout here because the chickens might prevent the monastery there, and yeah, the diagonal monastery. So nice job from Yo to wall the vills in. Perfect against the scouts. You should never lose forward vills against scouts as long as your quick walls are in time. And he is very much were in time. It'd be fun in Hidden Cup. You can go to Hidden Cup and pretend to be Phosphoro. That could be fun. So Yo will lose his scout. Inevitably, Nicov will run it down. As it turns, down it goes. And now double monastery monks, and with a bit of a pocket. If the monks fit on the inside, they could convert and keep the scouts away. They have to fit, though. Yeah, you didn't miss Teutons this time. Around the monastery is more monks on the way. Sanctity there. Was there just an X there for a second? I don't know what that was. Weird capture rate thing. Yep, monk on the inside, so that'll force the scouts away. And they delete so the monk can grab the relic. And now will we see a workshop? Double monks. Oh, the monk never stopped converting. The monk never stopped converting. And will it get the conversion? It will. But the scouts will hoover around the monks in time. 2 conversions, though. 2 conversions. That's actually great. I'd trade 2 monks for 2 scout conversions. The scouts are more expensive than monks, honestly, with the food costs. So more monks on the way for Yo. Sanctity on the way, too. A bit of a gamble to delete the wall, but I think it paid off for him. Yeah, players could also ban like the phosphor sieves in the drafting, right? So that also comes into play. Nice quick wall from Yo. Keeping the scouts away. I don't want to step on the patio or the walkway there on those stones. Staying away from the house. And now Squire's on the way also for Yo. Light Cav and Bowsaw on the way for Nicov. And we'll have a university going up for Nicov. Quick-walled monks seem like an underused tactics. You always see it at the start on the... you'll see that like the back-to-back monasteries with walls as a monk rush. That's been a tactic for years. Keeps you safe from scouts. Question is always, at what timing do you add the barracks versus the workshop if you're against scouts? Because you do need the spears eventually. But once you get a good number of spears out, then scouts don't want to dive monks and risk being converted and poked at the same time. Devotion does help, but we're going to have Fervor first for Nicov. And he'll go for a university. Ooh, now this! The university for Nicov. He's staying 1 TC. Is this going to be Imperial Age, or is this going to be Chemistry? Now, there's an archer. He's doing it. Okay, 1 defense against the monks that can work really well is Castle Age Hand Cannoneers. You need a good number of them. But once they're amassed, they have the range and the stomping power to snipe off monks from afar and do a really good job of it. I love this from Nicov. If the monk pressure comes in fast enough, Chemistry is expensive and you can still hit before the hand cannons come in. But hand cannoneers are great at sniping off both monks and mangonels. And we'll see how well Nicov can pull this off. Managing the eco is tough. Loom, Chemistry, and hand cannoneers are expensive, especially after opening scouts. But if the scouts can delay the monk push just enough, then he can start getting hand cannons. So not going to be a monk war. Going to be hand cannoneers. Chemistry just about done, and we'll have 2 ranges for them. Can also think about doing the armor upgrades. But now look at that, 6 monks, and it's going to be 8 to 10 monks before Nicov even gets 2 hand cannoneers out. And at that point, Nikov's going to need to amass probably 10 plus hand cannoneers, maybe even more, because Yo's going to keep adding it, or because Yo's going to keep adding in monks. At the same time, is there redemption? See, no redemption yet. But Yo, if he does redemption for monks, can apply pressure to the or to the market in the stable. Vill's a bit out of position there, get picked off by the light cav. But the monks keep hoovering in. Spears were not there to defend. Spears were in the ram. Ram making a bigger hole in the wall. Just going for the stable. Yo has yet to scout the range of the university, just sees the range now. And Nicov 4 hand cannoneers, more in the queue. That range, ooh, maybe not covered by the TC, but great use of the hand cannoneers, picks off the mangonel, hops in the TC to break the conversions. And feels like Nicov may be defending this now. He can't move out. He's gonna lose some to conversions, that's inevitable. He will need some devotion before fighting even, maybe. Heresy is an option too, but too expensive for him right now. I think you much prefer to fight without Heresy. And yeah, there's Devotion. And once he's devoted, amassing more hand cannoneers. 6 or 7 monks. He's gonna pick off the monk on the stable, hop back into the TC, keep the stable his, and perfectly executed. He's gonna pick off the monks, hop back in the TC for cover. Hand cannoneers, even against the ram, they do have +2 damage against the rams, but he's going for it. He's just going for the monks. He can tank a conversion or 2 at this point. The monks will go down. 3 conversions, but those will be cleaned up. Nicov stops the monk rush cold in its tracks. A few more monks on the way. The stable goes down, is deleted. Something happened. But no, enough hand cannoneers are out. Maybe even 2 more get converted, but that's okay. Nicov, he's done what he needed. He'll hop in the TC once more. Maybe sacrifice the vills for conversions. Don't let the monks charge on the vills. That's maybe a mistake to charge in with the hand cannoneers while the vills were still there. And he's just going to go for a TC on the gold now. So he's going to stay Castle Age hand cannoneers as his army composition. And Yo could go skirms, but I mean, Teutons don't really like going skirms anyway. Not going to have Bracer and Imp. Not going to have Thumb Ring eventually, so... I mean, it is AoE too. Skirms are skirms, but... Hand cannoneers doing great for Nicov. And I love this play against the Monk Rush. Teuton Castle drop. Loom on the way. Stone coming in, but hand cannoneers should be able to stop a castle drop. He was going to need significantly more monks. You've seen how effective they are against monks and against mangonels. This is almost like an old Janissary push from the Turks. Just a bit of a different setup for it. Ooh, double kill. A triple monastery for Yo. That's all I can do at this point. You're rootin' Teuton. Yen is not a type of sword, it's literally sword. Okay, chat giving me conflicting translations. I'll have to look into this more. I need like a more detailed history section in the game to give the origins of all the words. You miss 8 ranged Janissaries? I do too. Mangonels are ram. In this case, mangonels really aren't effective because the hand cannoneers do so much damage against them. Usually mangonels are great against crossbows because of their pierce armor, but with 17 pierce attack, hand cannoneers wreck them. So defensive Teuton castle at home, defensive castle for the Teutons, and Bohemians with Haufnitze in the late game I feel should have an advantage against Teutons in the 1v1. You go Haufnitze cannon, if you see the slow paladins you have time to go halbs in this Bohemian halb. And, well, there go the relics. And Yo had 5 relics, but Nicov will start picking them up. We'll do another monastery, maybe just for monks to grab the relics faster. He can do a gate at the front on his corner. Go in and out of his base more easily. With the ram, spear inside the ram even, he can clean up the buildings. More relics will clean up. Not all things we would consider swords would be called Gen. Okay. Maybe this could be a YouTube video if I learn more about it. What do all the words in AoE2 mean? Oh, hand cannoneer is going to try to hop in the ram to break the conversions. There they go. Ram, a mobile anti-monk device. Hopping in and out. So Imp on the way for Yo. Imp now just clicked for Nicov. It'll be about 1:45 slower. But he'll already have Imperial Age armor with the hand cannoneers. Zavar just means rider. Cataparuto will be a permanent mystery. Nice castle immediately as Teutons when you hit Castle Age. It's weird for me to see Teutons in Castle Age without an immediate castle. Well, Teutonic Knight not really the best follow-up to a castle push, I have to say. But I guess they do have an interesting 1TC play with their cheaper farms to try to go Imp at a good time. 8 ranged Janissaries are upgrading to Elite. I know, but I missed the Castle Age Janissaries. Now Turks, for some reason, are super good against archers because of the extra pierce armor they have and the great cav archers they have. It took the thing where they had a weakness and turned it into like one of the biggest strengths fighting against. That's the type of rebalancing that I'm not quite a fan of, where like you take something that was characteristic of the Civ and just kind of turn it around. So, a few conversions on the hand cannoneers, but the monks are going down. All the monks go down. And I don't think Nicov cares if he loses hand cannoneers there, he just wants to stop the monks. So the trio of imp upgrades, block printing, illumination, and theocracy for range, faster monk juice rejuvenation, and multi-conversion, with only one monk needing to reclaim monk juice afterwards. I think this one is one for Nicov to lose at 25 more fills and map control. I think this is a great spot for Nicov, considering he also has a 3TC boom behind this and he's up. And he has reclaimed the relics to have all 5 relics. And now he's just going to go forward for more ranges. And what do Teutons do against hand cannoneer Haufnitze? I don't quite know. They can try to do Onager against the hand cannoneer maybe, but still Valkenburg tactics an option for Yo to dodge the shots better, and also Haufnitze still to pick off Onagers. Monks for conversions against Haufnitze potentially, but you could always do Heresy. You could always do Hussite reforms and then get food heresy. Treb has to go back. Yo with forward vills, thinking maybe a forward castle, maybe just wants to destroy the ram. Well, some vills gonna go down to hand cannoneers maybe. Some hand cannoneers gonna go down to hand cannoneers, as will the monks. Block printing monks better against hand cannoneers, but Nicov has the eco to pump them now. To the point where monks are not gonna be in the numbers that Yo needs. And Yo just gonna go YOLO monks at this point. 4 monasteries at home, imp upgrades on the monks. And if Nicov ever can get heresy, that should put a cold stop to this if he doesn't win the game by that point anyway. Any thoughts on the stop killing games thing? I honestly haven't been keeping up that much with stop killing games. I've seen it posted around everywhere. And I've seen it advocated by people whose opinions I usually agree with, but I've not looked into it much myself. As an American who's not in the EU, I don't have a direct, there might be like downstream indirect results of EU politics affecting me, but it will not directly affect me. So Cannon's gonna try to snipe off the Trebs before the castle goes up, and they'll do a darn good job of that. Keeps the castle up, and then they'll get away. All the Trebs go down, and now the Cannons can turn and destroy the castles. Crenellations shouldn't be in yet. No, it's not. And this castle will go down rather quickly. That's 4 cannons. Monks can try to convert. But Yo, ooh, the cannons didn't shoot, and now he'll be in the awkward not shooting phase. Now he has 6 bombard cannons out. Or Nicov has 6 cannons out. And Gabby, hello Gabby. Hope you're having a lovely weekend. Always nice to see you around. Monks converting the cannons, forcing them back. And there's the GG from Yo. And Nicov stays alive, gets a second win on Arena, and beautiful Castle Age hand cannoneer defense against the monks. You're with Yo. Okay. Gabby, a Yo fan. And 37 hand cannoneers against 42 monks. Hand cannoneers came out victorious. And 72 kills for Nicov. 18 conversions for Yo. Not quite enough. And more eco there by the end. It's special to take the next 2 games from Yo, though. That he will. Influenza, be nice to people. Be nice to Nicov. That's a loss for Yo on Arena, which was his home map. It's a loss for the Teutons. At least we got to see Teutons. And that was the very first pick for Nicov. You want obsidian arrows back? I'm firmly in the camp of people who still has nightmares about obsidian arrows. Alright, so once again, just gonna play a quick ad on Twitch so that we can get the pre-rolls out of the way during the games. And let's see, they're in the lobby for the next map, or at least Yo is. And so, 2 maps left, Enclosed and Land Madness, 2 very different types of maps. Ooh, I'd imagine looking at Yo's civs, Portuguese for Land Madness and Saracens for Enclosed. Saracens against Berbers could be interesting, not quite sure how that would go on Enclosed. Okay, still looking for Nicov to join the lobby. So it'll be Yo's turn to pick the map, and I wonder if he goes with his home map or Nikov's. Don't know if he feels like he has a particularly strong civ advantage on either map. I think Nikov's civs are a bit trickier to use. Italians feel like they were more of a hybrid map civ. I'm not sure where he goes for Maya. I mean, he could try to play Maya on Land Madness. Could try to play them on Enclosed, but either way it feels a bit subpar. Or at least hard to play. I think the Scout civs are much easier to play on those maps. Alright, Nicov. Still looking for Nicov. Doesn't look like he's back yet. YouTube is 2 times as many viewers as Twitch. It all depends on whether T90 and Dave are streaming. YouTube viewers seem to be pretty consistent. I've been getting around 200 to 300 for these games. We'll probably get a few more for Hera versus Leary. And then on Twitch, it's a difference of probably about 600 viewers. If they're not streaming, like yesterday when I did the TC Tango thing, I had like 600. I think I averaged 400 for the stream and peaked at like 600. And then today we're at like 1 to 200. So, I'll just... Casting games always depends on who else is casting. At least on Twitch, YouTube's been rather nice and stable. Which is lovely to see that we just have that another outlet where we have viewers that's not as like competitive with everyone else. This is not something unique to me, right? It's like, you know, Ornlu and Daniela are in the same predicament of when T90 and Dave stream, people watch them. Okay, Nicov has joined the lobby, and it looks like the map shall be Land Madness. And here we go. Yeah, Ornlu's streaming on YouTube too. I helped Ornlu set up his YouTube channel for streaming. I'm going to help Daniela with that at some point too. She's been IRL busy though. So it will be Saracens for Yo, using the Saracens for Land Madness. I thought the Saracens might have been the enclosed pick, but I guess Portuguese are for enclosed too. Both of them civs we see on enclosed. And then to the north, we'll have Nicov as the Red Italians. Nicov in Italy right now, so maybe he'll get a bonus from playing the Italians. So he'll bring that boar back to the TC. Land Madness, you have only one boar, and to make up for that, you have an extra fruit bush under your TC, but you have to spend a lot of time pushing in the deer and ibex patches that you have scattered around, and you will be doing just that. Also, your berry patch has only 5 berries in it instead of 6. One of them's under the TC, so your mill doesn't last as long, which in some respects is a good thing because you have fewer spots of your base to defend. And if we look at the back of Nikov's base, he has lots of golds, and look at this, he has basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gold mines to take and a stone. This is honestly one of those maps where Nicov might decide to play as a wall, and he can start either here or here, and do a wall up to the TC, then wall around this side too, even have a wood in the back, and play a very walled version of Land Madness. This is the in-game version of the map, so they do not have the rock terrain on the outside. Do Genoese crossbowmen kill Mamluks? Yes, they do, indeed. Indeed do. So another ibex being pushed in. And there it is. So we have another ibex down here. Italians favored in this matchup? I mean, they are... If they get to Genbos, I mean, Saracens still have a good late game. They can go, like, Onager plus Cannon. Still have some really good mobility with their fully upgraded Hussars and Camels. I actually don't know how this plays out late game. Genbos always are a problem for any cav-focused civ, but Saracens could also just play archers. Could just play standard archers and then have a good matchup against the Genbos. I might even lean Saracens here in the late game. But it always comes down to how creatively they use the market in the mid game, so how the game transitions. I think Amazon's worse than Google. I think you favor Genbo plus Hussar. Now, I guess the one thing to note about this map is that there is so much gold scattered about the map that it very rarely becomes a trash war. And that's probably a good thing for the Italians, because the Saracens in a trash war, essentially you get a few Mamluks out from the market, and then they're unkillable because they kill all trash units. They no longer take bonus damage from skirmishers like they used to. So you need gold units to fight the Mamluks. Italians have an early up advantage against most civs, right? With their cheaper age ups and then cheap bombard cannons. A very, very smooth imp transition. And looking at the map for Yo, how does Yo take gold? Oh gosh. Yo has so many wood lines that they have blocked all of his gold locations. His golds are super far away. That's one of the things that makes Land Madness so hard to balance, is that the golds kind of have a min distance away from the little rock terrain that they have to avoid. But that gives fewer spots for the golds to spawn and can sometimes force them away from your TCs. Oh, this is actually an awful map for Yo. I guess he's Saracens and he'll have to use that market. Yeah, Nicov with the opposite situation. Nicov has tons of gold he can take. But Yo with absolutely none. He's going to do a barracks and I guess he'll just open scouts. And he might have to play scouts plus market. I don't know if Saracens can open range without anything. Without any gold or stone. You play pure skirms, but I don't think only a market is enough. Yes, Italians do have the new pyrotechnic attack for the Scorp cannons. So archery range going up for Nicov. And we'll have a double bit axe on the way for Nicov too. The scout from Yo still hoovering around the back. So less than 1 sec different on feudal time? Well, you're pretty much going to see that all the time. Right, Nicov just didn't do loom, Yo did. So Nicov will have loom queued as his first thing. And as the Italians, he will go for a range opening. And range opening from Yo. So Yo's just going to do an archer. He's going to do an archer. He's going to sell stone from the market. And I thought for sure he'd have to go for scouts with this map, but it's going to be archers. You'll see how quickly they go for skirms. Nicov will... Ooh, not going to scout that it's a range. And Nicov hasn't quite seen how bad the map is for Yo, but he'll see that soon. Archers on the way for Yo. Counterweight siege. I mean, that we're talking really late game if we're getting to counterweight siege onager. I mean, with all the resources on Land Madness, maybe we could see that, but it'd be a crazy game with all the raiding and difficulty walling that the map presents to get to that stage. So Archer plus Skirm, Yo house slightly. And Blacksmith on the way up. And Scout fight, but Yo had gotten the first hit. Archer's on the way out for Yo, Archer Skirm, and immediately he sells the stone for gold. He now has the gold for fletching. So Spear coming forward for Nicov, fletching on the way for him. And just look at this gold control. Much easier gold for Nicov to take. Much easier gold for him. Scouts and Archer and Skirm gonna hoover around a bit for Yo. Archer's Scout and Skirm coming down will harass Yo on the berries. And Nicov now has more scouting of Yo's base, and he has more idea that Yo has horrible gold positions. And I guess he needs to loop around fully to see that there's no gold back there. But yeah, Yo going to go as far... For the closest gold he can get to his TC, it's kind of by the berries, but... Yeah, Nicov can just kind of play in this area with Scout Archer and just constantly force Yo to micro skirms or die, basically. Town watch for Nicov, he'll be scouting for raids himself. Skirm defense at home. So, I guess the one thing that Nicov wants here is the Skirm Archer war, rather than opening the stable for scouts. Because if he goes for a scouts war and you have a lot of scouts into light cav, that opens up options for the Saracens to go for their camels. And with all the extra HP they have now, Saracen camels are very scary. So armor redway on the skirms for Yo. That'll help out against the archers. And Yo just focusing on mining that gold. Just market win it. I mean, it'd be one thing if Yo at least had a stone that he could mine and sell, but this is just awful for him. Yeah, Nicov, what did I tell you? Nikov's gonna play the wall, and just like in that Northern Isles game, Nicov going to leave a hole in his wall. Nicov is one tile. Fill the hole in your wall. He's gonna wall across the front of his base, add another range, and then he can start. If he could even wall out here and have a huge wall. Full skirm. And players are gonna add in farms. They're gonna add in farms. Yeah, this one seems super obvious. Even on the mini-map in Capture Age, you can see the gap. Nicov, check for holes in your wall. Just right-click the vill. Come on. Nicov, don't lose the game because of that hole, please. Yeah, there's not even... Oh, he sees it. He sees it. Whew, he sees it. Yes, there's not even like a hill there. This is just a hole, and he's gonna plug it. He'll be fine. Maybe he plays with a huge buildings mod. No, I'm pretty sure Nicov doesn't do that. I know Nicov cares about his game looking pretty though, and about the graphics mods he uses. I know he's an architecture connoisseur too. Alright, so he's getting it on the wood line. Skirm's not quite in position. And maybe one vill goes down for Yo, as Nicov will have to run away. Yo's going to try to pick off that rear archer if he gets a good shot on it with the skirms. Close to getting the shot off. If they turn, maybe he can get it, get some HP down. Should be able to pick it off. And there he goes, one archer down. Shouldn't get anything else. Maybe get another hit in as long as Nicov runs in a straight line. He should get away. Ooh, maybe not. Can the skirms hit this? Ooh, they can. He loses a second skirm. Regrouping there as the units go down, kind of hurting Nicov. Archers pick off a tiger in the middle of the map. Nicov will be doing his own market. It's always tricky to click up against the Saracens because the market prices have already collapsed by the time you go to use it. But Yo, almost up at this point. Almost up. Still has an absolutely awful map. Has been a good chunk of the way through that gold he's mining. More houses going up for Nicov as he continues playing the wall. Continues walling up his base. And just going to be scouting with the spear here, making sure nothing unexpected comes in from Yo. He'll be about 30 seconds behind up to the castle age. Not that big of a gap, but big enough that maybe some archers could hoover around. He will be fully walled over here, so the archers aren't going to get in. He could maybe turn and fight the skirms if he wanted to. He does have one more skirm in the fight. He's preferring to chase the archers, but with the town watch, he'll see where everything is. You're gonna get away with the skirms. So Castle Age on the way. Skirms coming over. Castle Age on the way for Nicov 2. Skirms start hitting Vills. Both players on 2 ranges. 2 ranges for Nicov. 2 ranges for Yo, and a stable being added in behind the ranges. We could see potentially Saracen Cav Archers. Remember the days when Saracen Cav Archers had an attack bonus against buildings? Those were the days. And Archers getting in. Ooh, there's a hole between the 2 houses on the hill. Nicov will have to run off of his gold. And this is tricky. Nicov didn't finish walling, so now that the Archers are in, they can get to the back wood line. And we'll see Bodkin right away from Yo. And Elite Skirm also. So maybe could be threatening Vills on the wood line, but Nicov there to defend with his own skirms. Will be behind on the timing. But if Yo is just overly aggressive, he'll lose his army before the upgrades come in. Scout goes down too, so Yo taking a couple of losses on that initial fight. Nicov will try to just be aggressive and push this back. Crossbow Bodkin for him, as he is in with crossbows. He's in with crossbows on Yo's wood line, and Vills is going to start going down for Yo. Great defense from Nicov with the skirms while having the archers forward and the skirms at home, and Yo getting absolutely massacred on that wood line, the spear even getting involved. And now Nicov can run away and get over towards that gold. Yo has to come over with elite skirms though, and he should be able to defend, but now it's a 6-1 eco KD for Nicov. He might lose all the crossbows to the skirms though. He's going to have to turn around, but I think he's in a bit too close to the skirms now. He's going to lose 3 or 4 crossbows there at least. And Yo can go back to his wood line now, safe and secure. And Nicov will lose the army, so trading the army for Vills, all the skirms without ballistics. Looks like they have ballistics, all the crossbows go down. So it should be an army lead for Yo, but Nicov now, with the skirms at home, has the unit that's capable of defending. We'll see what they go for, whether it's... Well, ballistics is the decision from Yo. I'll see if Nicov decides to do his own ballistics, or if he goes for a workshop. Or even just a TC defense. Right now, he does have some forward gold, and he will be doing ballistics himself. So just trying to get the crossbow and or get the skirms out and defend with skirms. Really far away for a workshop play, I guess. So hard to get the scorpions or mangonels to be useful. Huge distance between them. You're buying stone. No horse collar hurts for Nicov. That it does. That it does. I mean, he's ahead in res collected, but no horse collar does hurt. I guess in some sense though, since he's going skirm, he doesn't need as much food as if he were going cav, but adding the 3rd range. So 3 range skirms, he probably just want horse collar and farms and bowsaw. Yo ahead on the eco upgrades. Also ahead overall in the KD. But Nicov definitely with more Vills. And if he can take an okay fight with now that ballistics is in, he can hold. Just needs to take an even-ish fight here. And even fights at this point are good for Nicov because he's ahead in eco, but this is not an even fight. This is better micro from Yo. Yo losing a couple skirms, but Nicov 1 skirm for 4 or 5. Let's see if I like in late game. It all depends on how you get to the late game. Italians, I think, are the smoother transition to late game. I know if everyone has full upgrades, I probably prefer Saracens. But then it's a 1v1, so do you see counterweight Siege Onager in a 1v1? Probably not. Siege Engineer is also for Saracens, so the cannons will outrange the Italian ones too. Camels to clear Hussar raids, probably a bit more mobility than Genoese crossbows. Possible he didn't realize? I always wonder that. What goes through a player's head when they're thinking of the eco upgrades? Are they consciously not doing horse collar at this point? Look good with the Castle Age timing for Yo. Now Yo gets a second TC up, and he will claim some stone. Still hard to mine gold for him. Now Nicov gonna get his second TC up too. Defensive Mangonel. And still in a position where his eco is better. Needs to get his crossbows off the foundation. And Knight's coming forward against the skirms, so Yo making a Knight transition. Nicov gonna pick off as many skirms as he can as he tries to run away. Might be a situation where Yo just wants to get back with the skirms. Crossbows coming forward for Nicov. Crossbows will be useful against the Knights, only 1 armor. Mangonel hitting the Knights, hitting a few skirms, but also hitting the Knights. Probably all in all a good Mangonel shot for Nicov there. Horse collar, indeed, it depends on a number of things. It depends. The ultimate AoE 2 answer. So 3rd TC also for Nicov. That'll come out here in front of the woodline. And now Nicov has tons and tons of options for safe gold. If he ever gets a castle or like a walls over here, then he has everything he could ever want in the back of his base, at least for a while. Nicov, no Ecove. That's Nikov's style. He doesn't do eco upgrades. Age of Skirms. Age of Skirms continues. Waiting for the Spirit of the Law video on Horse Collar. Does he have? He probably has one on that. I know he has ones on Wheelbarrow. It's one of those things where you also wonder, since there's such a big difference in the way pros prioritize that upgrade, how much it actually matters. So I feel like it matters a lot. But it's not an easy numbers efficiency thing, because not doing horse collar means you do have a smoother time to get your military early on. And it all depends on how much damage you do with the military, whether or not it's worth it to skip it. I mean, the later on the game goes, though, the cheaper it gets relative to the size of your economy. So the more important it is to add it in, I think. You never skip double bit axe or bowsaw. That's the thing. People have been skipping bowsaw a lot more these days. Double bit axe, occasionally you'll see something skipped, but that's usually something you add in. Farm there could be deleted. There probably needs to be deleted. The numbers I've been told is that double bit axe and horse collar have roughly the same overall effect on your eco. Which usually does mean you always want to do double bit axe then. Because horse collar, like, you might just go for a composition where you're not adding farms. You have a bit more flexibility just from having the wood upgrade then. Yeah, right, farm upgrades hurt you later on. Double bit axe is more of a smooth transition. So a knight and a skirm there for Yo on the side. Nikov's still up by 7 vills. KD's pretty equal. Nicov still killed a few skirms of his own with that Mangonel. He'll be getting the monks out now. Look at how fancy those monks look. This guy doesn't remind me of a monk, though. I feel like he needs a book in his left hand. The hat's nice, but it doesn't reveal the bald spot on the monk. That's what monks are. Old bald guys with books. This guy doesn't have a book and he's not bald. Or at least if he is bald, we can't see it. Yeah, I mean, it reminds you perfectly of the Spanish Inquisition sketch, which I guess is what they went for. They do have Inquisition as a tech. But yeah, that monk is straight from the Spanish Inquisition sketch, for sure. But they can still give him a book. I mean, they can still give him a book. Okay, Mangonel's on the skirms. Let's see if Nicov can land a shot here. He still has a good eco lead. Res collected similar, but he's up in Vils. He's running crossbows into skirms. Yo is kind of trapped here. Mangonel not connecting. Crossbows need to hit the knights. Repairville for Nicov not there. Gets a decent shot on the skirms at least. Remember the days when Mangonels countered skirms? I do. Yo, up to the Imperial Age using the Saracen's Market. Current fast up builds are not able to support horse collar. Yeah, that's always the question, right? If you do a fast up build, like your Men at Arms build for years never did horse collar. I've even seen players going scouts though, like 18-19 pop, skip horse collar to get spears out faster. Nicov, you gotta delete these farms. Ooh, not gonna snipe them off. Oh, deletes them after getting HP on them. Not the right timing on the delete there. So Yo up to Imp, getting around Nikov's eco. Res collected still similar, even though Nikov's ahead in Vils. Yo's been heavily using that Saracen's Market. Has his own monk forward. Monk's definitely more useful against knights than against skirms. Skirms can pick off the monks. And that's one of the reasons skirms are the best unit in the game. They counter monks, the other best unit in the game. Mangonel coming forward. Knight should be there to pick off the Mangonel, though. It's a nice timing on the Knight from Nicov. Could even run forward and pick off the Monk before he gets his Monk juice back. He's not quite thinking of that, though. Nicov way too late to Imperial. Well, he does have the cheaper Italian's Imperial. Could still click up soon. If it just affected Byzantine Paladins, then they'd be really scary. Because they have the armor, it's just bloodlines they lack. So, probably, I mean, probably better than Burgundian Paladins. Ooh, what are those crossbows doing? I mean, there are still Byzantine Paladin situations, right? If you're against more of an archer-heavy combo and you have more pierce armor than the Cataphracts. But Yo gonna have a great imp timing. He has the stone for a castle. Nicov is up. At least imp is in a back TC. Nicov correctly putting in a good TC. Forward castle from Yo. Thing about Nicov, though, he has some forward farms, but he could always go back to these golds in the rear, and even more gold back there. That castle's not going to pressure him. I guess the good thing for Yo is he's managed to expand out to the side enough that he can take more golds, and he can take gold freely. And the Saracens are going to love having all that gold that they can just use the market with. And Nicov getting a nice raid with his crossbows forward as Yo is up. Yo, of course, land madness, he's not walled. Ooh, crossbows didn't take out the monk right away. But some Vils going down. Nicov definitely pulling ahead in Vils. Gets the crossbows in a nice position before the skirms come over to raid. He will be losing more crossbows to the skirms. But good eco damage there, as he's now up by 15 Vils. Chemistry on the way for Yo. Yo's still with the score lead, but Nicov up to Imp. He'll close the score difference when he gets up. Skirms raiding from Yo, probably less effective than the crossbow raids for Nicov. Nicov needs to get this TC up as fast as he can. We'll lose a couple Vils. Try to dance and then garrison. There he goes. Gets the TC up. He's completely chopped this wood line, so Yo is like, oh, I'll go raid the wood. Oh wait, there's no more wood there. Remember when we theorized the possible comps and imps, and now it's going to be Skirm versus Skirm? Yep, both civs with fully upgraded Skirms. Do the Italians, their unique tech? Does Pyrotech... Oh, wait, they don't get... yeah, Pavisi isn't their unique tech anymore. Or Pavis, or however it was said. So, I guess the Skirms don't get more armor? Is that a Civ bonus now? Put Archers +1 Pierce armor. Skirms 4+2 versus 4+1, neither of them with the Imp. Alright, no, that doesn't apply to the Skirms. Nicov doesn't have the armor there. Okay, doesn't apply to the Skirms. I have to leave. Can I spoil the results? The result is both players made skirms. The answer is always skirms. Need to do something about the projectile speed on mangonels and onagers? Maybe increase the projectile speed now that players are better at dodging? That could be a thing. That's a nice idea. Now that you mention it. I do really like the mangonel crossbow mechanic, though, where both of them are... It's a very asymmetrical matchup, but both of them have their pluses and minuses, and it can go either way. So chemistry on the way now for Nicov. Skirms fighting each other. And Nico's gonna call the GG. He's gonna call the GG. Yo is too far forward. And Yo will do it. Yo will do it. And, well, Nicov struggling for wood. Interesting. That felt like a weird game where Yo just like constantly was forward and had the map control despite the KD being even and the eco lead being maybe slightly in his favor. And Nicov always had a few more vills, but could never quite use the eco lead because Yo was so far forward. Maybe it's just when Nicov went crossbow, yeah, he did some initial damage, but then lost the army. And then never quite had the army numbers he needed to keep Yo out of his base. Yeah, I mean, great timing with that initial crossbow raid. And it felt like initially he had defended skirms at home, crossbows forward. But maybe just that brief moment when he ran into the skirms and he got overzealous in Yo's base and Yo cleaned him up, put him behind more than it was just initially apparent. Yeah, because he had some great initial pressure, but after that, Yo was constantly in his base. And Nicov never really could do a counterattack when Yo had the worst map to defend by far. So that will do it. Yo will be in the finals tomorrow. Nicov will be in the third place match. And there'll be a loss for Nicov on Land Madness, but he did at least make it 3-2. That'll be Saracens winning against the Italians. Nicov not getting enough of a home civ boost. I'll call it a home civ. He's Argentinian, but now is in Italy. And that will mean coming up next, we have Hera versus Leary. So we'll take a look and see if the draft gets there. Wood wasted on walls. Walls with holes in them. So let me just get the overlay set up then for Hera versus Leary. At Hera versus at Leary. Let's do this. Yo, in Dr. Wizard mode? What is Dr. Wizard? Let me also update my stream title then. And put Hera versus Leary. Oh, I can't just copy and paste the tag. That would have been nice, YouTube. YouTube, tag him in my title, please. There we are. Alright, Hera versus Leary. Hera's going live too. And then we see there are the drafts. There are the drafts. Hera on the left, Leary on the right. As I get both of these ready to go. And transition. African clearing the first map, no fortress, thankfully. I'll stay in capture age the whole time. Alright, I'll take a quick break before we get going. Run to the bathroom, and then we'll get set for Hera versus Leary.
There's a patch that increased the number of triggers and scenarios. I don't think there's a patch that increased the number of triggers and scenarios. That could always be large. There was a patch that increased the number of variables you could use in AI players. Yeah, that's it. In the original game, you were restricted to like 50 variables or so. So people would do hacks like using chat messages to store information and have AIs chat to themselves as a way of using more variables. Harold also asking, including the ACCM. He did. When start? They're in the lobby. They will start whenever they launch. That's why old AIs would keep chatting to themselves, not just as debug messages for the scripter to see, but because it actually served a purpose of storing information in the chat messages. I don't know exactly how it worked because I wasn't scripting AIs at the time. I didn't really script AIs until after the user patch added a whole bunch of features. And when DE, of course, increased the number of variables that you can have. Yeah, how do they retrieve? I'm not exactly sure how they retrieve it. I know AIs can react to chat messages, though. But I'm not sure exactly what the tricks were back in the day. That could be a fun video someday. I do a video I want to make on how the original AI cheats. You bet your monthly salary that Hera wins this, you're jobless for a few months. Are they launching? Okay, they're in. They're in. Oh, sorry, I've completely missed the fact that they were in. It's African clearing, so I didn't have Capture Age open. There we are. So here we are on African clearing. Leary will be in the yellow. He'll be playing as the Chinese, building his TC to the southwest. Hera will be in the blue, building his TC to the northeast. It is the Chinese for Leary, so he will have extra villagers right from the get-go. And look at that, only 2 seconds of idle time for the Chinese, and he's a 3-vill lead. Hera will be the way, and he will get a free villager for every mill, lumber, and mining camp technology researched. So he could regain the villager lead by researching technologies. Very far apart, so I imagine they both fast castle. Both have a wood line by the side, both have a pond. Gold and stone at the TC for Leary. Hera didn't even TC the pond. Hera TC the gold. What? Well, why is Hera's TC not here? What is this? What is this African clearing gameplay from Hera? Luring the rhinos. He's gonna mill the pond eventually, I guess. Okay. It's kind of bad on a map where you don't want to get horse collar early. Yeah, I mean, you could always do the second, or a mill on another pond. He will have 3 rhinos to lure. It's not like he'll be at a loss for food early on. And try to do it while keeping the HP on the vill. Rhinos more aggressive against the vills than boars are. You will get it easily. Let me see when he lost. No, I'll need to go back and cast the game against ACCM. That was crazy. That's like Hera had TC'd here, ACCM like here, and then Hera walled him in. He's even thanking subscribers live. Well, he probably shouldn't be thanking subscribers live. He should probably have those things off if he's playing a tournament. You don't want like a sub message giving you information. Still a bit more coffee left for me to finish. Keep me going for this set. Now, The Chinese, I think, are still one of the best civs on this map, if not the best civ. I don't know what Hera's going to do with the Wei. How do the Shenbei Raiders do? Am I saying that right? Shenbei Raider? And I see the X also usually makes like an SH or a Z sound. So maybe it's like Shenbei Raider or Xianbei Raider. And I guess this is the IAN is the same as the Jian Swordsman. And hello, Zoom Out. How you doing? Shorefish pathing. For this, the stationary shore. I'm assuming you mean the villagers going to and fro from the shorefish, and not the shorefish themselves, the stationary shorefish. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if this unit would somehow have messed up pathing. It is AoE2 after all. Leary's best today. I mean, it is an A-tier tournament, so Hera has his excuses. Remember, during Viper's dominant streak, he always had excuses for losing too. So Hera needs to, if he's going to be the best, he needs to have his excuses game ready too. Stuck at least 2 times. It is really annoying taking the shorefish from the back side of the ponds. That's very true. So Ville's at the lumber camp. And sheep coming over. So feudal age on the way for both. Leary just a bit faster. So fast feudals from both. Hera down because of the Chinese bonus. Interesting to see we're gonna have a scouts opening when they're this far apart. I would think this lends itself more to a fast castle approach, but who knows? I wonder if Hera's gonna go for the Zhenbei Raider now. I wonder if it's just gonna be scouts into Zhenbei Raider, playing them like they were cav archers. I've heard that Hera thinks they're good now because they did get buffed. Double bit axe on the way. I mean, I think that people also forget though. Just it's not like Viper didn't have competition. He had tons of people from Yo to Riot to Leary to Jordan who challenged him throughout the years. It's not like he was up against nobody. They're cav archers, and it is 2025, so we might be seeing the cav archer unit. So spear forward for Leary. He's forward with his scouts, trying to take advantage of being up faster. Hera should now close the Vil gap as he's doing his lumber camp upgrades. Now, he has done a mill, and that is important because he can do horse collar and get a Vil for doing horse collar. Shorefish have pathing worse than birds. Be glad their speed is 0. Oh boy. Ooh, literally just phases through the scouts, but takes a double hit. The scouts there looked like that, Did y'all remember that episode of Star Trek The Next Generation when Geordi and Ro got caught in the transporter accident with the Romulan cloaking device? And it was the transphasic cloak and they just were invisible and walked through everything? That's what those scouts were like right there. Only they were still visible. So maybe that's not the right analogy. But it popped into my brain, so we're throwing it out there. I'll take any excuse I can get to talk about Star Trek. I think Leary's reverse aging. I think Leary is getting better as he's getting younger. I'd have to rewatch the whole series. Now skip season 1 and probably season 2. Just go seasons most of 3 through 6 and then parts of 7. Then you're good.
Scouts are whacking each other. Maybe we'll find some vills, but probably can't take the time to turn and fight them as the other scouts continue chasing. Am I a movie guy? Not really. There are definitely lots of movies I haven't seen that I should see. Scouts will be fighting. Spear comes forward. Looking for a poke. Scouts forced back. Don't remember that one. Was that the next phase? Was that the name of the episode? Or maybe that was a different one. I remember that was an episode name. So archers coming forward from Leary to deal with the spears. And archers now are going to threaten the vills. So scouts fight whenever they're able to engage. Spears coming over, archers to deal with the spears. Scouts can't turn and fight the archers with the spears in the way. And those two spears go down and all of a sudden the scouts are ready to jump and fight. Spears coming over to poke. And great job by Hera to save the vills. And also a nice army composition from Leary to apply all this pressure and force Hera away from... Well, I guess he had finished the hunt he was taking anyway. He's forcing back to the TC. Maybe now can pressure those shorefish villagers. Range just coming up now. And Leary's up to the castle age. Chinese on this map are strong. 4 years time, Leary would be 8. He'd love the campaigns again. If only he could de-age back to Voobly. That would be great. So spears and archers coming back. Castle Age on the way, a minute faster for Leary. Fletching done for him. And what do you then do as the Chinese? I think they're much weaker on African clearing in terms of their army composition because they no longer have camels. Fire Lancers have their own uniquenesses, but losing camels hurts on African clearing when you want to have a mobile army. Leary's going to do a lot of walling. And I mean, with how far apart they are, it wouldn't even surprise me just to see a straight 2 TC addition, or 2 additional TCs added into Boom. So Bloodlines on the way for Hera, Castle Age on the way too. Archers fighting skirms. And Palisades on the way for Hera to try to run the vills. Nicely done, quick walls to save the vills. Market. Quick marketing, try to run back around the pond. Okay, it needs to delete the market so the scouts don't kill it. Crossbow Bodkin on the way, as well as Bowsaw. And this will be a good fight if Leary can take it just as the upgrades come in. He'll fight the feudal skirms with crossbows. Crossbows can win that. And there are the upgrades. Scouts are there. Hera's still saving the vills. But spears come over for the scouts. Crossbows still dealing with the skirms. Scouts will jump the skirms. No spears for Hera. Good pokes on the scouts for Leary. Leary just gonna micro the crossbows away to kill all the scouts, or kill as many as he can. Elite skirm immediately clicked for Hera. And Leary will get away. Still 0-0 eco KD, and overall KD advantage in favor of Hera. Res collected, Leary ahead by 500. Nice advantage for the Chinese, and behind this he has gotten the TC added in. Hera just doing a second TC now, so still a slight advantage there for Leary. Hera will get, I guess, a couple of vills as he does Bowsaw, and then if he goes for Heavy Plow. So I guess the 3 vills for the eco upgrades now making up for the vill advantage that the Chinese have, but they've had that advantage for a while. More farms going up around the TC for Leary. Another monastery going up for Leary. Oh, my mouse still doing the one-click opposite direction on the scroll wheel thing. I don't know if that's a capture age issue or a me issue with my mouse. I don't recall it happening with earlier mice of mine, but it happens all the time now. I don't notice it in other applications, which makes me think it might just be a weird capture age thing. I don't know. Anyway, Ville's taking the farms. Crossbows will be hitting villagers on these farms. Knights running over, finding the skirms. Getting some hits on them as the crossbows run away. Knights run away too. And yes, the Shenbei Raiders. Shenbei Raiders, Hera is doing them. Creating them, adding in his third TC. Leary with an aggressive middle of the map third TC. Ooh. On the, whoa, that's like a middle of nowhere Boab tree TC. Interesting, interesting. Alright, let's not talk about Adderall usage for players. Don't want to have that type of discussion in the chat. So, skirms, we'll pick off a knight here. Knight going down. As the... Yeah, no problem, let's just try to keep it a bit more chill. Shenbei Raiders pick off the knight, or skirms and Shenbei Raiders pick off the knight, and... Well, Hera adding in... Well, not adding in any military now, just booming. Pausing the production for a moment. The top left number in the capture age indicates the number of units in the queue, and nothing queued there. It's like he's getting stronger thanks to Leary. I mean, they do train together, I guess. Maybe Leary... Maybe just Leary and Sebastian need to train together all the time until they beat Hera. Maybe that's the way to do it. The cycle of training. So handcart on the way for Leary. We'll have Bodkin on the way for Hera. And the skirms will run over for Hera. The Shenbei Raider is still hoovering around in the back. And rocket carts. So rocket carts, how do these do against the Shenbei Raiders? 6 pierce armor against 7 attack? I don't know how the charge attack and bleed damage does to the rocket cart. I mean, bleed damage should do nothing to the siege, right? This is just like wood and gold. There's nothing to be poisoned? Is it supposed to be poison damage? I don't even know what it's supposed to be. But there's a charge attack. The oil bleeds out. Well, the monks go down right away. Not able to get a conversion. You can tell the difference. The charge attack arcs, and the normal attack is just a straight arrow. So based on the path of the projectile, you can tell which type it is. Now he's just going to recharge. Ballistics on the way. Forward workshop. Hera taking the score lead. Leary still ahead in res collected. Slightly behind in Vils. But with a 4th TC, could pull ahead again. Town Watch on the way. And with this forward workshop, he creates kind of like this choke point where Hera has to fight. The rest of his base is walled, and Hera... I mean, I guess Hera could try to run away with the... run around and raid with the Shenbei Raiders. And we're just going to be looking for Hera to tank a rocket cart shot eventually. Look at that, even shooting the outpost. Playing some William Wallace. And on the side, Leary... and moving around on the mini-map. These rocket carts not repaired. Mangonel on the way. Ooh, that Mangonel goes down from Hera. That you don't usually see. But at the same time, Leary without a repair. Ooh, he gets the skirms. Gets the skirms. Shenbei Raiders taking out the Mangonels. Crossbows doing damage in the back. Monks wanting to convert the skirms. And all the rocket carts go down. At the same time, Leary had some monks that were or some knights that were running around the map, but just came back with them. Didn't find anything to raid. And now he's going to be adding in a castle. He'll be adding in a castle. And this is going to be, I think, later on in the game that I've ever seen the Wei really played, so I don't know what they do after the Shenbei Raiders. They keep doubling down on them or not. Okay, nice Mangonel hit on them. They were very low HP. When I say Mangonel hit, I do mean a rocket cart hit, of course. And Imp on the way for Leary. And Chinese Eco puts him about 1k res ahead. And he'll have that amazing architecture on the castle. And then we'll have the TC going up for Hera, trying to claim more stone. That'll be his 4th TC. But still, Leary with wheelbarrow and handcart is ahead in the eco population. They have a really lame firing sound. Want to see a change where Mangonels have like 800 HP but minus 10 melee armor or something, so melees kill them super fast, but skirms and archers can't really kill them anymore. I did like the projectile speed change, maybe speed up the projectiles, so that it's harder to micro against them. I think that's an interesting idea. Ooh, Vil from Leary killing a scout. Look at her go. Stabbing that scout to death. So Imp on the way from everyone. Maybe proxy in the west. Just some houses here, And thank you, Jaeger AoE for the follow. You're Leary mining some stone and gold in the west, but he might need a TC or a castle over here, just something to garrison Vils in case Hera tries to raid. So Hera will be over a minute slower to Imp. And Leary, I guess, not really in a forward pressure position. Heavy rocket cart is a huge change to the Chinese, though, if Leary eventually wants to go for that. So chemistry bracer on the way. One damage is way too much. Hello, Jaeger. How are you doing? A charge attack just adds 5 arrows, but 1 damage each. Oh, what's the one with the bleed damage? I thought they were the one with the bleed damage. What's the one with that attack, then? Maybe I'm wrong about that unit, then I have it confused with something else. Oh, the Fire Archer. The Fire Archer is the one with the burn damage, then. Okay, yeah. Then the Shenbei are just extra arrows, then. Okay. Yeah, the Fire Archer is the burn damage over time. Okay. Okay, bleed damage is the Catan unique unit. The melee infantry. Okay, so they do like an over time thing, too. The Fire Archers do the fire damage, that I know. Okay, the rocket carts here is still being effective for Leary. Would be interesting to see heavy rocket cart, maybe. He needs to get some hits on the skirms. Look at that dodging arrows. And with Arbs, he can take out Mangonels, no problem. Skirms still, when you get Bracer, can take out rocket carts. Not as good as Arbs, though. Arbs taking out the Shenbei Raiders. Monk not really useful there. Oh, what is that? Attraction Trebuchet. What is that thing doing? It's taking out rocket carts. That's what it's doing. Okay, well that was very useful all of a sudden. You're dodging everything. Losing some ARB numbers. Still taking a good fight though. I think his Imp transition into Elite Skirm into even thinking about Cav now has been a lot smoother than Hera just going Skirm. Skirms are mostly getting cleaned up. Traction Trib. Okay, Leary, thanks for the micro demonstration. So Skirm ARB forward now. Yeah, Fire Archers with the unique tech for the burn damage. That one I knew, but I guess it's the melee Catan. Another unit I've never seen, because the Catan games usually are over by then. And the way of the Cav unique unit, right? Yeah, they have the Tiger Cav. And Cao Cao as their hero unit. The Vil's going down. Skirm still fighting other Skirms.
Skirm's taking each other out now. Go Larry, we had a Leary. And Harris Town is flat? Well, not many hills on African Clearing, I guess. his town is completely flat. There are no hills over here, that is true. Have heroes been getting any play? Yes, they have, but it's also a very late game thing. We've seen them on Fortress before. Oh, nice shot on the skirms. If the rocket cart can get one more shot off, it can. It doesn't really do much damage, though. A defensive castle from Hera. We can admire this architecture for a moment. And plate barding armor on the way for Leary, as he will be making a Cavalier switch. Plate barding armor. He can also go the forging line. Does he have conscription? He does. Rocketry and Great Wall still their unique techs. Now, I just gotta check now in case unique techs change. But Treb's coming forward with a few skirms. Hera doesn't really have a way to stop the Trebs. And Leary will be probably making short work of that castle, or at least forcing a ton of repairs from Hera. He has a Tiger Cav out. One Tiger Cav. Can one Tiger Cav take out 3 Trebs? A couple of spears nearby. And you probably defend it. And Leary will have a defense there. Skirms can take the spears, though. And Leary, one Tiger Cav, enough to force him back. Gets about half the HP on the castle. No, he's not gonna... He's not gonna run. He's gonna not run halfway in between. Be a bit indecisive there. Well, force repairs from Hera. He's gonna try to save a Treb. Cavalier is getting a jump on some skirms, though, on the other side. And this should be a good fight if the Cavaliers get in. Leary keeps the Treb alive and can return to Trebbing now. On the other side, Hera going for more castles. Oh, Leary, he has Trebs everywhere. Going for the full HP castle now, not the new one. Hera will need to notice and repair. Hera doing castles everywhere in his eco to stop the raiding. He is doing Mingguan armor, which, let's see what that does. +4 melee armor for the Tiger Cav. So maybe that'll force some Fire Lancers to come out from Leary to counter them. And no map control for Hera, all the map control for Leary. Maybe the Cav can be useful against the Cavalier now, though? With all that melee armor, once that tech comes in, it'll be 6 melee armor. And will negate 6 of the 13 attacks, so Cavaliers will only be doing 7 attack. Still +3 to get up to 10 attack if they do their remaining upgrades, though. And of course the cheap upgrades in Imp for the Chinese. So Leary continuing to fight Cavalier and Arbalest. With all the map control, he's going to have gold for a long time, so can go for a double gold composition. Tiger Cav, that's melee armor they have, still 6 pierce armor, but no bonus pierce armor. And they will miss... Wait, they have 4 base pierce armor. That's a ton of pierce armor. That's a ton of pierce armor. So Leary wants a forward castle. He'll be having destroyed 2 of Hera's castles in the east. No real army over there to stop the Trebs from Hera. Leary will be going for a forward castle. He can try to do the castle over here more, maybe. This should be another good fight for Leary. Starting to pull ahead a bit in score. Has a great KD advantage, especially the Eco KD. Hera has not been able to get any counter raids. The Iron Casting on the way for Leary. TC burning, Cavaliers running around. And we'll have Iron Casting on the way for Hera. Town Center going up for Hera, and he's trying to do more farms, just trying to find anywhere he can to add an eco for the Tiger Cav. But at least with the Arbs in the back, Leary has something of an answer in addition to the Cavaliers. Still on that double gold composition, and soon could take out the remaining relic in that monastery for Hera. And there's a Treb hitting a Cavalier. And now Hera stretched out thin, 160 pop to 200. Final upgrades coming in for Leary now. Monastery not quite dead. Cavalier's at least now with 12 plus 2 attack, about to become 12 plus 4. And with more HP than the Tiger Cav, so I don't know if they actually win unless the Tiger Cav get some kills and get the bonus attack. So Hera desperately repairing his castle.
4 trebs about to be deployed for Leary, and there's a GG from Hera, and Leary takes game number 1. Chinese on African clearing, which I still think are probably the best civ on this map, but gets the win with them. So let's check out that score, 226 to 165 KD. And you can see the Eco slightly pulling ahead and then really pulling ahead as they reach Imp. Felt like he had all the map control, and that decision to do the forward cast, or the forward TC, helped him get the map control. I like that aggressive TC. You take the map control in the middle with the TC, and gives you a nice area to add your military buildings and take a fight. And you have your repair villas nearby in case you want to repair the rocket carts. So, beautiful game from Leary. Did Xianbei Raider get 8 melee armor with the Mingguan armor? Do they? Do we have any left? We don't have any left to check. But okay, I guess it applies to them too. What's the tech? Mounted unit, so yeah, it does apply to their Cav Archer unit. The Xianbei Raider. Okay, and soldiers passively produce food. I still don't know how good that is. Tunshin. Yeah, original Chinese against the new Chinese civ. That's the lead for Leary. A position he's been in against Hera before. Going into a series with a lead. And that was his very first picked civ against the last picked civ from Hera, so he tried something out on African clearing, didn't quite work. He'll have more strategies in his back pocket, though. 1.8 food per minute. Per soldier, I guess? So if you have 100 pop of military, that's 180 food per minute. I see someone just throwing, hey, remember, if Leary wins, this is still just an A-tier tournament. The streak where Hera's lost the Sachs Cup and WWC is still going to be alive. He's still number 1. Yeah, oh, it's not just a... You have 200 XP. The next, we have like 10 million people, or 6 people, or 5 people on 150. I don't know how you gain XP in the chat. Lots of people in the chat have XP. And they're in the lobby for the next map. Leary gonna pick green this game. Hera will pick the map. Gain XP even if your video is just open, okay. I guess it's like the channel points on Twitch. A support Doubt? If Doubt was just supporting him, I'm sure that's okay, I guess. As long as he's not really coaching him. I feel like a Doubt would be more making fun of him, though. I feel like a Doubt in the same room would be a hindrance. I think leaving and coming back raises your max XP by 75? I still don't know how it works. Oh, apparently Dogao is parting ways with Fellowship, it looks like. Alright, and it will be Socotra Inca versus Aztecs.
Civ matchup where if the Inca get to slingers, they can just overwhelm the Aztecs. So it feels like this might be a Civ matchup for Hera. Hera just picking the map to try to get the Civ win. Aztecs maybe the slightly better Dark Age with the gold they have. But, oh, Hera, he's laming. Leary, why didn't you take the elephant? Why you let yourself get lamed like that? Hera's elephant all the way in the back. Zebra getting pushed to the TC. Mezzo. That's where you get hit with the technicality that the Inca are not actually Mesoamerican, they're South American. All the years of referring to the civs as the Meso-civs of Aztecs and Mayans ruined by the introduction of the Inca. So, Vil coming forward from Leary, he'll be laming some zebras, getting some revenge for the elephant lame, but still it's an elephant lame. Loom for Hera as he's going to look to fight. Eagle down on HP though, and gives maybe slight advantage for Leary in fighting the Eagle. Your life has been a lie. Well, only since the Inca were introduced. Only since what 2012 is the Forgotten expansion? Maybe 2011 they were teased. And the scout for Hera goes down. Okay, so Leary can just run the Vil back. Can even have the Eagle just run some interference and block. And he should get that Vil back, no problem. And okay, well he's down an elephant, but he lamed the zebras and he's up by a scout. And now can push his own zebras in safely. And he was pushing the zebras in right away. So it feels like Leary had a plan that he would push zebras and let Hera lame him. And so it's 400 food for an elephant. 140 food for a zebra. So 2 zebras is 280. 3 zebras is then 420. So if you push 3 zebras in, you make up for 1 elephant. But the problem is Hera has 2 elephants. And now he can also just long distance take his zebras. And without the threat of the counter lane with his elephant so far in the back, you can just leave it there and take it later. And you're gonna feel the difference in res, not in the Dark Age on this map, but in the Feudal Age with the way Leary's managed this eco. You're gonna see he'll be running out of goats earlier, have to go to farms earlier. And that's not what you want to be with the Aztecs in this matchup. The difference is faster working military buildings versus cheaper military. So if you get to that Skirm Eagle War, you reach a point where in the Castle Age, the Inca can go skirmishers. And what do the Aztecs do against skirmishers? Not much. Hera's forward with a villager fighting on the berries. I think Hera just wants to be maybe messy to the point where he can ensure the game gets to the Castle Age. But forward weak Vil, Eagle on the hill, going to pick it off. That's a dead Vil for Hera. Maybe a bit overzealous with his aggression. And that's a scout and a Vil dead for Hera. So despite the lame, everything else working out well for Leary in the Dark Age. Lames the zebras without losing a Vil, kills a scout and kills a Vil. Hera has not been on berries yet. His palisade's a bit annoying, but Leary can maybe just try to put all the Vils on one side of the berries. Even attack them in the Dark Age. I mean, Dark Age palisades go down pretty quickly to Vils. Watched Hera play Teutons. He was so fast he couldn't keep up. Ooh, and if he's fast with the Teutons, imagine if he plays an even faster Civ. Like one that has husbandry. Barrack's gonna go up for Hera. And they will both be up. Hera up a Vil faster. No real idle time for either of them. A few seconds here and there. But yeah, Hera up by 1 Vil in timing. Barracks on the hill for Leary. Leary at least does have control of this hill. And the hill control could be massive in this game. Eagle will go forward, see the barracks. And, well, I imagine we see skirms here. I guess you have options of Archer Eagle or Skirm Eagle. But with no mining camp on gold, looks like it'll be Skirm from Leary, and also Skirm from Hera. I guess you do kind of have an option of trying to force a crossbow war, like go crossbow eagle as the Aztecs. And then maybe you end up with the crossbows that can fend off slingers. But cheaper eagles still for the Inca, even though you have the production speed for the Aztecs. So range right away for Hera. Leary going to be walling up on that hill. Does Hera have a good gold? He has an amazing gold right in the back. Leary, 2 really good golds for him too, especially this one. He can like wall up across here, then he has a great gold. This one's even really safe for him too. Going to do a range on the hill, and Leary's going to play control the hill. He'll have an eagle out right away. Hera not doing an eagle. Interesting, he's just doing skirms, but if Leary gets enough eagles out, that can help deal with the skirms. Maybe keeping tabs on those berries. You swapped sides from Hera to Leary. Hera banking on having 25 skirms first so we can 2-shot eagles. Oh, that's what we saw in that Nicov Yo game on Crater. Is the skirm numbers getting to the point where the swordsmen and eagles don't have enough HP to fight them. So skirms coming forward. Leary will have his own skirms on the way too. He is going to keep track of them. His TC is there. I don't know if Hera wants to dive. Leary will get enough HP on the farm that it doesn't get sniped off. Clutching on the way for Leary. Hera has that already. And only 2 eagles and the skirms coming forward. 5 skirms for Hera. 2 eagles, 1 low HP. And Leary will try to chase this down. To the top right, Leary is walled. And the Inca, definitely a civ you don't want to run into against the slingers if you're Aztecs. As I've seen many Aztec Inca games, and they always struggle against the slingers. So Leary keeping track of Hera's skirms. Hera gonna try to group up the skirms. Leary might sacrifice 1 skirm for pathing there and try to take a fight, but nice pick off from Hera, getting the skirm numbers in position first. So great pathing and crossover. They each lose 1 skirm. Neither player with horse collar. Eagle forcing the skirms back. And just more skirms here from Hera. With how cheap they are, but Hera running under the TC. Gonna take a couple volleys of arrows there. Lose a couple of skirms. Alright, so Leary, I think he lost the skirm too, but he's microing back. He even put the skirms in the TC to heal. And yeah, skirm's gonna dare the TC? That's a lot of TC fire they're taking, but I guess it does idle the eco a bit if the Vils are garrisoned. So Leary up still by a Vil thanks to that Vil kill he had early on. Slightly more idle TC time too from Hera. Res collected still pretty similar, but slightly more for Hera. As to Aztecs farmers, not what they used to be without the same carry bonus. And Hera will just be skirmishing against a palisade. The monks beat slingers. Not if there's a bunch of skirmishers out to snipe monks. Or not if the Inca player goes eagles that have the conversion resistance to snipe monks. Hera has an eagle himself now. 2 eagles still for Leary. Where are they? Eagles chilling in the woodline. Probably tried to heal them, but then ungarrisoned them. Monks beat everything except skirms. Slingers in large numbers probably beat monks. I guess kind of similar to that hand cannoneer situation we saw earlier. They're pretty mobile, actually. Eagles enjoying the woodline. Which Saban mate is favorite? I would definitely say Inca.
And that's, I think, why Hera chose this map, because he wanted to play Inca against Aztecs on it. Other than maybe Catans, I'm not sure what Civ counters the Incas here. Houses going up for this villager. Malians? I mean, he still gets slingers for the Incas. Or for the Inca. And now Castle Age for Hera. So eco number is still close. Leary won't be too far behind. And then I wonder what Leary does. So second range for Hera, and he'll be ready to go skirm and swap to slingers if he sees eagles. So there's Leary up 2, but 45 seconds slower. Yeah, both sold stone. I think Hera must have sold first. What's the difference in gold? So a good 16 gold difference there, selling with stone first. I also sold food first. So Leary sold stone, sold wood, sold more wood, sold food. Leary used the market a lot more. That's despite the ecos being relatively similar. The Inca, I guess they save on the houses and the stone, but they don't actually have an eco bonus. Just the cheaper military. So I don't know why Hera actually has more res collected than Leary does. Maybe just Leary spent a lot of time walling? I guess Hera has some walls too, but not palisades as much as houses. The double ranges. Leary gonna add the second barracks. And that's just gonna mean Hera can go Slinger. So what does Leary do against Slinger? He's going double barracks Eagle. That's gonna be how he fights skirms. Maybe he's hoping he just takes an early fight against skirm, then swaps back into skirms of his own. Maybe his composition is just gonna be skirm Eagle. Eagles coming forward from Hera too. You can't fight the Castle Age Eagles while you're feudal because they get a free +3 attack. Just like the Scout Cav gets +2 from Dark to Feudal, the Eagle gets +3 from Feudal to Castle. Yes, Leary did garrison the TC a fair bit. His barracks will be pushed by the Eagles, and Slinger's already in the queue for Hera. Palisade going up there, and now it'll be a monastery, double monastery, and a barracks for Leary. How is he going to afford all this? Slingers come forward, and it's going to be monks against slingers, eagles against everything else. But now we have a good number 17 elite skirm, so that even does damage to eagles over time. Eagle warrior on the way, no armor upgrades. Hera's going to see everything that Leary's doing. He'll note the double monastery. And you can just keep the pressure up on the skirms. So skirm slinger. A few eagles to deal with buildings. Aztec skirm, that's only after their unique tech. They don't just, that's not a civ bonus, that's a unique tech. They can do at ladle, so +1 attack and range, but the trade-off is that they miss their final armor upgrade. And the armor upgrade is +2. So it's actually kind of tricky to take skirm fights late game. You can use the range in micro, and usually range is more important in the range unit fights. But right now, they don't really have a bonus other than their production speed. Aflac. I remember those insurance commercials. Single-minded avoidance of lateral skirms. He is doing skirmishers. Look at that. Adam, he's got 3 skirms. He's gonna go eagles, though, and he's gonna go eagles into +10 attack versus infantry slingers. And this is a lot of slingers. And Aztecs just don't win this fight. You just don't. Forward workshop from Hera. And there he's gonna need, like, 4 barracks. He's gonna need an overwhelmingly large number of eagles. I don't think he can keep 4 barracks production up with only 10 vils on gold. Oh wait, no, never mind. He is 17 vils on gold. Well, he's going to need a lot of eagles and also some walling to keep the eagles off of his gold. As Hera's gonna have a hill advantage in this fight, even. Monks there looking for conversions. Again, eagles have conversion resistance like scouts do. Leary, that monk not deciding whether he wants to pick up the relic or not. 34 military to 22. Defensive workshop for Leary. Maybe there's room for Leary to go siege an eagle. Siege eagle monk, but the siege will be really important, and Hera has the mangonel advantage already. Eagles themselves good at sniping off siege, so eagle slinger squires on the way for Hera.
I mean, late game, if you get to maybe Jaguar, Monk, Siege Onager, then the Aztecs can win this matchup. But mid game, the Slingers are really tricky to deal with. Maybe Leary can pull it out. He's still holding. I mean, the eco difference is only slightly ahead for Hera. Only a 5-vil lead. I think they need a buff. I think they've just fallen off to new civs, and I think maybe if I would buff Meso civs, it's restore some of their bonuses that have been removed, like the cheapness of the Mayan plumed archers, the carry capacity of the Aztecs, the price of the Eagle Warrior. I think they've been a bit over-nerfed. Undo some of that, and maybe tone in some of the newer civs. I wouldn't really buff them. There's Eagle Warrior for Hera. Redemption on the way for Leary. So he's going to try to do Redemption in the Monk fight. Inca could do Redemption themselves, but they do not have Atonement. So I don't want to really engage in a Monk fight. Nice Mangonel shot on the Eagles. Eagles can't push forward there. If Leary can just defend with Mangonels, well, he's still down in economy. He's had significantly more idle TC time thanks to all this pressure Hera's applied disrupting his economy. Monks want conversions. They do have 55 hit points. How many slingers is that? Still 9 slingers? You know Hera's not one to tank a stray Mangonel shot. And leaving kill the Mangonel on the hill. Monks want conversions here, but what can they do? They have to get the slingers. You get a couple of skirms. Now he wants the Mangonel. That's a forward Monk, though. Could be picked off. More Mangonels on the way for Leary. Hera's KD just climbing. Nice split. Mangonel forced back. Leary needs some repairs. Eagle still hoovering. SO on Socotra would be something. That it would be. See, and it's 1 relic for Leary, nothing for Hera. If Leary could maybe sneak more relics, that'd be one thing for the Aztecs. He still is going for monks, 41 military to 32, and Hera up by 10 vils. So unless Leary can suddenly take a good fight, Mangonel in the workshop still, and Hera could pop out and hit the Mangonel at any point, maybe? Monk's the best siege unit in the game. Maybe we could try to convert the workshop. Use that redemption. And especially all that HP they have. Don't Mangonel your own monk, Leary. Okay, Hera not really with too many slingers. Only 10. That's giving Leary a spot of daylight, maybe. Still down now by 1k res collected, though. And this is a hard spot to come back from. The advantage for... Right, the Incas, or they have the cheaper military. Aztecs would be they need more eco to outproduce. That's not what they're doing here. It's all about the monk conversions, though. Maybe the monks can be valuable. Let's see if Hera can get a second Mangonel out. So 2 Mangonels in the workshop now. I'm gonna try to take the fight. The monks have, I think, ooh, nice Mangonel shot. Used a lot of their monk juice. Mangonels don't really have a useful target other than Mangonels, though. Mangonel going to... Ooh, double kill from the hill. And monks trying to get conversions. This is all down to monks now. Can they get enough conversions for Leary to survive? Leary with the Eagles slightly uphill in the fight. Feels like Hera's taking it, though. Hera has Eagles everywhere. A lot of the slingers are down, but still a few slingers survive. And more Eagles on the way out for Leary, but Hera is winning this fight. And then he can just push forward, and I think this is it. There's the GG from Leary, and Hera ties it up 1-1. I think both first 2 games were kind of decided by the Civ matchup. Better Civ winning, but Inca have the edge over the Aztecs for sure these days. Better eco by the end of it. And right from the get-go on that lame, I genuinely don't know how lames happen on Socotra and why players don't just very quickly prioritize scout the elephant and take it right at the start. Just that lame gives Hera such a nice Dark Age. And it feels like so much went well for Leary too, just getting the villain the scout kill after that. So you couldn't match the uptiming. And you feel, like I said, you feel the lame, not necessarily in the Dark Age if you push your zebras in, but kind of in that mid to late feudal, it affects your Castle Age timing. I think that's what we ended up seeing. What is the timing? Yeah, like that 50-second difference just allowed Hera to apply so much early castle pressure attacking that barracks. Leary really struggled to recover from that. That ties it up 1-1 with a win on Socotra. And winning Inca versus Aztecs. Well, Hera had a great map too, as far as Socotra goes. Remember, he had that back gold. And let's see what's next. Leary will pick the map. So at least winning the first game, Leary does have the map advantage now. If he wins all of his home maps, he wins. Yeah, back bore for Hera too. That was nice. Had doubt giving him the moral support. I mean, I don't think anyone needs doubt to tell you to make skirms. We all just make skirms these days, right? Be shorter than the Larry Tato Fortress game? I mean... many things are shorter than that. And I could have sworn I just saw them launching, but nope, in the lobby. Hello, Krishna. Alright, here we are. And it will be Nomad. Leary will be back to his yellow color. I don't know why we missed so much or why it took so long for the game to load in for us. That's weird. I loaded in right away, and now we were missing 3 minutes. What is going on? Spectator dashboard. Not loading right away. Anyway, it's Nomad. We didn't miss nothing. Should skirms be changed? I don't know. Maybe the change we need for skirms is just pathing to be updated so melee units actually can fight the skirms better. So that their minimum range actually affects them. What if we did this to skirms? What if we gave skirms one additional minimum range just to make melee units more effective at fighting them? That way you don't gotta change the costs or any of the stats, really. It's just minimum range. Alright, because then you wouldn't be able to fight scouts as well in the feudal age when the scouts are kind of just on top of you, trying to jump you. And then you're not going to rebalance costs or anything. Oh, and Sad Panda. Well, I hope the sub cheers you up. Thank you very much for the sub. They are quite close indeed. They're... Where is Leary's dock? Is the Bengalis? Wait, where is his... Oh, there it is, over there. Their docks are quite far. But they are very close. This is the landlocked version of Nomad, so you can't run a full circle around the map with your fish. We'll have a tiny bit of land down there. But they are very close. Bengalis, Italians. Always an interesting Civ matchup. It's one of those things where I feel like if you get to the late game, Elephant Archers have enough HP that even they beat Genoese Crossbowmen. But Bombard Cannons are a nice advantage for the Italians. Both really good monk civs. Let's see. I'm going to swap the slides on the scoreboard. What is this? Control Alt-S? Alt-S, yes. So because Leary's TC is over here, I'm going to put Leary on the left and Hera on the right. We have that power and capture age. Scouts should get a small bonus against skirms. You know, I feel like it's not like killing the skirms that's the problem. It's just the pathing where you can't take a good engagement. And the fact that skirms can just run away. And then you get enough skirms out. We've seen that a few times that, you know, 1 damage adds up over time. Remove their infinite projectiles? I like the extra mineral. That'd be a fun thing to test. Maybe workshop that in a show match one day. I think that we can just change that into map script directly. We might not even need a data mod. Although a data mod would be no problem to make either. Oh, what is this? This new plant on the map. Some purple added into the color palette. I don't think I've seen this before. Now we got a game going on, but we have a new plant here. I'll need to use that in some of my maps. See where it's appropriate. See what type of plant that actually is. Any botanists in the chat? Tell me what plant that is. Little lavender. I also have the willow trees. Hello, willow. Old man willow. Looks like a lavender. Okay. Think mangonels should cross stone when they fire. I don't know about that. So, feudal age first for Hera. Not surprising to see the Italians up first. And looking at the fishing ship, it's 5 to 6. And second dock from Hera, so pretty far apart taking the fish. And we'll have a good ability to go double dock galleys. Leary walling up. Hera's resources are pretty far forward in terms of the gold. His other gold actually is kind of safe, but far away to the back. Harvest, you harvest this for alchemy to enchant your armor. Oh gosh. What is AoE2 coming to? I mean, we have Shravamsh Riders with magic shields now, and heroes with auras. Alchemy isn't too far away. So, feudal on the way for Leary. I wonder if Leary's going to try to FC this. Could always FC Rathas. How would some type of FC Genbo do against FC Rathas? I'd be afraid the Rathas still can go melee mode and run them down. They have so much HP. Oh, the chickens, the wild chickens, the herdable chickens. Look at that tiny bit of color. What is that? Is that like a little collar or a scarf on the chicken? I don't even know what that is. Sheep makes sense for collars. I don't know, do you keep chickens like that? I'm not familiar with chickens. I know people who keep chickens, but I don't myself. Reduce decay by preventing ants from eating the carcasses? What? So market there for Leary. And blacksmith as well. So it is just going to be a straight FC. He's not mining any stone. Oh, he is now. 3 on stone. Where are they? Are they going down there? Okay, 3 vills heading to stone. So this could just be FC, drop a castle on Hera's face. And Hera looks like he is going galleys and fire galleys. So Hera just concentrating heavily on the water. 3 docks on the water to try to disrupt the fishing eco from Leary. And Leary's saying, okay, you can disrupt my fish. I'll just FC and go Rothers. Rothers don't cost any food. And how does Hera stop this if Leary just sends his entire village forward to drop a castle? He could try to do some anti-castle houses, and that actually might be effective with how tight this area is. Maybe Leary has to do the castle at home. But Leary up to the castle age, and he is ready to phosphor. Remember, this is the map that Leary picked. So he is prepared to go for Bengalis as a civ pick. He wanted this on Nomad, and Hera is trying to counterpick with Italians. Barracks and market going up for Hera there. Lavender is supposed to deter ants, but the effect's a bit far-fetched. How do Genoese do against Rothas? That's the question. That's what I'm curious about. I think if you can camp the TC with them, then you're probably doing okay, because you have enough bonus damage that you will kill the Rothas over time. But what I would worry about is more if the Genoese crossbowmen get out in the open and the Rothas can go to melee mode. Then just kind of snipe them off. Another stable for Hera. Leary with a vill over by the dock, but she doesn't have much HP left. And now Leary just about there, buying stone. He'll have the castle as soon as he goes up. Question is, where does he drop it? And also the question, does he stay on stone potentially for a second castle? So only 2 minutes later to the castle age is Hera, and he will have the much better eco because he has 8 fishing ships. And he is going to start training scouts from a stable. I don't think scouts can stop a castle. There goes Leary forward. 8 villagers, he might need to send more. Bringing his stone miners back to gold. And the castle will be right on Hera's face. Will Hera see this? He should be aware of it. I feel like scouts is maybe just the wrong option against Rothas, though. There is the castle. Did Leary see the gold? He did see the gold. Well, Hera will have to run from the gold regardless. Castle will just be near it, and Fletching Bach will come and hit the gold anyway. Monastery behind this. And Hera has to run. He will be castle age by the time the Rothas really threaten him. This wood line of trees is going to be absolute madness for the Rothas to path around near the castle. Hera just going to run. He's going to stonewall up behind this so the Rothas can't get in. And Leary will do the castle. Hera will try to play with more eco. He just doesn't have loom yet. I think he'll escape, but he'll need to do loom as soon as he gets up to castle. And Aratha is on the way for Leary. That's true. Melee pathing always can counter melee mode. So monks on the way for Leary. Castle taking some shots at the TC. And the Rothas are going to start hoovering around the back. Now, scouts cannot fight Rothas. Where's the scout for Hera? Oh, he's just hiding in the woods down there. Leary had palisade walled, but the fires will make a spot through those walls. Rothas now hitting the vills. They'll get a kill. Loom not in. Melee mode and ranged mode combining to pick off a vill. Nicely done there. Oh, nope, she doesn't go down. Gets in the TC. Now, one ranged Rotha could hide behind that wood line. Hera about to overchop. Oh, that tree is just felled. Doesn't have any resources taken from it. If Leary had a chop on that tree, that'd be epic. He has a monk over here. Oh, he could convert a vill and then chop the tree and use a palisade to get through. Oh, Leary, do it. That would be amazing. Clutching on the way. So Hera gonna try to go for a defensive castle. He has stone himself. And he's just gonna try to go Genoese crossbowman. Doesn't have the wood to afford a new TC, that's true. He will do a castle up underneath his old one. A few vills in range of the TC. He'll need to reposition them. Ratha coming forward. Just gonna get through.
And I mean, he can do the castle here, but what eco does that castle defend? He's not going to have any gold. He can try to go monk defense. But right now, Hera has no gold control. And that's what worries me. How do you make Genoese crossbowmen if you don't have gold? You make maybe 1. And he's not going to have any stone now either. Conversion on the Vil. Still would like to see that palisade chopped, but guess he'll be under the castle now. Another Vil going down, maybe. Ranged mode snipes the Vil. And now ranged mode outside the stone, outside the wood. Hera cannot take resources anywhere if the Rathas stand in ranged mode. He will make Genoese crossbowmen and use the market to make as many Genbo as he can. But you are correct in Hera does not have the wood for another TC. And Hera will have to throw up a lumber camp. Will have to buy wood for a lumber camp. As he did not actually have a lumber camp where he could take wood there. And, well, he has some fish, but now... Okay, ooh, docks from Leary, so he's going to get on the water and disrupt the fish. And I think Leary's in a really good spot. Because Hera's eco is in shambles, absolute shambles. 3 Genbos, but look at this. 100 HP for the Rathas. 6+2, and then an extra 5 attack. So 13 total attack. Rathas have 2 pierce armor though, so 11 attack. Outpost up for Leary. Look at Leary's map vision. He knows Hera isn't anywhere else. And he knows that Hera is trapped and doesn't have gold access. And he can just camp here. And Hera will be 1T, or he will be 0 TC gaming. If Leary could ever afford War Galley, he just takes the water. Ooh, forcing War Galley even from Hera. Lost a couple of Rathas there needlessly. That'll affect his water control. He needs to get his Rathas back behind there. Trying to keep Hera off of stone. Hera does not have the stone for a TC. Hello, Sunnyflower. Hope you're having a lovely day. Loom is in, yes. Ratha's there, thinking of picking off the fish. 4 Genoese crossbowmen, 7 Genoese crossbowmen. Hera picking up or Leary picking up a relic will be sniped off by Hera. And he just needs to save the Rathas now. Wants a conversion on the War Galley. Even could charge that and swap to a Genbo. Yep, he'll get a Insta. Saves the monk even. And this is what I was saying. Ooh, if he hadn't lost those Rathas to the ships earlier, could melee mode fight the Genbos. Nice conversion there, but Hera finally gonna get a TC up. Leary up by about 10 Vils though. Leary just adding in his second TC now. Hera's still on the water. Maybe Leary's attempt to get back will backfire, but at least he did force fires out. Ooh, that Vil could even do a quick wall in front of the monks to keep him safe from the fires? Hera gonna get away. Ships have a bit more conversion resistance. And a bit of idle TC time earlier though. 110 for Hera. Now it's Mangonels against the Genbos. Will Hera notice this? He splits. Hera of course notices. War Galley on the way for Leary. Too much. He splits again. He gets a Mangonel. No repairs. He's gonna get 2 Mangonels. Remember when Mangonels countered archers? Well, conversion, Mangonel hit. Rathas from behind, though. And is melee mode or ranged mode better? I guess with pathing, ranged mode's better. I just actually need to fight. Ooh, Jimbo has a lot of attack. And padded archer armor on the way for Hera. As the Rathas run away. Castle fire exchanged on the hill. Fire ship will go down for Leary. No attack stance. You're just out of range and on stand ground, I think. And that's what happened. Wasn't no attack stance, I think it was just stand ground. Oh, and here's the answer. Genbo is taking out the Rathas. Mangonel not in position to micro this. Leary's still up by 8 Vils, but Hera with an army that right now counters the Rathas, it would seem. Mangonel will get... Ooh, nothing. He was great, but now you're tired and ready to chill. Vil's going. Now there goes the Vil lead that Leary had. If he can't stop the Genbos from killing his villagers. Absolute massacre.
Monk needs another conversion. It'll be low HP when it gets converted. And even Hera microing out against that Mangonel shot. Oh gosh, this Genbo finally cleaned up. 8 fill leads still for Leary. 5 of which are fishing ships for Hera. Hera at least does have gold access now. He's doing 2 TCs, but Leary about to add his 3rd. Is Leary throwing? I think the biggest throw, honestly, was losing those Rothos to the ships early. If he had an extra 2 or 3 Rothos, he probably could have taken an early fight against the Genbos and cleaned them. And that just let Hera get the TCs. Ooh, could be a throw if that TC doesn't go up. Leary. Hera coming over with the Genbos. Gonna find the villagers. And that TC will be denied. Where are the Genbos coming out of the shadows? And that'll be another 3 dead Vills. And Hera also will now realize Leary was going for the TC approach. TC destroyed, 5 Genbos getting in. Leary delete those farms. Hera snipes a farm, snipes 2 farms. That's a lot of wood he's throwing. I like how the chickens were marching with the Genbos. Chickens, a very important part of your economy. Or a part of your army. They make so much noise that they'll distract your opponents and they'll never hear the sound of your units being microed. So 2 conversions there, but the monks go down. And still our conversions on Genbos worth it. Hera, the micro. The beast at micro. Another conversion on the way. And garrison the TC. Do TCs hit anything these days? Okay, yeah, they do. They hit stationary things underneath them. So the Vil deficit still maintaining it around the same size. Hera's gonna want another TC. The chickens will spot that he's doing it. Oop, okay, Leary will lose a chicken. If he's paying attention, he'll see that TC is taken. I hate the wild chickens. Like a 1-tile line of sight does not work in AoE 2. A square vision. And you can even tell how the square moves based on the grid position of the chicken. Oh, that is so silly. Hera also winning the castle fight, maybe? With stone for another castle soon? And also the Italians with the cheap imp. That's always going to be looming over us. And the ability to go imp and treb down a castle. So 4 Mangonels coming forward on the Genbos. Then he never messes around. I mean, even with 4 Mangonels, like, you feel like Hera's gonna out-micro this, don't you? I mean, lots of bad news for Leary. I'm hearing that he still has a 10 Vil lead, and that he still has 4 Mangonels. Can Hera out-micro that with 7 Genbos and a Scout? I don't even know. I think Hera can retreat from the fight. And both 3 TC booming. No fishing ships left for anyone. And Hera splits. Mangonels get a tiny bit of damage done. Monks, the Mangonels are just there so that they can protect the monks, really. And on the YouTube chat, I still see above like the heart button that you click. I still see those things being spammed occasionally. I don't know if they do anything other than people can spam them. I don't think they affect the algorithm at all. Maybe Mangonel shots will affect the algorithm. Those Genbos finally get splattered. That's what Leary needed. That's what he needed. Husbandry on the way for Hera. But a few spears coming forward for Leary. Okay, Sanctity Wheelbarrow on the way. Monks want conversions. Spears want pokes. He does need horse collar, that's true. Hera has his eco upgrades. He even use pikemen. What's that Vil gonna do? An outpost, maybe. Nice compliment to the Mangonel push, an outpost. Ooh, nice hit from Leary. Horses the like have back. Pikemen on the way. And pikemen should be able to defend these if they're in position. Monks want the conversions. And monks could just walk forward now for the conversion. Leary can push up onto this hill. As long as the conversions don't break. And he has line of sight over here. Ooh, the conversions did break there.
He really wants to be on the hill, though, I think. Monks can start charging conversions on the Genbos, wait for the Cav to run in. And if Louis could take this hill, that will be great for him. Stone for another castle for Hera. And Louis needs to make sure that Hera doesn't get the position for a castle in front of these TCs. Oh, kills his own Vil. Pro micro. Clearly he just wants the Relic. I mean, Relic is a nice victory in itself when he already has 3 of them. I mean, he does just want to be slightly on the hill to get the hill bonus on the TC. He right-clicked to drop off the resources, didn't right-click twice to repair. Hera can just... I feel like you don't even want to use the Mangonel shots on the light cap now. He's just going to debate. Monks can convert. He can charge on one light cap and then swap to convert. A lot of wood to repair with TCs. Leary still has that Vil lead. Leary's up to Imp. Ballistics on the way for Hera. Another Mangonel on the way. Has to go back. Monks want conversions on the light cap. One Mangonel goes down. Monks get a couple conversions there, but all the Mangonels are cleared. Everything cleared. Now Hera has space to do his castle. And the Genbos can pick off the pikemen. The pikemen no longer there to defend against the light cav that are just hoovering around. The monks will go down. And Leary, maybe he was a mistake because he didn't have any skirms added in. He's going to try to go archers. But now Hera has the military advantage in this imp transition. Can he go elephant archer? I guess that just has to go normal arb against the Genbo. Are they so far back? Because they're worried about the Genbos. They're worried about the Genbos, but that's going to give Hera space to do his castle forward. And that's going to mean the arb push has to be accompanied by siege. And now you're getting to the position where Hera can transition to imp as the Italians. And he'll also have bombard cannons. So score is still a bit out of whack because one player hasn't clicked and the other has. So this is not that big of a difference right now, but Hera still with a massive advantage in the KD. And he'll have the extra castle. But Treb production as soon as Leary gets up will be a thing. Mangonel shot! Okay, Genbos dodge into the Mangonel shot there. And, ooh, doesn't quite get anything either. Crossbow on the way. Arbalest will be a nice addition against the Italians. Italians can struggle against Arbs. Arbs have more range. Yes, they do. You can right-click twice to repair. So when you right-click the TC once, the Vils drop off resources. You need to have them drop off and then right-click again, and they'll repair the TC. You can also use the repair hotkey, but depending on where you click on the TC, Vils might bunch up in the middle of the TC to repair, and that just puts them as prime targets to Mangonels. So you almost always want to right-click the TC to repair rather than using the hotkey. I have an old YouTube video about that. Depending on, because the TC is a bunch of buildings merged together, depending on where you click on the building with the repair hotkey, depends on which part of the TC the Vils surround to repair. If you want them around the outside, you want to right-click. Yeah, Arbs will have one more range, or crossbows have one more range than Genbo. Herbal medicine for Hera, because why not? All the things you're spending on when you're going imp, that's the important one. And now you're getting to the point where bombard cannons can come out for Hera. And it could be like skirm bombard cannon, and I think that's something the Bengalis can struggle against. Huge eco advantage though for Leary. Huge eco advantage for Leary. And one Vil making it down to the south for Hera. Hera raiding with light cav, because of course he is, because the fires destroyed the wall earlier. Leary didn't re-wall that. And okay, looks like the Vil over there did get destroyed, or killed. Pikeman will clean this raid, and Leary maybe wants to re-wall. He'll get a castle up. Still feels like the map control is kind of even for them. Ballistics on the way, and Treb advantage for Leary. Hera will sacrifice one castle to do another castle in the back. He's going to add in chain barding armor, and try to get disruptive with his light cav raids. Open courtyards units can walk in our court. It is pretty cool, but it's an absolute nightmare for the game engine. The graphics for the TCs still don't even render correctly. The TC wings don't work. And now the Trebs don't have the skirm defense in front of them yet for the Genbos. It's 3 Trebs. Crossbows have to fall back. Elite skirm on the way.
Arb would win against Genbo. Maybe Crossbow still wins when they're not elite. And all the skirms went down, but Hera not able to push that. Leary taking the score lead. And Leary's still up by 5k res collected. I think this is still his game. But Hera making him work for it. Can you shift Q repair after drop-off? That I don't know. It might just shift Q double drop-offs. I don't know if it shift Qs like a generic right click. That's a good question. I'll have to try that. Okay, so Castle Foundation going up for Leary. Trying to get some map control. Hera repairing. I don't know if he can repair in time. Chemistry on the way. Italians will have cheap bombard cannons, but they're not going to have pyrotechnica. Does pyrotechnica apply to bombard cannons too, or just hand cannoneers? Because it gives them basically scorpion hand cannoneers. So that castle now will crumble for Hera. Maybe looking good right now. I think this is a good spot. He has Arb and Skirm. So now you just stand the Skirms in front of the Arbs to kill the Genbos. And even if they get hit by the Cav, Arbs can fight in the back. And it's only a 5 HP difference. And the Genbos have one more Pierce Armor. But with the range, Leary will do it. And he will call... Hera will call the GG. So Leary holds on. Hera made it interesting. Couple of early kills against the Rathas, a good fight against the Mangonels, but Leary just too far ahead. He holds on. Had a good boom behind this. Hera didn't have enough map control, couldn't take the fight in Imp. Leary was pushing with the Trebs, had the timing. And GG, Leary 2-1, inching forward towards a potential win. 101 kills for Hera. More res collected for Leary. And good change in the imp time. Let's look at the economy stats over time. I mean, it really took a while for Leary to get a bigger eco lead because of the fish. But he did pull it off. GG. It's hand cannons only. Okay, hand cannoneers only. So 2-1 for Leary. Did win Nomad. Once again, he wins all of his home maps, and he wins. So Bengalis over. Very high pick Italians there for Hera. So I picked them even before he saw the Bengalis. So I tried to use them as a counter pick, but didn't quite work out. Anyone else was dead 15 minutes. Well, other than Yo probably. Who knows, maybe Yo even finds a way to win that. Yo is insane on Nomad. Leary ahead of Hera? Yes. Ahead after the first game, and now again after the third game. Okay, in the lobby again. We'll see what map they pick and what color Leary picks. Leary always changes his color every game. Yes, green. Well, he was green for game 2, so does he go green again? Are you gonna go full beast mode? Well, we'll see. I mean, I feel like we still haven't seen full beast mode from Leary this set either. Okay, looks like still in the lobby, still have Nomad selected. Get baited with him being behind and winning.
go orange. Never see orange? You see that if freaking Andy plays. Orange was the old color from Backed, if you remember Backed from back in the day. Oh, orange, yes. Oh, someone's spamming that heart button on YouTube. Alright, and here we go. Oh, and you were right, he did go green, so picking green again. Leary will be to the west, playing as the green Wu. Hera to the east, playing as the blue Persians, and the map will be Kawasan. 5 relics in the middle, and all 5 relics spawned next to Hera. Oh boy. Well, when Viper had his streak, he had map hacks. Does Hera have map hacks himself too now? Getting all the relics. So 3-ville start on Kawasan, much slower than the 9-ville start, so you have time to scout the ponds, determine where you're going to dock, push in some deer, get off to a smooth start. Persians, of course, plus 50 food and wood at the start, faster working TC, faster working docks, extra HP on the docks, so great advantage early game on the water. The Wu, though, have the Jian swordsman. I don't think Hera's going to go Persian longswords to counter them. And other than one game on a landing situation where Yo could easily wall and go monks, guard towers as Koreans, I've yet to see the Jin swordsman fail. Hera's like a game boss. It's like he has the HP bar that depletes, and then it's like, oh no, surprise, here's another HP bar. So Bill's going over to chop wood there for Leary. Bill's chopping wood here for Hera. And Goose scouting for Hera in the back. There's a nice bit of walling back here, honestly. A house there. And then he's almost fully walled. He's not going to wall that far away, though. I mean, just wall here, and this is like Black Forest. And he has this woodline to go back to later on if he's pressured. And honestly, very easy wall there, and this wood line goes to the TC. And this is a super easy to wall map for Hera. Leary significantly more open. He can wall this side simply enough. But this side here is wide open. You go for a very far forward wall, but that's still difficult to secure the gold for him. Jin Swordsman with Gebetto backline is the strongest combination you've seen. How have you seen Jin Swordsman plus Gebetto? That must be some type of crazy team game. So green Leary. Sunnyflower with the correct color prediction. He'll be docking the pond to the north. Hera docking the pond to the south. And I think this is what you want if you're the Wu player, not to be against the early, faster production of the docks. They'd be balanced if they had a unique attribute that the minimum damage is 0 instead of 1. Isn't there a unique tech that does that already? Or was there a unique tech that did that in the past? Is that Andean Sling from the Incas? Yeah, that exists already. As the Slingers and the Skirmishers have no minimum range then. I've never really seen that be effective. But I guess that kind of comes to a point where the skirms are really in a late game attacking ranged units anyway. Not really, if melee units close the distance, they die anyway. They get destroyed by full knights? I've seen that before, but the problem is the Wu have really good monks. And you can go monk plus Jian swordsman and then have monks for the knights. And the Persians do not have good monks. No sanctity, no atonement, no redemption, no heresy even for defending like a late castle knight push.
So feudal at just about the same time. We'll see if Hera tries to forward dock the same pond as Lyri, or if he's content just to fish boom down here. We will have the barracks. That's an extra plus 65 food. Again, the Wu have 65 food every time they build a military production building and every time they build a dock. So the more docks they build, the more food they get. And he's moving out to gold. So it doesn't look like... Well, maybe he can do a man-at-arm on the way up, but it's a late barracks for that. And yep, he is doing militia. So militia using all that food he got. Although the minimum damage is 0 instead of 1. Oh, sorry, I misread that. Yeah, that would certainly make them different. I don't think there's... Well, I guess in some sense, Trevamstriders have a min damage, or they take a min damage of 0 because of their shield. Could be interesting to try. Okay, Lyri, so he's going to do a forward dock, and well, as the Wu, might as well build the forward dock. And get the food from it. The Wu would be a great civ to go for that Jabate dock. Right here, Hera's up first. He'll scout the dock, and he's going to add a fire. This could be the situation where if you're Lyri, you just put one fishing ship inside the dock and hide it with the flag. And you're going to force Hera to do a couple fires, and then, haha, joke's on you, I'm not actually making anything. But he's not going to do that. He's going to do the fire. I have seen that be effective before. But I think ultimately he does lose on the water here against the Persians, but if you're forcing Hera to invest on the water... Ooh, double dock from Lyri. Okay, maybe if he gets the double dock going, he can fight here and also take the pond, and also fight with men-at-arms, so the men-at-arms upgrade on the way. Oh, the more docks you build, the more food you get. So let's go Lyri for the extra food. You can even do an archery range at home soon, probably for skirms, if he sees Hera moving in. Has to be careful of that Vil. There's a feudal age scout there. And he's going to finish the house, but the Vil is under attack. Where is the pathing there? I'm going to send a Vil to try to save the Vil, and get as much damage on the scout as he can. Scout could even get the other Vil, but losing HP. So a lot of HP down. Hera going to do his own dock on Lyri's pond. So Lyri had been scouting, but didn't see the dock there. So repairs on the fire there for Lyri, and he's going double docks in the pond to the south. We'll be disrupting Hera's fish. And hello, Cap Sanavia. How you doing? The Wu have been amazing on all the hybrid maps I've seen them played. Hera fishing and not repairing. Hera not paying attention. He loses the fire. That would have been an easy repair for him. He was dealing with the men-at-arms in his base, microing his archers, and lost that fire. The men-at-arms had gotten in. The wall was not up in time. And now he's just defending with archers. Has to be careful of the speed of the men-at-arms now, since they are the same speed as the archers. Oh, and Hera didn't even find 2 of his geese. Lyri can lame them if he wants. You just leave them there. And be like, Hera, your goose is cooked. I'm the Wu on this map. So a tiger. Oh, these Vils cannot. Whoa, stone wall. Full stone walls from Lyri. Okay, full stone walls. I love that. Yes. The Ornlu strategy. The stone walls. Yeah, well, idle TC time, I guess, making up for the Vil difference. Hera still microing around with the archers at home, and Hera also losing all of his fishing ships on the water. Losing villagers, too. Losing the repair Vil. Hera getting cleaned on the water. And on the north, well, double docks from Hera. He'll clean Lyri. Lyri trying to defend. I mean, Lyri could just do another dock. He's the Wu. We'll get food from it. Might as well. And Emma, hello! Oh, let's look at the stone walls there. Emma, hope you enjoy this. Oh, look at the horse. The horse is saying, I'm gonna admire your wall too. The horse is not gonna look a gift wall in the mouth. So extra HP on the Persian dock. That'll stay up for a while. That'll be annoying. But Lyri can start fishing down here. Hera no more fishing ships. Hera already with 400 more res collected. And does have, well, equal Vil count now. Or because of the 2 fishing ships. That's my fave out of the 5 Three Kingdoms civs? I don't know. I've never actually played any of them. I've just not been interested in the DLC myself. So I can't really give an answer to that. Leaning heavy towards Lyri because of the stone walls.
Playing crazy. Playing, this looks like a game from 2012 where your base is fully stonewalled. 15 stone left. Had just enough. Oh, Leary, don't leave a hole. Leary, don't do it. Don't stonewall just to leave a hole. Oh wait, there's no hole there. Okay. No hole. Debate. There is a chopped piece of bamboo there. 11 wood. Hera could send a Vil and chop 11 wood. Ooh, I was scared there for a moment. It's a market for Leary. Hera somehow still has more res collected despite losing his fish. Just Persian things. Does all the food Leary gets from the docks count towards res collected and capture rate? I don't know that. Hera's ahead by 500 res. Leary looking closer to the castle age, though. Have I even tried them? I have a content creator code for the DLC, but I've not entered it. Missed the game in the 90s? Well, it was there for 1 year in the 90s. Is it worth to delete their TC and build one in the middle berries? I don't think so. Is it going to be worth it to do a TC there in the castle age? So fishing ships for Leary blocking fire are going to give him a nice advantage in that fight. He's just going to try to repair. Archer going for the repair Vil, but he will be singed, and Hera not going to micro back in time, as Leary is the first one to click up. Wouldn't it have expired by now? It doesn't expire. I have it on like an alt account from the preview, but I don't have it on my main account. I kind of want to leave it that way so I don't have the chance of randoming them if I play random Civ on the ladder. The fire is coming forward. And here is a group of archers to deal with that villager. And I guess the good thing from Hera's point of view with all the archers is he's not going to let the forward gen swordsman happen from Leary. Forward barracks and forward workshop, he will have the scout there looking to prevent it. But Leary does want to go to the middle, and we'll see where he ends up putting the barracks. What Leary will see is that since the archers are tied up down here killing a villager, they're not going to be here in the middle. Doesn't have a scout anymore, but he's just going to take the risk of being forward and hoping that there aren't any archers there. Hera will see this if he's paying attention. Question is he paying attention while microing down here? Ooh, nice demo. While he was paying attention to the demo, maybe he missed the Vils, making their way to the middle. No TC right away for Leary unless he buys stone. Unless he can play the Jurchens. Well, very different than the Age 3 Grenadiers, right? Those were like anti-building, if I recall. They were a siege unit. It's been a while since I've played Age 3. So Monastery right away in the middle. Leary's seeing how far forward the relics are, saying, Hera's got map hacks, but I've got a forward Monastery and uptiming. So Hera looks like he wasn't paying attention with the scout. He's just going to see the Vils now. Here's the Monastery, and Hera might not have even seen that. He's looking for something, and I don't think he was paying attention. And TC in the middle, so not going to go immediately for the Jin Swordsman. I'm just going to go the Monk, or a Jin Swordsman from the back. 5 Pierce Armor right away, and can do more with armor upgrades. That TC needs to go up. Hera going to see it with the Scout. And he's going to hoover around the Monastery to pick off monks. Archers there will hit the Vils. Jin Swordsman on the way. Maybe, Monk wants a conversion. Oh, Hera, he's picking the Vils. Leary didn't have enough forward, didn't have any skirms. Vils looking to pick off the Scout, but a 2 HP Scout is all you need to stop monks. And will the TC go up? Scout could die, Scout dies. And this Vil should live. Archers go down. Leary will get the TC up, but at great cost. So Hera, he was not there on the timings in so many different ways. I feel like what Leary needed was maybe a barracks and then more forward gen swordsman rather than opening with the monastery, but that's in hindsight now, seeing as the Vils died. I don't think DM still exists in players' hearts. One day it can make a glorious comeback, I believe. I've enjoyed Deathmatch when I played it. So back TC from Hera. So Hera's plan now has to be boom in the back. Maybe get a bit of a fish boom on this pond and hope that the Persian's eco can carry him to victory despite not having the map control. But this is going to be an easy 5 relics for Leary. Easy 5 relics. And as I like his map positioning, And the question is just now, what do we think of the Civ matchup? What can the Persians do against the Wu? Do the Wu just go Gen Swordsman for the win? So 2 TCs is not going to be an eco-less push. Did Hera get a relic? Nope, all the 5 relics there for Leary. CBA tournament? Ooh. I don't know if people would be interested in seeing that casted, but that could be fun. Maybe like a high-level CBA show match one day. If we get some... I don't know, are there players who are like really in-tuned to CBA, who know how it works, who could do a high-level show match? Are there any like pro players who play or who dabble in CBA? CBA Hero? We could do some... It would be fun to see some high-level custom scenarios one day. Like maybe roll the dice? I don't know how we'd ever even spectate that. High-level TTF racing? House goes down. Played CBA for years before you started to play AoE, says Dark Noob. That's like Viper playing 4v4 Land Nomad for years before he ever tries Arabia. I want to see him make a hero. I have seen them used. So Light Cav from Hera going double stable, and has to be like Light Cav Knight, right? That's the only thing Persians can do here. Monks have Redemption even if Siege comes in, and we're going to see Redemption right away, so the Monk becomes the most powerful Siege unit in the game, and can pressure that range by converting it, can pressure the houses by converting them. Another barracks forward, so double Monastery, double barracks, and Leary is full stone-walled at home, fully stone-walled, and it still has not overchopped that tree. No holes in the walls. Horses even there, just to admire the handiwork. Land Nomad was your thing as well, and a Land Nomad was a very popular thing back in the lumber camp days. Maybe DE did the wrong thing by removing the lumber camp start in its version of Land Nomad. I mean, for any tournament version of Land Nomad, we'd probably see a 9-vil start these days, but on the latter 3-vil start with the lumber camp, I don't understand why it was so popular either, but it was. It was fun. I remember a Land Nomad game where I was the Huns on HD, and I realized my lumber camp was adjacent to my teammates back before you had the free Carto. So I tried to delete the foundation and move it, but in the lag, the Vil spent a fraction of a bit of wood, and then I had 99 wood, and couldn't do a lumber camp. So I had to wait for my ally to build a TC, chop some wood, garrison, and drop it off, and then do my lumber camp. And we ended up winning the game. It was amazing because there's a player on the enemy team who got absolutely steamrolled immediately. And it basically became a 4v3 when I boomed back. And the ironic part was the game before was on Arena. That player had accidentally deleted their TC and then resigned right away instead of playing it. Yeah, you had to chop all that extra wood, that 100 extra wood. Huns are bad enough on Land Nomad. Now they just win on Land Nomad because they have the horse. So, scouts from the rear, knights from the front, monks trying to get conversions. If the conversions succeed, then Leary wins, and he gets 2 conversions on the knights. I think that's all he'll need. The Gen Swordsman and the pikemen in the back. Mangonel still pushing the TC. Persian TCs, lots of HP, hard to push. But the stable and the range were converted by monks. And that Huiguang cavalry now queued for Leary. Is this good or bad? I don't know. But it's a thing. It's kind of like a knight. Less like a reskin knight. I don't think there's anything real special about it. More melee armor, but less attack. I think. Yeah, compared to the knight. Less HP, too. So less HP, but heavily armored. Was it more or less attack? Maybe it's more attack even, but just less HP. Better than knight, worse than cavalier and paladin. I guess it depends on the composition. So more pikes and monks coming forward. Hera's still with the score lead, still with an eco lead. But this is where I feel like the Gen Swordsmen start to overwhelm you. 22 military to 11. Hera losing some production facilities, just doing more stables in the back. Trying to add a 3rd TC. And so pikes, monks, Gen Swordsmen, and Mangonels for Leary. And
And more Jin Swordsmen could even use maybe a forward barracks. I don't know if the Huigrong cavalry will be useful or just a distraction, but it's numbers for him right now. Numbers help defend the mangonels. Hera just advantage of being Persians and the HP you have on the TC. This is where Valyri, he doesn't have Town Watch, does he? No, this is where Town Watch I think would be useful for the stable, just so you have a better idea of what Hera's doing. Now Hera does have maybe an opportunity to hoover around in the back and pick reinforcements. Valyri, remember, there's equal vills and 5 relics. 5 relics, and this is the advantage of Hera, that just the, ooh, even a conversion. The hoovering. Now the Jin Swordsmen have the Pierce Armor to hit the TC. Mangonel shots will hit the middle of the TC, so it's not going to damage his own units. Persian TC, though, that thing has a ton of HP. And the Jin Swordsmen will be Mangonel themselves. Pikemen back to defend the Mangonel. Maybe he's got to have them on standing ground by the Mangonel, I think. Jin Swordsman still raiding. Is it cheaper? What's the cost of that? Of the... Oh, it's not. It doesn't list it there. That's the upgrade cost. What's the cost of the Huigrong cavalry compared to knights? Does Town Watch work on converted buildings? Yes. It should work on any building that you have yourself. That's a good question, though. I never actually thought about that. I assumed it was just for converted buildings, but... Now you got me thinking a bit. Fire archers? Ooh, that could be useful. Fire archers at some point. Fixing the knight. More repairs on the TC. The Jin Swordsman will not care about the TC arrow fire at all. Light Cav surrounding the stable now. This is so messy for Hera. He's ahead in the KD, but just behind in army numbers. Eventually that's going to change. Ahead in eco too. Freaking repairs on the Persian TC. These things stay up forever. Now pikemen fighting some light cav. Light cav using their maneuverability to get the monks and the mangonel. And this is maybe Illyri overextending with the Jin Swordsman, taking a fight when he didn't have the numbers yet, and all of a sudden Hera kind of equaling the numbers. Head and res collected still, despite all the relics for Lyri. Lyri ahead in Vils, though. He is killing Vils during this raiding. But now the knights themselves, pound for pound, will be better than the Jin Swordsman. And as the numbers even out, maybe a bit harder for Lyri to take fights. Now that Persian TC just had so much repair. 60 food, 65 gold. Okay, so cheaper than knights. Hera's penned in. Oh, but wait! Hera has gotten through the front. Lyri wasn't repairing his walls, and he's gotten through with a couple of knights. Don't think he'll get much damage yet. He's actually 15 eco kills. These knights. Lyri has not really responded to this? That should not have happened. Lyri let the walls go down. And all of a sudden, there goes the eco lead he would have had. Hera counter raiding. Units in the eco. And Lyri, that's the one thing he did not want to happen. Needed to stonewall behind the houses, maybe. Okay, well there, Hera's right back in the game because of that. That's a lot of barracks forward for pikemen now. A lot of pikemen. And, I mean, that disrupts the farms that he needed for the food for the pikemen. Don't worry, Emma. It's not the stone walls that failed Lyri, it's the houses. The houses. And this would be, if Hera can take the hill, a great fight for him. Jin Swordsman going for a monk, and Hera's going to clear this army. He's going to clear the army, and he's going to drop a castle right on the monastery. Lyri falling apart. Persian eco too strong for Hera. Lyri over-investing into the push when he wasn't defending at home properly. And he's going to... Ooh, that nice from Lyri. He anticipated the castle location, did an anti-castle house. Might just need a couple of palisades on the inside, too. That's actually a great house to stop the castle, but you can fit another one here. Vil dancing on the castle foundation, pikemen on the foundation. You can block the foundation. Eventually he'll start construction. There you go. Oh, insta-rams. The Vil's blocking them from the castle, though. Oh, that would have been insane if he rammed it right away. Oh, the Vil's blocking it. At the same time, Hera taking a better and better fight. Look at that KD. Hoovering is how someone pronounced it in a rant once, yes. It's an amazing term. So the castle goes up, and Lyri now, he'll lose the relic, he'll be on the back foot. And Hera's pushing, and for the first time, there's the GG, the Jin Swordsmen have finally failed. Hera had to resort to Persians on Kawasan. He broke through the walls. And, well, that's the one thing the Persians are good at, defending with their town centers. All that HP they have. And it worked out for Hera. Worked out for him. The monks, the pikemen, not enough. The Hera just so good at the micro on the light cav, pulling the pikemen just out of position. You can try to overextend with the Gen Swordsman, get under the TCs, but then you're separating your army and the cav are picking you apart. My house wall next to stone walls. I know the sadness of the house walls failing Leary. He had 5 relics, he had the stone walls, he had all the map control, but not enough against the Persian TCs and the Persian boom. Persian's OP. 163 kills for Hera. Better eco. He's just always ahead in eco, despite losing the water, and despite Leary getting the relics. Still body blocking the ram, yes. I mean, if Leary could have one-shot that castle with the ram, maybe he had a chance there. I mean, I have seen that happen to Doubt before. Ooh, well, that ties it 2-2. These two continuing to go back and forth. And that was actually Leary's home map of Kawasan that he lost. Hera chose to pick, so Hera actually with the home map advantage now. Just wanted to use his first picked Persians against the Wu. And that'll bring us to game number 5, so it's now a best of 3. Best of 3 on Pacific Islands, Land Madness in Arabia. So Vikings there is Pacific Islands for Leary. Also has Maya for Land Madness, or for Arabia. And Hindustani's Magyars for Land Madness. Well, Armenians for Pacific Islands for Hera. I feel like I still like Vikings more, but maybe Armenians can win. I don't know. Then what, Romans for Land Madness against Magyars or Hindustanis, and Vietnamese or Kumans for Arabia? Kumans for Pacific Islands could be interesting if you go for a 2 TC boom. You're losing the water right away, though. Yeah, I mean, Kumans are risky wherever you play them. Alright, in the next lobby. See what color Leary picks if he goes back to his yellow. He's won with yellow, lost with green so far. What a match turnaround. Maya versus Vietnamese, ooh. Let's see, Sylvan picked the map. You need the, like, you know how baseball has very strict between inning time rules now? We need that for the games. Between game timers.
thought there were rules for that. Usually not in the online tournaments. For lands, usually, but not for these. Maybe we could have them, but that could be part of the Nimley handbook. Let's see, still in the lobby, although that could just be the spec dashboard telling me they're in the lobby. I know sometimes you gotta not trust these abilities to join the games in DE. Humans versus Hindustanis on Pacific Islands, now that would be something. Let's see. Still says Kawasan, so I guess the players must be taking a break. Armenians versus Vikings on Arabia. You gotta fight over those ponds. Longboats versus Dromans in the ponds. That's what we're coming to see, right? Okay, now I'm legit worried the dashboard not loading to a game properly. Let me open up another stream and see if they're waiting too. Okay, T90's waiting too. We're good then. Just noticed that he banned Fortress first, thankfully, because now I don't need to spectate in-game instead of with Capture Rage. Land Madness, Armenians against Magyars. Land Madness, I mean, you can do the mule cart walls. Ornlu and I pulled that off against Hera. That was successful. I like to see a tournament where players draft and pick saves for their opponents. Then we can see... That's always a fun way to do things. How'd Kumans do on Land Madness? They'd probably die because they can't do another TC. Cheaper Stables is basically their only eco bonus then. Which I guess cheaper stable and range. I think Magyars would be pretty heavily favored there. Get maybe a ping about a break somewhere on the server. Okay, a 5-minute break. Okay, we got a 5-minute break there. Okay, still in the lobby. It looks like it'll be Arabia. Okay, Arabia for the next game. Let me just then make sure the ad timer is fully reset during the break. Let's do another 30-second ad on Twitch. So apologies for the ads, but they are an attempt to show fewer ads, oddly enough. Okay, we're loading in. And Leary continuing with the green, not going back to the yellow. It'll be Leary as the green Maya to the west, against Hera as the blue Vietnamese to the east. Oh, look, there's a pond. Yes, pond right in the middle. Hope they fight over that. Hope they fight over that pond. So, welcome everyone to game number 5 on Arabia. It's tied 2-2, so this best of 7 has turned into a best of 3. And again, it'll be Leary as the green Maya to the west, and Hera as the blue Vietnamese to the east. Question is, the Vietnamese is always, what do they do against eagles? I feel like the Maya could kind of just try to overwhelm them with triple barracks eagles. Do they have anything good in the longsword line, maybe? They do have champion. Paper money, chakras, some type of eagle monk push, maybe? The eco for the Maya, I feel like, is good enough. They can just kind of overwhelm this. No early forward aiming for Hera, despite knowing exactly where Leary is. And it will be a deer Arabia, so they can push in the deer. They do have 4 deer. Call the Civ matchup. Well, Maya Vietnamese on Arabia. I think this is what makes sense. This is the location to use them. And the winner, oh, I can spam the party emote. Who's killing the deer? And you're getting pushed in towards the TC. Alright, nice push. Here he housed 20. Oh, he said, did he forget he was the Maya? What is he doing? He's housed. Leary. Leary, this is not the game to be housed, Leary. No, don't do it. Housed 20 seconds. No. Well, if you're ever housed, remember, happens to Leary too. Happens to everyone. Oh no. So deer getting pushed in. Yeah, but got kicked by a guy playing Maya in Arabia. You were playing Cumans. He walled in and went on a boom to destroy me in late game with archers and whatnot. I feel like Steppe Lancers usually are the answer for the Cumans in that matchup. But I guess if you get enough crossbows, that counters the Steppies. You call him GG already because he was housed? I mean, that just gives up the 1 advantage he has, right? He still has the longer lasting bore. That's still a nice bonus. Don't let the Maya boom. Well, this Civ matchup, usually it's all about the archers for these Civs. Archers for Leary are cheaper. The Arbalest line is a discount. Archers for Hera have more HP. And of course, the Vietnamese have the option of Imp Skirm in the late game. They'll have the Rat and Archers to counter Archers. Plumed Archers, maybe a bit more mobility. Rat and Archers in a straight up fight probably win. And then, of course, even though Vietnamese have the Imp Skirms, you can't forget that the Maya do have Holcha Javelineers, fully upgraded skirms with an additional projectile.
And you don't want Leary to suffer from that single-minded avoidance of the Maya skirms. But I do think Eagles, Eldorado Eagles, can be very useful in this matchup. If we look here, there are bombard cannons, but no hand cannoneers for the Vietnamese. They lack blast furnace, so you probably don't want to go for the champion line. And elephants in 1v1 are still very expensive. So I don't think the Vietnamese have a great answer to Eagles. But it can take a very specific type of game to be able to get there rather than archers in the Maya. Just an early loom build. He's the Maya. He does insta-loom right away. Maybe he just messed up a build by having that extra Vil. I don't know, but he's clearly not, after that long pause, maybe a bit out of sync. Needs to regain his focus. Now, he will be up one pop faster than Hera, at least. That's one pop with idle time. Could be up with equal villagers now instead of down by a Vil. Shamburger. Always gotta love Shamburger. Well, there's the range. We'll see what he does to follow it up. Arrow walling. Maybe you'll see the walls. I'll go for the house at the front. And the range for Hera. So probably a skirm opening from both. But if you force skirms, it does make the eagle transition a bit more effective. We'll see if Hera can just get an overwhelming number of skirms to stop the eagles. Hera going to finish his wall, try to keep the Vil safe. Alcatraz is the Vil safely, gets around the corner. Saves the Vil. Just Viper Hera things. 28 seconds, not too bad with the Chinese, horrible with the Maya. This is the good old AOC, you forgot to click loom at the start, didn't realize you were Maya type of idle time. Yeah, synchrotron never out of sync. The walls going up for Leary across the front. How accessible is someone who has lots of experience coding? It's very accessible. And it's not really a coding language, it's more just like a configuration file. So Eagle fighting the Scout. Eagle will die for Leary. The tricky thing is knowing how to do hacks. Nothing is. If you want, you can do very simple maps, but if you want to do like the tournament quality, no resources are bugged, everything is then a hack, and then your map scripts are more hack than they are map script. So that takes some experience. But just look up Zetnus's guide. It's a Google Doc with all the information. Look up the ES custom maps in the game folder. It has examples. Those are nice and simple. They're not good, they're buggy, but they're nice and simple to get you started. And then it's pretty easy to pick up. You can probably pick up some basic maps in a couple hours or so. And map hacks. Oh, forward gold here for Leary. Didn't even look at the maps. I mean, look at the map hacks for Harry. Fully walled has 1, 2, 3 golds inside of his wall. He can just wall up everything. He's ready to play. He doesn't even need to wall that gold in. He's rich with the gold inside already. Is that how Viper did those? I think PKZ did them for Viper back in the day. He even has a relic in his walls. Vils on the berries. And horse collar on the way for Leary. As the spear goes down to the skirms. The video tutorials. I mean, I don't even know if anyone has like a synced video tutorial series. Going through the ES custom maps and just referencing the Google Doc is probably the way to do it. And I think the Mad Catter has a lot of video tutorials out there on some of the hacks you can do.
But if you're a programmer, then you'll probably just end up writing your own generation of map code at some point, like I do. People throughout the years essentially write spreadsheets or code or anything to generate maps, scripts. There's a lot of copying and pasting you do without that. Why do they ban Fortress if they're going to play Fortifications plus Eco anyway? I mean, Fortress is just too big of a map script. They should have played Arena, though. So Hera has Castle Age on the way. Castle Age, ooh, fletching. Can't decide between fletching and gold mining, but does gold mining first. So Louis will be up around 30 seconds slower. Does have a Vil advantage, though. Hera's collected still pretty close. Hera didn't do wheelbarrow on the way up, though, or before going up. So I might do that soon after collecting up. And let's see, maybe he just adds in 3 TCs and booms? I mean, this is a matchup where I feel like, I mean, the Maya are good enough. And maybe they could just play a late imp game, even if the Vietnamese boom by going Eagles? I don't know exactly when the Maya need to go Eagles in this matchup, but it feels like they do have to go for them. So Hera losing HP on the scout, down to 1 HP. Here's an Eagle for Leary, who didn't have fletching in time. If he had fletching, maybe he'd kill the scout. So protecting his archers now. He doesn't know what Hera's doing. Hera has a bunch of skirms. So Leary's dream would be to pick off all those skirms with Eagles, but he only has 1 Eagle now, 2nd Eagle on the way. And I feel like Leary might just play TCs now. Might just play TCs and boom. I'm still, because of the Eagle switch, I'm not sure who has the Civ advantage. Fully boomed, huge economy with trade. Then elephants probably carry the day for the Vietnamese, but yeah, just use some skirms. Elite skirm on the way. Eagle for Leary can help keep track of their location. Now he'll see them. So he knows that Hera's forward, and he's going to be moving his archers forward to try to bypass them. Try to get through the walls, maybe? But nice TC there from Hera. Should be able to wall behind this, no problem. Palisade Gate's a weak spot, though. Leary gonna kill the bear corpses, no longer show up in the fog of war. You have to scout the bear corpse, though he could still use a palisade to hide it. So crossbow bodkin on the way, mangonel at home, so defensive workshop for Leary, so automatically the skirm pressure is going to give Hera a lead because of the defensive mangonel, and Leary now has to do damage with the crossbows. This TC 80%. Will Leary get there? He's not going to see the TC right away. He'll get to the wood line. Hera not running yet. Runs in time, though, to save all the Vils. And with going for this palisade, he sees the chopped tree. Maybe he'll think there's a TC there. But yeah, as I said, Hera can wall behind this, no problem. Although, maybe a problem if the crossbows do get in. Leary coming forward. This left side isn't walled. 1 Vil goes down. Is that walled? Is there a tree there? That's open too. And he's going to get right in on the gold. Not enough skirms to defend from Hera. And Hera's going to lose Vils there, so the crossbow timing going to be doing damage. There is Loom, but Leary just looking for Vils. Just looking for Vils. Wanting to get a Vil lead. He'll pick off all the Vils he can, ignoring the skirms, just going for Vils. Vils having to fight for Hera. And all the crossbows on the hill picking off the Vils so well. The micro from Leary, Vils going down left and right. And that's now a 10-0 Eco KD. As Hera, against the defensive workshop, not able to do any damage. That'll be another Vil going down. 11 dead Vils. So all the crossbows go down. Hera will have the overall KD lead. And Hera will have a 3rd TC added in. But that's a nice lead now for Leary with the Vils. 10 dead Vils. And Fire Lancer, what is that? Oh gosh, that's how the Vietnamese counter Eagles now. Fire Lancers. I kept thinking they have to have an answer. The answer is Fire Lancers, oh gosh. Well, crossbow should kill these things, right? Huge skirm army though for Hera. Hera with a big advantage. And we saw in that Nomad game, just Hera doesn't take shots from mangonels. So these things, what do they have? They have, let's see, no damage against Eagles, but it's a melee damage they do. I guess their charge attack is really the question of how do they counter the Eagles with the charge attack.
Oop, okay, Hera not taking mangonel shots. Leary's still defending, has a second TC. And I'm sure he'd like a third TC at some point. Is full Fire Lancer an option against Eagle? Still gonna be crossbow skirm. Leary just on one range, but the 3 mangonels are costly for him. Just full skirm from Hera. And he's already caught up in the Vil count because of the extra TC. I took a lot of damage there, but he has the army advantage. Down in res collected. Leary fully walled. Might need a mangonel over here to stop a break-in. And now the question is just, how did the Fire Lancers do? How did the Fire Lancers do? Can Leary retake his 1-game lead that he has had throughout the beginning of the set? So re-walling with the Vils. Fire Lancers tank a mangonel shot. They're dodging. Did they use their charge attack if they start shooting but then don't finish shooting? Crossbows coming over. Well, Fire Lancers at least have to go into the crossbows there. No ballistics yet, though, so only one goes down. Check Leary resources. Leary's about to go Imp. 2 TCs up to Imp. And if he gets Arbalest against Castle Age Skirms should be able to tear through them. They'll only have 6 Pierce Armor against potential 10 attack. If he does Bracer Chem and Arb. So Leary's gonna fast Imp with the Maya. Hera with the score lead. Also with the Vil lead now. Leary's gonna lose his eco lead if he clicks Imp. And he will need still another building, probably a university at this point. Hera not gonna take a mangonel shot. He's going Imp. Ooh, he's going Imp against a player who can just go Skirm. And against the early Imp from the Maya, what do you do as the Vietnamese? Just castle to hold? And there's the university, that'll be a second building. I guess castle to hold and then just wait for Imp Skirm. And then you're probably fine. And the extra HP on the Skirm is still gonna be nice. That's what, 7 extra hit points? Skirms, elite Skirms usually 35? Is that right? Or is it 40 and plus 2? I always forget. Crossbow's 35. Is the meta on Arabia walls into boom? Hasn't that always been the meta on Arabia? I remember what, that was that 2012 Viper versus Tim set of games, where Tim just stonewalled and boomed and went knights and won. I feel like this has always been the Arabia meta. So Leary, ooh, Vil's forward, so he's not just gonna go Imp, he's gonna go Castle Imp, and that's going to apply some trebuchet pressure. And let's see, if Hera sees those crossbows, yeah, he knows what's going on. He knows what's going on. He sees the crossbows here, and he knows Leary's going to try to do that same passage he took before. Sneak forward. Might not know the castle, though. Hera's going to get back with the skirms and be in position to defend. I don't... Ooh. Always the question against Hera, are 2 mangonels enough to get the castle up? I mean, ballsy to place the castle right here. Hera should probably re-wall that. Yeah, GG well walled, you know. You know. Castle could go right here, though. And that'll hit a TC and put him in striking distance of the main gold. I'll force Hera back to another gold and also give Leary the map control of the 2 neutral golds. Also the neutral stones all the way up here, so Hera would have to loop around for them. And yep, there's the castle. No stopping that with the skirms not nearby right now. Eagle sees this. Ooh, skirms take out the eagle. Doesn't have armor. Imp for Hera, but much slower. Slower with a bigger eco. And I feel like Leary has had Imp resources for a long time before he clicked Imp. So 63 Vils, maybe that's all you need is the Maya. Castle goes inside the walls. That would have been crazy if you just plopped the castle down right here and ran the Vils in. So there's a castle from Hera. That's going to be a buy time castle. Hera with the scouting will know he has more gold. He knows that maybe he does have time to buy. And, oh, Imp! Why is Imp in this TC, Hera? Why is Imp in this TC? That's not the Imp TC you want. Okay, crossbows there, delaying the castle. This castle can hit the TC. It can hit the TC. The castle needs to be shooting at something. Does that castle go up? Is Hera Titanicing now? Those market walls are going to go down. Hera doesn't have the skirm. Where are the skirms? The skirms had been forward. They're coming back just now. Hera sending everyone to do the castle. A bit of a doubt castle from him. Okay. Trebs are there. If Leary would just treb this TC, he'd win the game. He doesn't know Imp's there. Does Hera realize Imp's there? The Mangonels are working on it. Shoot the TC with the treb, Leary. Shoot the TC with the treb. I mean, is Hera gonna realize this is his Imp TC? He's sending Vils to repair the castle. Oh, the Mangonels stopped. They went for the skirms. Oh no. They got enamored by the monastery. He could have denied that. Hera lucked out. Got the castle up. Chemistry Arb on the way. You want those upgrades, then you can fight the skirms. Hera only a 7-vil lead now. He's repairing the TC. If Leary sees the repairs on the TC, he might just start and treb it. Castle being repaired. Arbs are there. Leary's sidestepping against the skirms. Hera going for the relics. He has 3 relics going for a 4th. We'll lose the monastery. And Treb's on the castle right away. Free conscription for the Vietnamese will be nice. Imp skirm, bracer, chemistry on the way. And then if you're the Maya, how do you deal with imp skirms? That I don't know. Hera's still with the Vil lead. But he lost the TC after being imp. Castle will be trebbed down. And at this point, I feel like you went imp so fast that you can't do an eagle switch. At least you did take out the monastery for the relics. These Arbs are kind of trapped. Hera desperately repairing. That castle slightly being on the hill is going to save him. He lost a lot of eco in this transition, but he still is up in Vils. And now he's going skirm. Leary so far does not have any Maya skirms for taking the fight. Hera out of stone though, and he will lose the castle. It's 4 trebs. 4 trebs that might have to go back though. Forward ranges from Leary. He's just going heavy for the Arbs. That's going to be Arbs right into Imp Skirm. Oh, Mangonel shot, but the Imp Skirms have so much HP they tanked it. Tanked the shot. He doesn't get another shot off. And they just can't fight Imp Skirm. Onager on the way. That's going to have to be his answer. He destroys a Treb at least. But Hera can just run. He can leak out. At this point, if you're not growing Eagles, what do you do? Onager's to deal with the Imp Skirm. He has a forward workshop. Mangonel queued there. Has a Mangonel here. Hera just going to keep looping around the map. Going to try to take a neutral stone. Leary does not have the map vision. He's going to do a castle on this gold of his. So if he realizes this is here, he can easily attack it. So let's see. Maybe we're going to try to find another angle to attack. Squires for Hera. Fire Lancers, I guess. Trebs could go for another TC. 20-vil lead, though, for Hera. Leary with the score lead. I feel like I still like Hera's position more, though. Leary needs to make great use of these Trebs now. I guess the good thing for him is that there are no counter Trebs. And right now, chemistry's in, but no bombard cannons yet. And while avoidance of Mayan skirms so far, the Maya do not get siege engineers. There'll be another TC going down, but more TCs going up to replace it. Oh, and there's the bombard cannon. Here's the bombard cannon. That's what you don't want to see if you're leery of the cannons. Onagers, can he get an onager shot on the skirms? Oh, not if the cannon is there. He's just doing everything he can to micro. No repairs on the Trebs. If a Treb shot picks off the cannon, that'd be great, but no luck yet. Hera being so careful with the Imp skirms to micro them. Pulls them inside the range. That's Repairville will be crucial. Cannon does go down. Nice shot on the Imp skirm there from the Onager. This is very risky. One wrong move from Hera, and he loses the game, but if he plays it perfectly, I think he's still in a good spot. Barracks going down. That'll let the Onagers micro better. Another cannon on the way. Yeah, Imp skirm cannon feels like the winning composition. But Onager, if you micro them, could be nice. Don't Onager your own Arbs. And Leary's gonna get back. He's gonna save the Trebs for another location. Onager goes down to another cannon shot. Oh, another cannon shot on the Onagers. Leary just can't get a hit. Too many splits. Maybe the Onager could cut the trees even. Make it easier to micro, but... I mean, would this be easier if Leary had gone for the Maya skirms?
Because then at least, I mean, I think he still loses to Imskirm, but he doesn't lose as hard as Arb. And there it is, there's the Eagle Warrior switch, 88 Vils. Is that going to be enough? He needs to do Elite Eagle. He'll need all the armors. But then, unless Hera goes Fire Lancer, there's Elite Fire Lancer. Do they counter Eagles? I feel like they shouldn't counter Eagles. But okay, Treb's in the middle of nowhere. If this were... Oh! Can he hit the castle with the Trebs? Too many Vils building that? He's going to go for the TC. That TC will be gone. 2 Trebs will take that out, especially with the hill. Oh, Hera deletes the castle. He's going to put it back somewhere safer. Okay, one more volley and that TC will go down. Arb's defending the Trebs still. The Arb's coming forward. They can maybe find Vils, but the Vils are running. Hera's going to run the Vils away from the castle just so we can get it up. And Leary, if he goes Eagles, we'll probably find the TC there. He's still with most of the map control, but the cannon's taking out his castle now. You'll need Arb to deal with the Fire Lancers, I guess. Elite. 102 HP. That is crazy. That'll be 2 more HP than Eldorado Eagles. No, the castle that far back is just so he doesn't lose it to the Trebs. He wants to protect his gold. I remember the Maya have longer lasting gold, so the gold will be here more for Leary. He's having the final armor upgrade in. Still needs Eldorado, and still he has Elite Eagle, so Eldorado will be the last upgrade he needs. That's expensive. Once he clicks that, he can spam the Eagles. He really does want Eldorado, though. Oh gosh, the bear is chasing Hera. Leary still is not seeing Hera. He'll see the castle foundation. He'll see the foundation. Where is Trebs? He still has the Trebs that could come back and help him win this fight. And Eldorado Eagle should be able to pick off cannons. So Fire Lancer's there still. The bear is going to get a kill. 2 bears v1 and the bear gets the Vil. Ah, the bear gets the kill. So Arb's coming from behind and the Arb's going to find the Vils on the castle. The Arbs will find the castle Vils. I'll get a few picks there. And there is Eldorado. Still needs the attack upgrades, but he's in a spot where he can start spamming Eagles. He'll have the HP and the armor. Dorito. The Fire Lancer for what? Fire Lancers for the Eagles. You might think, oh, Fire Lancers are supposed to counter Cav. But we saw them counter Huskarls the other day, so they'll probably be just fine against Eagles. 10 melee attack. Like the charge attack is nice. Maybe gonna swap to raiding. Eldorado just about finished forging on the way. He wants to split up and hit Vils, but monks everywhere. Gonna go for the monks. Probably the best thing for him to go for there, honestly. And that's 4 relics for Hera. So Leary had destroyed the monastery earlier, but Hera was able to recover them. Okay, so I mean, nice raid to kill 4 monks too. Fire Lancers, they win this fight, and they 10 melee attack. They kind of do win the fight. So that's what Vietnamese can do against Eagles. Fire Lancers. Can Maya maybe outlast that and go Arb Eagle? Maybe. I mean, Hera doesn't have much map control. He destroyed another cannon there. Eagles will be great against the Imp Skirms. I don't think they can beat the Fire Lancers. Remember, Fire Lancer was a unit that they buffed in the patch because apparently it wasn't good enough. It was one of the strongest units in the game from what I've seen. So Downhill Castle here for Leary. More barracks coming forward for Hera. I guess that just means Leary needs to go back into Arbs. He needs to go both unit lines, maybe even do armor on the Arbs. Because these things, where are the Fire Lancers? He's got 31 of them now. Do they count as spears? They don't even count as spears, so skirms don't do bonus damage against them. You need Arbs to fight them. Win against Eagles, and they think they win hard. Oh yeah, there they go. Well, a huge buff for the Vietnamese now that they have a counter to things they couldn't counter before. Eagles want to go maybe for the cannons. And it's going to be a swap back into Arb, Arb versus Imp Skirm. So Fire Lancer, Imp Skirm, the composition for Hera. Yeah, the Bombard cannons do make the onagers kind of useless. And the advantage that the Maya used to have, the Elite Eagle, completely shut down by the Fire Lancers now. I think, at least, you know, when you saw the Chinese, they get this unit, but they lose camels, so there's a bit of a trade-off. Vietnamese just get them. Koreans just get them. And they just get this OP unit. And now still a good Vil lead for Hera. He's at 200 pop, Leary's at 120. And Hera repairing the castle. I feel like this is just going to be an inevitable push from Hera.
They are shock infantry, right? They are shock infantry. But then, what are you going to do here against shock infantry? Maya don't really have an answer to that if they can't go plumes because of the imp skirm. It's not like eagles do bonus damage against shock infantry. Oh yeah, look, they do melee damage. They'll destroy the trebs. These things are insane. There's Thumbring on the way for Leary. I mean, the scores are still close. Leary's getting some nice raids in with the eagles, but he's also being cleaned by the fire lancers. I mean, skirms would be awful against these things, I think. They have 102 HP. They can tank skirm shots. They'd have, what, 5 pierce armor now? Treb's all going down for Leary, and I feel like Hera just pushes this castle, then pushes and takes the game. I mean, Vil count's kind of even, but now 72 military to 17. 183 pop to 120. Leary just folding all the map control he had earlier, taken by Hera. Hera can come take the neutral golds. Leary gonna try to sneak out to them, but so much army for Hera. Man, these things have so much HP, they even tank arbs. Like, look at how many volleys of arrows the arbs need. These things are insane. Yeah, there's the GG, and Leary just cannot find an answer to the Fire Lancer. There are so many things he did well that game. He equal KD at the end. Look at the economy as they get imp. Hera had more eco. Leary couldn't answer the imp skirms. Couldn't answer the Fire Lancers. And everything he went for, Hera had an advantage. And that's, you feel like, you know, the Maya should have a great eco for having the timing advantage too, but not even against the Vietnamese. He's one of the newer civs. So 3-2 in favor of Hera. That's Hera winning Arabia. That's Land Madness and Pacific Islands, the remaining maps. It's the highly picked Maya losing to the Vietnamese. A matchup that I think these days is pretty tricky for the Maya to figure out with the Fire Lancers now. Supposed to be anti-cav, but a kind of anti-infantry too. And they are not in the next game yet. Looking for a lobby. Man, have we really been streaming 5.5 hours? Doesn't feel that long. Plume Director is not decent there. They died to the skirms. They died to the imp skirms. They in isolation, they'd probably do well against the Fire Lancers, but they would just die to the imp skirm. Mix of arbs, skirms, and onagers? I don't even know about that. I feel like just the cannons stop the onagers too well for them to be useful. I saw that kind of like being somewhat effective in early imp when Hera was kind of on the back foot and still doing the upgrades. But once you, especially if you get siege engineers for the extra range in the cannons, it's really hard. I don't know, like the Fire Lancer edition makes it just so tricky late game for the American civs there. The next map will be Land Madness, so if we have a Game 7, it will be on Pacific Islands.
Leary giving us the more conventional map first. And it'll be Magyar Hindustani against Romans or Cumans. Armenians, I mean, could be played here, but probably safe for Pacific Islands. Yeah, plumes with less range. Get pretty good two-handed swordsman. Do I do a weekly podcast? I don't. Have to spam skirm just to tank? Yeah. Well, is that Leary losing due to single-minded avoidance of Mayan skirms? Maybe it is. If only Leary had destroyed the TC, right? If only he had taken out the TC. Then he would have had more time. I mean, a situation where he might have just gotten lucky by hitting the TC. Hera putting Imp in the wrong TC was horrible for him. Didn't repair the TC, so Leary didn't realize it was the Imp TC. Yeah, I mean, in those situations, maybe it's always just worth it to snipe the TC, just in case, right? Just in case. And I do wonder if like it is worth it to just try to go for TCs rather than castles in that transition. Because you'll have the Treb advantage for the castle anyway, and you take the TCs out earlier, you're stopping the eco earlier. Like they secured the relics though? Yeah, and that's another thing, right? He had 4 relics, at least at the end. Leary had destroyed the monastery with the initial 3. Maybe there's a way to sneak a monk there and steal some? Kind of hard when they're that far forward, though. Alright, they're still in the lobby by the looks of it. You go for the TC long enough to see if they repair. That's a good one too. But then maybe they could debate you by quick repairing. Thank you, Crate 121 for the follow. Still in the lobby. Yeah, TCs also go down faster, right? Is a civ in Age of Mythology that can get a tech to learn what buildings are trading and researching? Really? Is that one of the new civs? I know they just had the Chinese expansion. I haven't actually played it though. So here we are, game number 6, Hera up 3-2 on Leary, and it will be Land Madness. Hera to the west playing as the Blue Romans, and Leary to the east playing as the Red Magyars. It's a new feature for Oranos, okay. Updating the Atlanteans. That sounded like an Atlantean thing, kind of. But it will be Land Madness here. And maps looking fairly balanced. Gold and stone access all in the back for Leary. Stone's pretty far away. And same could be said for Hera, gold, stone, all scattered about. It does have 2 berries you could go for, pushing in the deer. And Magyars, Romans. So this is what? Scouts into knights and cav archers against scouts into scorpions, maybe. So this is a good old 2025 Scorpion versus CA matchup. In the long run, maybe you see Magyar Hussars. I feel like Hera played this matchup as Romans against Magyars against ACCM earlier on and lost.
So maybe some hope for Leary to force a Game 7, at which point he'd have Vikings versus Armenians on Pacific Islands. And, well, that's still anything could happen in that Civ matchup. So 2 onward for Leary. Looks like that's going to be a fast up for him, lowering his boar, taking under the TC right now, pushing in some more Ibexes. And only 1 boar on this map, so the Ibex push timing is very crucial. And you also want to make sure that you can scout to find your extra sheep, and he has done that. He'll probably push in both those Ibexes, pick up the sheep, and then go forward. Yeah, I don't know which civ I prefer on Land Madness. I'd probably find Magyars a bit easier to play. What makes them good on Land Madness? One is they're just 5% bonus to everything on their economy, gives them a smooth economy. Especially with like all the berries and the boar that you have around, it helps. 2, they are good with cheap scorpions, and they're also a pretty decent cav civ, full blacksmith upgrades, and you can go for husbandry, bloodlines, knights, and the castle age. So from that perspective, they're good. And also because cav archers are so popular on the map, the cheaper scorpions are amazing for them. Also ballistas, so the scorpions attack faster, also amazing for them. And then in the late game, Committed Tensei, so unique tech, so the Nightline trains faster, can be good with all the gold you have for spamming cav raids around. Magyar is, of course, one of the classic civs for going heavy scouts, but also the double armor for the infantry upgrades. You don't get the final infantry upgrade, so in the late game, it's essentially the same. But in the early game, your spears have more armor if you go for that tech against scouts. So another option is to go for armored spears against all-in scouts in the Magyars. Yeah, we have the I have the channel points turned off. I don't like the spam, and I don't like the betting. I prefer to keep the chat more chill than that. Late game, you have one more melee armor. The pierce armor is usually what matters, though. We have a pause, and what's the pause? Slight pause by Hera. Maybe he needs to go check his tech tree. It's like half a Teuton bonus. Oh, that's right, Teutons are +2 in Imp. It's 1 in Castle, +2 in Imp. No channel points is a wise decision. I think it's a good one. So what is Hera pausing about? Loom on the way for Leary. Feudal first for Hera. Look how fast he's going up. 16 vils. Does he have Loom? 16 vils and Loom with the Romans. That's the efficiency on the eco you get. That forage bush you can take more quickly. And the pigs you can take more quickly. I kind of wish the game paused could be like out of the way a bit more when we're spectating in Capture Age. Like, I want to look at stuff while we're paused. Don't need you obscure in my stream. Did they ever fix the pause bug? What's the pause bug? Illyria's BRB 1 minute too. Alright, there they go. So Feudal on the way for Hera. Again, he's up first. Super fast up with the Romans, taking those berries and all the sheep and boar quickly, and the deer. And he is now forward scouting, and Leary has not, he's been pushing the deer, he hasn't picked up all of his pigs. He could be Omega lamed here by Hera. If he's not careful, if Hera finds that. Ooh, Hera dying to the TC though. Losing the scout to the TC, how often does that happen? That never happens for Hera. He's usually like
killing TCs with scouts practically. Sees the house and then keeps running, goes straight into the TC. Alright, well, Leary needs to pick up his other pigs. He's gonna prefer pushing the deer. Oh, fair enough. You can always do scouts and pick that up later. Oop, okay, the lag from the paw is catching up. Well, let's see, I'll hope for a game 7. A stable on the way. More farms going up at the TC. So 5% faster farming, also a nice bonus for the Romans. Spear will poke the scout. Ooh, now Leary losing his scout. So I did not want that to happen. And he could have just picked up the pigs with the scout. Instead he had to lose it. So stable and Hera doing stable himself. So both players going scouts, both players adding in spears. A double bit axe on the way for Leary. Hera up so fast I don't think he can afford horse collar. And Leary can probably delay it a bit since he still has pigs left. If only he had those 2 pigs, he would really delay horse collar. And he's not assuming they got lamed. He literally has them in his line of sight. He just hasn't picked them up. Maybe you can use a spear to do it later. Maybe he's forgotten about them. And Vietinator1, thank you for using your Prime sub on the stream. Appreciate the support. Appreciate you using the Prime here for us. Cheering for the Leary. I remember the days when Leary was the underdog against Viper. So we're gonna go over find the vills on the berries. As the scout comes forward for Leary. And all just scouts hoovering around. Spear is taking a fight. Oh, and also thank you not just for the sub, but for the follow. Thank you for both. Spears be poking each other. And spears go down. So horse collar is in for Leary. Horse collar in for Leary, not in for Hera. You can see a slight more res collected though from the Romans. The longer the game goes on, the more powerful that eco bonus becomes. As Viper still they go to well, Hera is has kind of been number 1 for 2 years, but I think a long way for him to go to catch Viper's streak of dominance. It's Thea, which means Uranus and Gaia can get it. Oh, it's a minor god that gets it. Okay. Maybe Maya Skirm should be fine against Fire Lancers? I don't think so even, because Fire Lancers don't have the Spear class. Oh, I can't see it here. Because usually Spears take bonus damage from Skirms. But the Fire Lancers don't. And with 102 HP, that's a lot of tanking they'll do. So Magyar Scout's still with the free forging. But Hera with the numbers right now. Push Leary back. A bit more idle time for Leary. And still maybe feeling the effects of not having those pigs, needing to do horse collar in the earlier farms. That's the difference now. It's the difference in horse collar versus the extra vil and bit of idle time. That decides some of the eco difference. Ooh, and good start to the engagement from Leary. He had a great break on the fight. And he's going to pick off the lower HP scouts there. The spear comes forward and gets a hit. All in all, now the scout's low enough they won't be able to do damage. But forging on the way and then canceled for Hera. They're canceling forging.
Okay, low HP scout goes down. Nice pick. And more scouts for Leary, who is doing a skirm transition. So skirms to deal with the spears. Okay. Now that's a lot of farms. 19 farms against, well, similar ecos. 19 farms. Archery range for Hera, so he'll be going for the range transition a bit slower. And scouts now coming forward for Leary. See if they can find Vils on the gold maybe, but there will be a spear there. And not going to be able to fight with the spear. That's the nerfs. I mean, I feel like Flemish Revolution, they should have just completely scrapped the tech and redesigned it like they did with Scootage for the Sicilians. It's already in the game as a supremacy. But anyway, Hera, the first one up to the castle age. That Roman eco is nice for him. And has Leary clicked up? He has not. So Leary's going to go full feudal. And he has to stay feudal then and try to overwhelm Hera, who is up. Hera can go knights, and he will do a defensive tower on the gold. Leary going to stay feudal, move out to gold himself. Res collected 500 more for Hera. That Roman's eco is insane once he gets going. And going it is. He has all the farms. Has horse collar now. Still defending with spears. That one spear goes down. Maybe the scouts can get in. No bloodlines yet, though. Hera has to run off of his farms. Maybe the scouts can't even get to the Vil. Can try to Alcatraz the Vil, maybe? Oh, he does. He does. He saves the Vil. Saves the Vil. Yeah, like Obsidian Arrow, right? Something like this completely swapped out and redesigned. I think that's what Flemish Revolution needs. So, ooh, that quick wall doesn't go up in time. The skirms can come over to save the spear, or to kill the spear? No. Vils will be saved. So Leary gonna try to pick Vils. He should get 2 or 3 here. Loses scouts to the TC, though. Skirm's trying to pick spears. Leary close to clicking up, but Hera's gonna be up by the time Leary even clicks. Leary will have more Vils in the transition, so we'll collect more resources. Maybe he can hit skirms there? Spear goes down. It's another Vil that could go down. And Leary just clicks as Hera makes it up. He's not even going to be able to dive the Vil too close to the TC with the skirms there. Has to be careful that he doesn't just lose his own skirms. Now the scouts will get that free +2 as soon as they get up. Now that's still a bit of time away. He killed it with his skirms. I think he ran already. It's never been... Oh, Flemish Revolution was OP when it first came out. that was the... you saw that in so many tournaments where players just clicked it and then insta won the game.
Salve.
Prontus. Salve.
Vil's going down. And we have Castle Age on the way for Leary, so he's holding his way up to Castle. Hasn't let Hera add in another TC yet. But Hera will start getting out knights. He has closed the eco difference a bit by having more Vils on the way up.
Tibi Servio. Salve.
On the other side, Knight starting to raid the farms. So we'll have Husbandry and Cav Archers. Leary's going to go Cav Archer. Okay, he will be going Cav Archer, seeing Hera's going Knights. defensive monastery, and getting a TC up. So he's just going to try to get a Cav Archer mass. Double stables for light Cav? And then going Cav Archer. So maybe he's not going to be full Cav Archer, just a few Cav Archer. Doesn't even have any upgrades on them. But we'll be adding in a TC. He sees Hera still on 1 TC. Hera not walled. Okay. Night Cav gonna hit the Vills. Night Cav still running around. So 42 Eco KD, despite all the hoovering. Not many Vills dead from Hera. Leary taking a score lead, taking a Vill lead. Getting the military numbers up. So slowly building that TC. Taking a while. Cav Archer's on the way. Monks doing conversions on knights, or chanting at the knights to force them away. I think there might be a hole in the wood line there from Leary he might need to fill. Yes, there is. Thank you, Knight, for showing exactly what I was looking at.
Tibi Servio. Salve.
It's been exhausting. Sure, it's exhausting for the players too. There's bloodlines and now armor on the way. Double stable for Hera. And we'll see how long it takes before he scouts the Cav Archer swap. There's a lot of Cav Archers being massed from Leary. He's probably hoping he can just stay on maybe a night path for a while. He does have enough stone for a TC. He's mining some stone. I did have to mine some stone after doing that tower for another TC. And Hera's still on 1 TC while Leary's on 2. And he's still trying to hoover around, force Hera to get some idle time, keep him away from those farms. Hera finally taking the pigs that Leary never took. A couple of knights out there. Light Cav going for the skirms, going for the knights. Skirms pick off the monk. Skirms versus monks again. Best 2 units in the game. I mean, this wood line is vulnerable to being over-chopped even. I mean, you could chop through and then wall a bit. But yeah, that's a forward wood. And 3rd TC from Leary. Okay, Leary risking the 3rd TC. Clutching on the way for the Cav Archers, thinking he has enough Cav Archers now to fight Knights. Tricky to fight maybe Knights and Skirm with Cav Archers. We can go Cav Archer Light Cav. Cheap Light Cav could be nice for the Magyars. Trying to go double gold now, Cav Archer Knight. Knights with only +1 though, so Skirms still do a good bit of damage. Armor for the Skirms to keep them safer from the Cav Archers. No Bodkin yet. Leary still needs to bide time before he has the military to fight, and Hera up in numbers now. Even though those numbers are Skirms. Knights wanting to fight that. They still do have forging, but don't have the numbers yet. So Leary doing the TC, he's just going to hold here, hope that the TCs and towers can hold, and he will move forward with Cav Archers and find a player who's still... Oh, if Leary gets on that wood line, he doesn't have ballistics though. He just needs to get to a spot where Hera doesn't see. Hera's pushing though, and Leary has to be so careful about that wood line. At least he has knights at home to defend. Hera will keep track of the knights, but the Cav Archer is going to jump the tower and be on the gold. At the same time, he's taking a fight at home, so Hera doesn't notice this right away. Hera losing Vills. Hera losing Vills here. Okay, that's a 10 Vill lead for Leary, who has 3 TCs, but he's losing the fight at home. Doesn't really care too much about the skirms, maybe? Leary, I think, needs to run these Vills from the wood line. He can't lose 11 Vills on the wood line, so more knights now from Leary, still producing. Hera with the score lead. He has to bring his Cav Archers back. He's taking a fight without the Cav Archers. Hera's military is all grouped up here. Leary doesn't have his Cav Archers yet. Doubt still has a claim. I think Doubt still has a legit claim. I don't think it's even clear Doubt versus Viper. I still honestly put Hera 3rd on the list behind those two. I think he still has a long way to go. And people have a lot of recency bias just from their recent tournaments. So more knights coming out. He's 10-vil lead, still has the TCs, looking to defend, wants to repair the stable for a bit. That could cost him vils. Knights fighting now, monks in the back for conversions, knights just trying to pick the skirms. Feels somehow that skirms are the most dangerous unit in the fight. Actually, none of those vils repairing went down. Hera's peak is the highest ever shown? I don't even know if that's true compared to Viper's dominant streak. Well, like, Viper was showing up to tournaments and memeing. And still winning.
Salve.
Oh, look at that. Nilly's gonna have a field day with that Cav Archer. Oh, there you go, spinning. That was a different time, but I don't think you should take credit away from people like Riot and Jordan and Yo and even Leary, who were fighting Viper all those years.
Impera.
Sphere's going down. And conversions on the Knights. Leary's still trying to defend. And he's still down in resources collected because of how good that Roman economy is. I mean, he's done so much more damage to Hera, and like he's up by 12 vils with 3 TCs, but Hera's eco is still so much better as the Romans. That Roman 5% eco boost is honestly, I think, one of the strongest eco boosts in the game. I mean, to be fair, Magyars don't really have an eco bonus themselves. They have the discount for the scouts, and that's basically it. But that's still... how many extra vils he has. I say it means a bit more because of the competition. I mean, I really don't think you should discredit the competition level that Viper had all those years either. So Leary's still trying to defend with the monks. Trying to keep the knights away. Those skirms for Hera. Just the skirms are something Leary just has not been able to clear. And this is a fight that Hera's gonna win. He has the numbers here, even with the potential monks. Leary's gonna lose his whole army here. Now 43 military to 23. Hera's even evened up the vil count. Under the TC, Knights fighting. Like under the TC. Skirm is not caring about the TC fire. And, well, there goes Leary, losing all the Knights. And this might end it. There's the GG. And Hera does it. He'll face Yo in the finals tomorrow. Leary will face Nicov in the 3rd place game. Yeah, not having the 2nd Cav armor doesn't help, especially against the skirms. And, well, that's a lot of that is the power of the Roman eco, keeping Hera super far ahead of Leary despite being down in res collected. A lot of that was idle TC time for Leary. And Hera's 1 TC approach, just slightly more army at all points of the game, eventually ended up snowballing. Leary could never really turn the extra vils into extra army to take a bigger fight. And a few skirms mixed in kept the Cav Archers and monks away enough that the knights could be effective. And look at all those stables. 5 stables for Leary, but he couldn't pump from them. No way he could afford that. Can't believe he did better against Leary than he did against MBL. If MBL didn't mangonel his own vils in that game, Harry would have lost, but GG there. And a big Castle Age timing difference. Again, part of that's from the Roman eco. Look at the eco. It just feels like he's slightly ahead. And he's, what, 500 res ahead as they hit Castle. Leary kind of closes that a bit, but never quite catches him. And GG's to Hera. Wish chat had a word per minute graph. On YouTube, I think we have that. We have the chat rate on YouTube. I don't know if I have a graph for that. Let me see. Oh, yeah. We do. We do have a graph for that. Although it's useless because the chat rate, the highest value is 7. So I don't think that the chat rate there is all that useful. And thank you, Avex2, for the follow. So here we go. That's 4-0 for Hera. Maps winning a land badness. And for the Civs, it's a win for the Romans and a loss for the Magyars. Okay, what's the final? Final will be Hera Yo. I don't know how the brackets were constructed or why Leary and Yo were on different sides like they were. That'll be it for us today. And we'll be back tomorrow, 15 GMT again. Let's see, everyone's probably going offline. Find someone on Twitch we can raid who wasn't just casting this. Let's see, some people I see aren't streaming AoE. Oh, I see someone we can raid. We can raid Jade Arrow Gamer. So we'll end the chat on YouTube. Goodbye, YouTube. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Quick Brown Fox. Yes, Hera versus Yo, Nicov, they're in the 3rd place match. And goodbye to YouTube.